ancient architecture was not always temples, pyramids, and stone walls built in familiar forms. Some civilizations created structures that seemed to break every expectation of how an ancient building should look. Inverted monuments, buildings cut from single masses of rock, towers with unexplained layouts, structures raised above empty space, and enormous complexes shaped around designs rarely seen anywhere else. Some were practical, others ceremonial, and a few still have no certain purpose. But all of them reveal the same overlooked side of the ancient world. Its builders were willing to experiment with architecture in ways that could be surprisingly radical. The 108 stupas at Qingtongsha form one of the most unusual surviving monuments associated with the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled from 1038 to 1227. Built on a hillside above the Yellow River in Ningxia, the stupas were not scattered individually across a monastery. All 108 were organized into a single geometric formation, rising through 12 artificial terraces. The structure climbs more than 31 meters from its lowest platform to its summit and reaches roughly 59 meters across. The lowest terrace alone is about 54 meters long. At the top stands one dominant stupa, while 107 smaller structures spread beneath it in widening rows, turning the entire mountainside into a massive triangular field of Buddhist monuments. The numbers reveal how deliberate the design was. From the summit downward, the 12 levels contain 1, 3, 3, 5, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, and 19 stupas. Together, they total exactly 108. The terraces had to be cut and leveled into the rocky slope to accommodate this arrangement, then reinforced with retaining walls and paved surfaces. Bricks recovered from the construction measure around 34 centimeters long, 17 centimeters wide, and 6 centimeters thick. The builders were not simply placing religious structures wherever space was available. They reshaped the hillside so a specific number of monuments could occupy a specific geometric pattern. 108 is deeply connected with Buddhist ritual traditions. Buddhist malas commonly contain 108 beads used for counting prayers or mantras, while Buddhist traditions also associate the number with sets of worldly afflictions and sacred concepts. Qingtongsha appears to have transformed that numerical symbolism into architecture. Instead of 108 beads carried in the hand, worshippers faced 108 sacred structures covering a hillside. Yet, this explains the number more easily than the design. No surviving Tangut document found at the complex states why the monuments had to form 12 levels, why the rows widen in this exact sequence, or why a single enlarged stupa dominates the summit. The individual stupas also reveal a carefully controlled hierarchy. When recorded in the late 1980s, the principal stupa survived to approximately 5.04 meters high, with a base around 3.08 meters across. It contains a small internal chamber, entered from the eastern side. The other 107 structures are essentially solid and generally survived at heights of around 2 to 2.5 meters, with bases close to 2 meters across. 88 have octagonal bases, while the summit stupa and the 19 structures of the lowest row use a different projecting base design. Their upper bodies also vary between rounded, octagonal, gourd-like, and vase-shaped forms. The formation was unified by number and geometry, without making every structure identical. Much of what appears ancient on the surface is also the result of later rebuilding. Investigation in the years 1987 and 1988 revealed older cores beneath the visible masonry. Early stupas had largely been constructed from sun-dried mud brick around wooden supports and covered with white plaster. Surviving sections preserved lotus decoration and Sanskrit characters painted in red. Repairs continued under later dynasties. Foundations were strengthened, damaged bodies were rebuilt, and new plaster was applied. By the Qing period, aging mud brick structures were enclosed inside protective brick shells. The visible monument therefore contains multiple construction periods layered around earlier Western Shah material. This creates a major problem when attempting to reconstruct the original complex. By the late 1980s, none of the 108 stupas retained a complete upper section. Finials and other upper architectural elements had disappeared, and some structures survived mainly as damaged bases. Their positions remained clear enough to preserve the overall geometric system, but their original Western Shah appearance had already been heavily altered. The first complex may have presented rows of white-plastered stupas, decorated with red details, rather than the brick-covered structures familiar from modern photographs. Objects sealed inside several stupas provide stronger evidence of their religious use. The large summit structure contained 4 painted clay Buddhist figures and more than 100 miniature clay stupas, measuring only about 5 to 12.5 centimeters high. 7 small stamped devotional objects, known as cha-cha, were recovered from 2 other stupas. A separate monument contained a painted Buddhist figure, while 3 pottery stupa finials, measuring around 13 to 17.5 centimeters, were found in another. The same architectural form was therefore repeated at radically different scales. Monumental towers covered the hillside, while miniature versions were deposited inside them as sacred objects. The greatest clue to the original appearance of Qing Tongsha came from outside the famous triangular arrangement. A Buddhist temple once stood directly in front of the 108 stupas, accompanied by additional small stupas. 2 of these were dismantled in 1058 during work connected with the Qing Tongsha Dam. Their interiors produced 2 Buddhist paintings on silk, attributed to the Western Shah period. Around the former temple area, researchers also recovered miniature terracotta stupas, clay devotional objects, and fragments of Buddhist scriptures written in Tangut, the distinctive script used by the Western Shah state. More evidence survives north of the main formation. An octagonal brick platform has been identified as the foundation of a lost stupa. Investigation there in 1987 uncovered fragments of Buddhist sutras written in Tangut, together with roughly a dozen miniature clay stupas. This means the famous 108 were not every stupa in the sanctuary. They formed a deliberately numbered architectural centerpiece inside a larger Buddhist landscape containing extra stupas, a temple, religious images, devotional objects, and written texts. That lost architecture completely changes how the site should be understood. The modern view makes the triangular formation appear almost isolated above the Yellow River. During the Western Shah period, visitors would have encountered a much denser religious environment. A temple occupied the ground below the terraces. Additional stupas stood beyond the numbered formation. Buddhist paintings and Tangut scriptures were present within the sanctuary. Above them rose 12 engineered levels carrying the 108 monuments, with the largest stupa controlling the summit. Modern dam construction and centuries of rebuilding removed or transformed much of this foreground. Mount Kangyan Bridge is a structure that becomes more difficult to understand once its measurements are considered. High in the Taihang Mountains of Hebei, China, 2 nearly vertical cliffs close around a narrow gorge. Ancient builders used this gap as the foundation for Qiaolo Hall. A stone arch approximately 15 meters across and 9 meters wide was constructed directly between the rock walls. Its arch rises only about 2 meters, and local historical records describe it as being assembled from 365 squared stone blocks. Above the bridge stands an entire temple hall. Beneath it, the ravine drops more than 50 meters. The result is not simply a temple beside a cliff. The bridge itself is the temple's foundation. The dimensions reveal why this structure presents such an unusual engineering problem. Jingxing County's official description gives the bridge a span of 15 meters, a width of 9 meters, and an arch rise of only 2 meters. Engineering assessments cited in local records indicate that a bridge with these proportions would normally be expected to have an arch rise greater than 2.5 meters. Chaolu Bridge is considerably flatter. A shallow stone arch generates strong outward thrust, forcing its load toward the supports at both ends. Here, those supports are the mountain itself. The builders had to select sections of rock capable of absorbing those forces while controlling the geometry closely enough to keep hundreds of stones compressed together. The 365 stone blocks add a second unusual feature. Official descriptions state that the squared stones appear in remarkably regular horizontal rows and vertical lines. No steel reinforcement holds them together, and no modern concrete core carries the bridge. The structure depends on compression. Gravity pushes the masonry downward. The curvature redirects the force outward, and the opposing cliffs resist that pressure. This explains how the completed bridge can remain stable. It does not explain the most difficult part, how the arch was constructed before it could support itself. An unfinished stone arch cannot simply hang in space. Before the final stones close the curve, individual blocks require temporary support. Traditional masonry builders solved this with wooden centering, a timber framework shaped like the underside of the future arch. Stones were positioned over it from both sides until the arch was closed. Once compression passed continuously through the masonry, the temporary wooden frame could be removed. At Mount Kanyan, that temporary frame would have been suspended above a void more than 50 meters deep. Building scaffolding upward from the bottom of the ravine would have required an enormous timber structure simply to construct an arch whose rise is only about 2 meters. Workers also needed platforms capable of carrying tools, timber, and heavy dressed stone while maintaining the curvature across a span of approximately 15 meters. Before any of the 365 blocks could function as a permanent bridge, some temporary engineering system had to hold them in precise positions between the cliffs. No surviving construction plan securely explains how this was accomplished. One possible method would have been to anchor timber beams into the opposing rock walls, supporting the centering from the cliffs rather than from the ravine floor. This would reduce the height of the temporary structure dramatically, but those anchors would still need to carry workers, equipment, and tons of masonry before the arch became self-supporting. The exact arrangement of those supports, the lifting equipment, and the sequence used to close the bridge have not survived in a detailed construction record. Moving the material created its own challenge. 365 dressed blocks had to reach a restricted construction zone inside steep, mountainous terrain. They needed to be cut accurately, transported to the gorge, and moved onto temporary supports without disturbing stones already positioned. Errors accumulating across the curve could prevent the two sides from meeting correctly. When the final section was completed, hundreds of separate pieces became a single compression structure, transferring enormous forces into the cliffs. Then the builders added the feature that makes Mount Kanyan extraordinary. They constructed a temple directly on top of it. Chaolu Hall is traditionally described as a 2-story pavilion. Architectural descriptions identify a structure 5 bays wide and 3 bays deep, surrounded by galleries and covered by double eaves and a complex roof. Published measurements place the hall at roughly 15 meters long and 8 meters wide. Timber columns, roof framing, walls, glazed tiles, statues, occupants, and centuries of repairs all add permanent weight to a stone bridge already suspended above the gorge. Some published estimates place the combined load of the hall and a full group of visitors at around 35 metric tons, although this figure is less firmly documented than the official dimensions of the bridge. This was therefore never just a narrow crossing for pedestrians. At approximately 9 meters wide, the bridge created a substantial stone platform capable of functioning as an architectural foundation. Every load from the temple ultimately passes downward into the masonry, through the shallow arch and outward into the 2 cliff faces. The builders effectively transformed the mountain walls into structural components of the building. The setting, reinforces how deliberate this design was. Mount Kangyan rises to approximately 983 meters above sea level. Fuqing Temple lies around 40 kilometers south of Jingxing County, with its buildings distributed through cliffs, slopes, and narrow passages instead of a flat conventional temple compound. Qiaolu Hall occupies the point where two rock faces approach closely enough to be joined by masonry. The gorge was not an obstacle surrounding the architecture. It became part of the architecture. Evidence from the surrounding complex shows that this was not the only bridge inserted into the gorge. 3 single-arch stone bridges are reported in this section. The central bridge carries Qiaolu Hall and is the largest. A western bridge supports the smaller Tianwang Hall, while the eastern Xiaotian Bridge carries no comparable building. Ancient and later builders repeatedly exploited the same geological setting by locking masonry arches between opposing rock walls. The age of Qiaolu Hall is more complicated than popular descriptions often suggest. Fuqing Temple is traditionally connected with the Sui dynasty, placing its origins around the late 6th or early 7th century. Some accounts also assign the bridge to this early period, but surviving historical evidence does not establish every phase of the structure with equal certainty. The earliest surviving inscription at the temple dates to the year 1022. Jingxing County's official account states that the inscription records something remarkable. By the Xianping era, between the years 998 and 1003, people could no longer verify exactly who originally founded the temple or when it had first been established. The same historical record describes a major rebuilding initiated by the monk Kuan Yue in the year 1002. Emperor Zhenzong officially granted the complex the name Fuqing Temple in the year 1014. Lachish was one of the most powerful fortified cities in the Kingdom of Judah, standing on a high mound southwest of Jerusalem, where important routes from the coastal plain entered the interior. By the late 8th century BCE, its massive defenses, fortified gate and palace fort, made it a strategic stronghold, second only to Jerusalem in importance. That position placed Lachish directly in the path of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, when King Sennacherib invaded Judah in 701 BCE. His royal records claim that 46 fortified cities belonging to King Hezekiah were captured during the campaign. Lachish became one of the most important targets, and the remains of its destruction preserve something extremely rare. The physical structure used to attack the city can still be compared with ancient images showing the attack itself. The most extraordinary feature lies against the southwestern side of the mound. Here the Assyrian army constructed a huge artificial siege ramp from stones gathered around Lachish. The surviving structure is roughly 70 meters wide at its base, narrowing toward the summit, and originally contained thousands of tons of material. Instead of forcing soldiers and heavy equipment directly up the steep natural slope, Assyrian engineers effectively rebuilt part of the terrain. Layer after layer of stone created an ascending surface capable of bringing siege engines close enough to strike the fortifications. This was a massive operation carried out while defenders were still occupying the walls above. Research into the ramp has estimated that its construction required millions of individual stones. One study proposed that Assyrian forces could have organized human chains working continuously, potentially moving around 160,000 stones per day. Under such a system, the main body of the ramp may have been completed in only a few weeks. The speed mattered because an army surrounding Lachish needed enormous quantities of food and water, while every additional day gave Judah more time to organize resistance. The defenders understood exactly where the attack was developing. A counter-ramp was constructed behind the threatened section of the city wall, adding a huge mass of material to reinforce the defenses against battering. This created an ancient engineering contest, preserved inside the ground. Assyrian forces were building upward outside the city, while Lachish was strengthening the same area from within. The concentration of slingstones and arrowheads around the attack zone shows that the struggle was not simply an architectural operation. Troops on both sides were fighting over the narrow section where the ramp approached the wall. Once the ramp reached sufficient height, Assyrian siege engines could advance toward the defenses. These machines were protected by heavy coverings and equipped with projecting battering mechanisms capable of repeatedly striking walls. Archers and slingers provided covering fire while the machines moved forward. Defenders attempted to stop them with missiles and burning material thrown from above. The remarkable evidence for this sequence does not come only from Lachish. Hundreds of kilometers away, inside Sennacherib's palace at Nineveh, archaeologists discovered an enormous series of stone reliefs showing the same siege. The Lachish reliefs once covered the walls of Room Exuxvivae of Sennacherib's southwest palace. Created shortly after the campaign, they form one of the most detailed visual records of warfare surviving from the ancient Near East. The city is specifically identified, removing much of the uncertainty that normally surrounds ancient battle imagery. Assyrian soldiers advance beneath the fortifications, while archers and slingers fire upward. Siege machines climb artificial ramps toward the walls. Defenders throw objects and burning material downward, while men inside the machines appear to use water to prevent the equipment from catching fire. The connection between the relief and the physical battlefield is remarkable. The Assyrian artists show siege engines advancing along constructed ramps. At Lachish, the enormous artificial approach remains against the exact city those artists claimed was attacked. Details of the surrounding landscape were also carved into the palace panels, including rocky terrain, vines, fig trees, and other vegetation. Prisoners are shown leaving the captured city, while Assyrian soldiers remove possessions and military equipment. Other scenes depict executions and families being deported after the fall of Lachish. Sennacherib himself appears seated on a throne as prisoners, and captured goods are brought before him. An accompanying cuneiform inscription identifies him as King of the World and King of Assyria, and states that he sat on a throne while the booty of Lachish passed before him. This matters because the relief was not a generic image later associated with the site. The Assyrians deliberately named Lachish and devoted an entire palace room to presenting its defeat. The battle had enough political value for Sennacherib to transform it into one of the major visual statements of his reign. Written Assyrian records provide a third line of evidence. Sennacherib's annals describe his campaign against Hezekiah and claim that 46 fortified cities of Judah were captured using siege works, battering rams, infantry assaults, and breaches in the defenses. Thousands of inhabitants were said to have been taken away. Jerusalem is treated differently. Sennacherib claims that he trapped Hezekiah inside the city like a bird in a cage, but he does not state that Jerusalem was captured. Lachish, in contrast, was clearly conquered and displayed as a major victory in the royal palace. The archaeological destruction at Lachish fits this violent context. A major destruction layer marks the end of the city's occupation level associated with the Assyrian attack. Burned material, damaged defenses, weapons, and the siege installations preserve the physical consequences of the campaign. The ramp is especially important because royal inscriptions and palace reliefs were created to glorify Sennacherib, while thousands of tons of stone piled against the walls served a practical military purpose. Propaganda could exaggerate numbers and victories. The ramp still had to function well enough to move siege equipment toward the city. Lachish eventually returned to life, but its position again placed it in the path of an invading empire more than a century later. During the final years of Judah, Babylonian forces attacked the remaining fortified cities before Jerusalem fell in the early 6th century BCE. This later destruction preserved a completely different form of evidence. 21 inscribed pottery fragments, now called the Lachish letters, were recovered from the site. with 18 found in 1935 among burned debris in the gate area and 3 discovered later. The letters were written in ink using ancient Hebrew script and appear to record military and administrative communications during Judah's final crisis. Several are associated with a man named Hoshayahu communicating with an official named Yaush. They mention orders, movements, and signal systems linking fortified positions. One of the most famous passages refers to watching for the fire signals of Lachish according to established signs, because the signals of Azekah could no longer be seen. Whether Azekah had already fallen remains debated, but the message captures a defensive network operating under severe pressure as Babylonian forces advanced. The Lachish letters belong to the Babylonian period, and not to Sennacherib's siege, yet their discovery gives the site an exceptional sequence of military evidence. One destruction preserved an Assyrian siege ramp, weapons, damaged fortifications, and a battle represented on palace walls hundreds of kilometers away. A later destruction preserved written messages from people living inside Judah's collapsing defense system. At the center of it all remains the ramp of 701 BCE. A structure made from millions of stones still marks the point where Assyrian engineers altered an entire hillside to break into Lachish. The defenders reinforced the wall opposite it. Weapons accumulated around the attack zone. In Nineveh, contemporary artists depicted siege machines climbing constructed slopes toward the named city. Sennacherib's inscriptions recorded the wider campaign, while the destruction layer preserved its consequences in the ground. Few ancient battles leave these different forms of evidence together. At Lachish, the weapon built to reach the walls never disappeared. More than 2,700 years later, it remains part of the landscape where the assault actually happened. Cihuatan rose during one of the most unstable chapters in Mesoamerican history. By the end of the 9th century, many great cities of the classic Maya world had entered severe political decline. Royal dynasties disappeared, monumental construction slowed, long-distance networks shifted, and populations moved across the region. Yet around the 10th century, a new urban center was expanding in central El Salvador, about 36 kilometers north of modern San Salvador. Cihuatan occupied a broad hill overlooking the valley of the Acelhuate and Lempa rivers, with Guazapa volcano dominating the eastern horizon. This was not a small community surviving in the ruins of an older age. Surveys indicate a city covering roughly 3 square kilometers. At its center stood a monumental zone of approximately 28 hectares, evidence of organized labor and political authority. The speed of its development is one of Cihuatan's most striking features. Archaeologists classify its culture as the Guazapa phase, belonging to the early post-classic world that formed after the transformations surrounding the Maya classic collapse. Other Guazapa settlements are known across central and western El Salvador, but Cihuatan appears to have stood at the top of this landscape as the capital of an important polity. Its monumental core included an acropolis, a large ceremonial precinct, plazas, temples, elite buildings and residential platforms extending outward into a much larger inhabited landscape. The city seems to have grown rapidly into a powerful political and ritual center, just as older systems of authority elsewhere were breaking apart. Its main pyramid, structure P7, dominated the ceremonial center. Cihuatan also possessed 2 ball courts, including the North Ball Court, placing the Mesoamerican ball game directly inside the city's monumental life. In 1929, Antonio Sol and engineer Augusto Barata investigated the main pyramid and North Ball Court during the first official archaeological investigations of this kind in El Salvador. At structure P5, which Sol called the Temple of the Idols, 20 feline sculptures were uncovered. Objects found across Cihuatan also reveal connections reaching far beyond El Salvador. Large hollow ceramic figures represented deities associated with central Mexican religious traditions, including imagery of Xipe-Totec, the flayed god later prominent in Aztec religion. Imported Tohil Plumbate pottery reached the city through long-distance exchange networks. Xihuatan combines local traditions with features connected to a much wider Mesoamerican sphere. These connections are crucial because the city appeared after the classic Maya collapse, at a time when people, religious ideas, trade goods, and political traditions were being reorganized across large areas of Mesoamerica. The identity of the Cihuatecos remains one of the site's central problems. Cihuatan is a Nahuatl name usually translated as place next to the woman, traditionally linked to the outline of a reclining woman visible in the peaks of Guasapa volcano. Nahuatl speakers occupied the region when the Spanish arrived, encouraging early attempts to identify the ancient inhabitants directly with Pipil or other Nahua-speaking populations. Chronology complicates that connection. By the Spanish conquest in 1524, Cihuatan had already been deserted for roughly 4 centuries. Researchers have considered migration from Mexico, mixed populations created by movements after the classic collapse, and predominantly local communities whose political and religious systems changed dramatically during the 9th and 10th centuries. The artifacts demonstrate contact and cultural transformation, but they do not provide a simple answer to who founded the city. Cihuatan also seems to have had surprisingly little time to develop. Evidence places its rise around the 10th century, while research on individual buildings suggests its urban life may have lasted little more than a century. Structure P28 captures that interruption. This circular monument was still under construction when work stopped. Its fill reached close to the top of double-stepped retaining walls approximately 1 meter high, but no finished floor was laid, and no planned superstructure was built. Scorched pumice and clay appeared in its upper deposits, together with obsidian projectile points. The builders never came back to complete it. Construction ended because the life of the city itself was ending. The evidence becomes much darker across the rest of Cihuatan. Burned debris has repeatedly been found collapsed directly onto floors in temples, houses, and palace buildings. Ceremonial structures contained large censers and other objects shattered on their floors beneath burned debris. One reconstructed spiked censer measures approximately 1.5 meters high, showing the scale of ritual equipment used in the city. Buildings burned while objects remained inside them, pointing to a sudden abandonment. This matters because a city gradually declining over decades usually leaves a different archaeological pattern. Structures are reused, valuables are removed, buildings deteriorate at different rates, and occupation continues in reduced areas. At Cihuatan, the evidence instead records a destructive event reaching through the urban center. Weapons strengthen the possibility of violent destruction. Arrowheads, lance points, and obsidian projectile points have been recovered among burned deposits. Researchers therefore regard warfare as a strong explanation for the city's end, although the artifacts cannot identify the attackers or determine whether individual weapons belong to defenders. Radiocarbon evidence places the catastrophe around the 11th century. Research has placed the destruction close to 1100, while studies of structure P28 have produced dates around 1030 to 1050. The ranges differ, but both place the fire close to the end of Cihuatan's remarkably short urban history. If the earlier range is correct, a city capable of building a large monumental complex may have survived for only about a century before the event that destroyed it. The disaster may also have reached beyond one city. Studies of the Guazapa phase have reported burning at other settlements belonging to the same cultural horizon, and earlier surveys described both Cihuatan and the large center of Santa Maria as ending through burning and violent destruction. This raises the possibility of a wider regional crisis only generations after the classic Maya collapse. No surviving chronicle from Cihuatan names a ruler, invading army, or enemy state. The final sequence has to be reconstructed from scorched architecture abandoned objects and weapons trapped in destruction deposits. The most striking evidence comes after the fire. Cihuatan did not recover. No convincing evidence shows the destroyed city being substantially reoccupied. Its inhabitants did not restore the temples, rebuild the palace, finish structure P28, or return the monumental center to its former position. When Spanish forces entered the region in 1524, the city had already been abandoned for about 400 years. Cihuatan therefore compresses an extraordinary sequence into a narrow span of time. After the classic Maya political order fractured, a new capital emerged in El Salvador and rapidly constructed a monumental center of about 28 hectares within a city roughly 3 square kilometers in extent. It built pyramids, 2 ball courts, elite compounds and ceremonial enclosures, while absorbing religious and artistic connections extending toward Mexico. Then, barely generations later, construction froze and fire swept through its buildings. 20 feline sculptures from one temple, a censer approximately 1.5 meters high, imported plum-bait pottery, an unfinished circular monument, projectile points and layers of burned debris survive from that world. Together they show a city powerful enough to rise during the aftermath of one major Mesoamerican collapse, only to suffer its own sudden destruction before its identity was ever preserved in a written history. Phu Phrabat is an ancient sacred landscape in northeastern Thailand, where stone markers still preserve the layout of Buddhist ritual spaces created more than 1,000 years ago. Spread across the sandstone terrain of the Korat Plateau in Udon Thani province, the site contains enormous rock shelters, balanced slabs, prehistoric paintings, modified stone surfaces, and one feature far more archaeologically important than the spectacular geology: Sema stones. These upright stones marked consecrated boundaries required for Buddhist monastic ceremonies during the Dvaravati period, roughly from the 7th to the 11th century CE. Most surviving Sema elsewhere have been moved, reused, collected, or separated from the spaces they once defined. Phu Phrabat preserves the world's largest corpus of Dvaravati Sema stones, still standing in their original locations. Their survival allows sections of the mountain to be read almost like an ancient ritual map, rather than a collection of disconnected monuments. The landscape carried cultural significance long before those markers appeared. Phu Phrabat's massive sandstone formations were shaped through geological erosion, producing shelters that can resemble deliberate megalithic architecture. Broad slabs rest on narrow supports, cavities open beneath enormous stone roofs, and isolated formations rise above the surrounding forest. Evidence of human activity here extends back more than 2,000 years. Prehistoric paintings survive at 47 rock shelters and include human figures, hands, animals, and geometric designs. The people who created them left no written explanation of their meaning, but the paintings demonstrate that these formations were being selected and marked centuries before the Buddhist transformation of the mountain. A major change began around the 7th century. Dvaravati communities did not simply replace the strange geology with a conventional monumental temple complex. They incorporated existing formations into a new sacred system. Rock shelters were modified for religious use, while Sema stones were erected around selected spaces. The word Sema refers to a boundary, but these were not ordinary territorial markers. In Buddhist monastic practice, important formal ceremonies require a properly defined consecrated area. The stones establish those ritual boundaries directly within the landscape. An isolated Sema can resemble a simple upright slab, but groups of markers reveal deliberately organized ceremonial zones spread across the mountain. Their greatest archaeological value lies in their position. An artifact removed from its original location can preserve its material, imagery, and workmanship, while losing much of the information created by its relationship with surrounding features. Phu Phrabat retained something much rarer. Its Sema remain in situ, preserving locations selected between the 7th and 11th centuries. UNESCO identifies Phu Phrabat as preserving all types of Sema establishment patterns prescribed in Buddhist scripture, together with the majority of known forms and artistic styles associated with these sacred boundary markers. Their orientations, clusters, relationships with nearby stones, and placement around natural formations record how religious rules were translated into physical space. This information cannot be recovered from isolated Sema relocated to later temples or museum collections. The markers also show that the sacred landscape was not created during a single construction phase. Sema erection continued across the Korat Plateau for more than 4 centuries, and Phu Phrabat preserves changes in their shapes and decorative treatment. Some markers are relatively simple, while others display more developed forms and ornamentation. Together they document changing artistic traditions while retaining their original spatial context. More importantly, the transformation extended beyond a single shrine. Sema were installed around selected natural formations and modified shelters throughout the terrain, gradually converting parts of the mountain into a network of consecrated spaces. This is the most unusual element of Phu Phrabat. Monumental religious sites are normally understood through structures people constructed: walls, towers, foundations, columns, courtyards, and temples. Here, much of the monumental architecture already existed in nature. A sandstone roof resting on eroded supports already formed an enclosed or semi-enclosed shelter. Dvaravati communities could modify the space and establish a ceremonial boundary around it, rather than build an entirely new structure. By positioning Sema around selected formations, they imposed ritual order onto terrain formed millions of years earlier. Over generations, these interventions turned natural geology into functional religious architecture. The prehistoric paintings make that transformation even more significant, because the Buddhist communities were entering a landscape already marked by earlier people. 47 painted shelters preserve human figures, animals, hands, and geometric motifs from a much older cultural phase. There is no secure evidence that Dvaravati communities understood what those prehistoric images originally represented, and the painters cannot simply be identified with the later Buddhist population. The evidence instead demonstrates continuity of place. The same extraordinary geological environment attracted human attention during separate periods separated by centuries. A landscape once marked through painted imagery was eventually reorganized with ritual boundary stones and modified shelters. The scale of the protected area reinforces this interpretation. Phu Phrabat was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Property in 2024 under Criteria 3 and 5. The serial property covers 585.955 hectares, surrounded by a buffer zone of 598.806 hectares. Phu Phrabat Historical Park forms the principal component at 575.976 hectares, while the associated Sema cultural site at Wat Phra Phuthabat Buaban covers 9.979 hectares. These dimensions matter because the archaeological value is not concentrated inside a single temple footprint. Paths, shelters, marked ceremonial areas, stone formations, and their relationships across the terrain form part of the surviving evidence. The preservation of those relationships is especially rare. Sacred boundary markers continue to be used after the Dvaravati period, while older Sema across the region were frequently relocated or reused. A stone may survive physically after being moved, but its original ceremonial relationship with other markers and the surrounding landscape disappears. Phu Phrabat escaped this process on an exceptional scale. UNESCO emphasizes that its original spatial patterns remain unchanged and that the physical forms and decorative art of the Sema retain their authenticity. Researchers therefore do not have to reconstruct the ancient arrangement entirely from scattered artifacts. The markers remain where ancient communities intended them to function. The discovery began in 1938, when University of Oregon archaeologist Luther Cressman and his team were investigating Fort Rock Cave in south-central Oregon. Among the sediment, they began finding pieces of woven sagebrush bark. At first, they looked like fragments of ordinary plant fiber, but more pieces appeared, including recognizable soles and woven sections that had once covered human feet. They were sandals, and there was not just one. Cressman eventually reported between 75 and 100 complete sandals and fragments from the cave, ranging from small examples associated with children to large adult sizes. Many were worn, broken, or heavily damaged. Instead of a single object accidentally preserved in a dry cave, Fort Rock contained evidence that footwear had been made, used, and discarded repeatedly by people living in this region thousands of years ago. Their position inside the cave immediately created a chronological problem. The sandals were found beneath a distinctive layer of volcanic ash, linked to the eruption of Mount Mazama, the volcano whose collapsed caldera later became Crater Lake. That eruption occurred roughly 7,600 years ago. Anything securely sealed beneath the ash had to be older. Cressman argued that the footwear belonged to a much earlier period of human occupation, but in 1938, there was no radiocarbon dating capable of directly testing the age of the plant fibers. His interpretation depended heavily on stratigraphy, and claims of very early human activity in North America were still controversial. Several archaeologists doubted that woven footwear could really be as ancient as Cressman believed. The scientific test arrived years later. Radiocarbon dating was developed during the late 1940s, creating a way to measure the age of organic material through radioactive carbon remaining inside it. In 1951, sagebrush bark from the Fort Rock sandals became part of the early generation of archaeological material tested with the technique. Initial measurements placed the sandals at roughly 9,000 radiocarbon years before present. After calibration, the oldest ranges extended beyond 10,000 years. Later direct measurements strengthened the result. Fort Rock-style sandals from the northern Great Basin have produced ages generally between about 10,500 and 9,100 years ago, while a University of Oregon museum project dating 10 examples obtained calendar ages extending to approximately 10,440 years. 13 years after the discovery, the technology that had not existed when Cressman made his claim showed that his basic interpretation was correct. The age alone is remarkable, but the quantity makes Fort Rock far more important. One 10,000-year-old sandal could represent an unusual accident of preservation. Dozens of sandals and fragments point toward a repeated technological tradition. Many pieces show clear wear, indicating that they were functional objects rather than newly manufactured items simply placed inside the cave. Their different sizes suggest use by people of different ages. The concentration also accumulated across time rather than representing a single moment when an entire group suddenly abandoned its footwear. Direct dating of individual museum specimens has revealed differences in age between pieces that once appeared to belong to the same collection. Fort Rock was preserving repeated episodes of human activity. Closer examination revealed that the sandals were not crude pieces of bark tied beneath the foot. Archaeologists recognize their construction as a distinct technological tradition known as the Fort Rock style. Their makers first processed sagebrush bark into usable fibers and cords. The sole was formed through twining, in which paired weft elements were twisted around stronger longitudinal warp cords. A typical sandal used about 5 heavy rope warps running through the sole. The fibers were tightly worked from the heel toward the front, producing a dense surface capable of supporting the foot against rough ground. The construction changed when the maker reached the toe. The heavier warp elements could be divided into finer strands, folded back, and incorporated into a more open woven section, forming a flexible toe flap. Loops positioned near the heel and cords running around the sides created a fastening system that could secure the sandal to the foot. The object therefore combined several structures in one design: a dense sole for durability, a more flexible upper section, and cords for attachment. Producing it required control over fiber preparation, cord making, twining, tension, shape, and the mechanical differences between separate parts of the foot. This is one of the strongest pieces of evidence from Fort Rock. More than 10,000 years ago, people here were not simply experimenting with plant fibers. They were following a repeatable manufacturing system sophisticated enough for archaeologists to recognize the same style at other sites. Fort Rock-type footwear has been identified at more than half a dozen dry caves across southeastern Oregon and northwestern Nevada. More than 20 individual sandals from several locations have received direct radiocarbon dates. Examples from Catlow Cave and Cougar Mountain Cave also fall thousands of years into the early Holocene. The technology therefore existed beyond one cave and one maker. Knowledge of how to manufacture this footwear had to be remembered, taught, and reproduced across generations. Fort Rock Cave itself helps explain why so much survived. The cave lies within a volcanic landscape shaped during a much wetter period of the Great Basin. Near the end of the Pleistocene, a large lake occupied the surrounding basin, and waves cut the cavity into relatively soft volcanic rock. The cave extends roughly 75 feet into the formation. By the time people were using Fort Rock-style sandals, the huge lake had largely retreated, although smaller lakes, ponds, and marshes remained. The landscape contained waterfowl, game, edible plants, wet ground, seasonal cold, and abrasive surfaces. Woven footwear would have been useful equipment for people moving repeatedly through such terrain. Sagebrush bark also reveals a side of prehistoric technology that normally disappears. Archaeological sites often preserve stone projectile points because stone can survive almost indefinitely. Objects made from bark, wood, grass, hide, cord, and other organic materials usually decay. Fort Rock's dry conditions preserved something that is missing from most sites of similar age. This changes the image created by stone tools alone. People living more than 10,000 years ago were working with materials that demanded completely different skills: stripping bark, preparing fibers, twisting cords, controlling weaving patterns, and constructing objects designed to bend around the human body. Later indigenous communities in the Great Basin also produced footwear from plant materials such as tule reeds and sagebrush bark, showing how effective these resources could be in marsh and desert environments. Some forms could even be combined with dry grass for insulation. This does not establish that the Fort Rock sandals were used in exactly the same way, but it demonstrates that plant-based footwear was practical technology rather than decorative experimentation. The ancient examples had already reached a level where separate structural elements were adapted for strength, flexibility, and fastening. Iflatun Pınar is a Hittite monument more than 3,000 years old, near Lake Beyşehir in central Anatolia, Turkey. Dating most likely to the second half of the 13th century BCE, it initially looks like a monumental stone relief built beside a natural spring. Yet the carved facade was only one part of a much larger structure. Archaeological investigation revealed an artificial basin measuring roughly 34 by 31 meters, surrounded by carefully fitted stone walls and connected to channels that controlled the spring. Iflatun Pınar was not simply decorated with water imagery. Its builders engineered the monument so that real water could move through the architecture and emerge through representations of the gods. The main facade rises more than 6 meters and consists of large andesite blocks carved with a complex Hittite divine scene. A male and female pair, generally identified as the storm god and sun goddess, dominate the composition. Around them are supernatural figures, winged solar symbols, bullmen, lionmen, and a lower row of 5 mountain gods. These figures form a carefully arranged hierarchy, linking the divine world above with mountains, earth, and water below. Springs and mountains held sacred importance in Hittite religion, but at Eflatun Pinar, that relationship was turned into physical architecture. The most unusual evidence appears in the mountain gods at the bottom of the facade. 3 central figures contain drilled openings roughly 35 millimeters in diameter, positioned among the scale-like patterns of their garments. These openings were connected with the monument's hydraulic system. Water could pass through them, creating the appearance that it was emerging directly from the carved gods. The relief was therefore not meant to function only as a static image. When water moved through the system, part of the sculpture effectively came alive. This is the feature that makes Eflatun Pinar so unusual among Bronze Age monuments. The builders combined a natural spring, hydraulic engineering, and religious sculpture into one functioning structure. Water entered through controlled inlet areas and channels before reaching the large basin. Its movement was incorporated into the religious imagery rather than simply flowing beside it. The surface of the basin would also have reflected the 6-meter-high facade, placing the divine figures directly above moving water, while parts of the structure released water back into the pool. Further investigation showed that the hydraulic imagery extended beyond the mountain gods. One enormous carved block associated with the basin weighs more than 22 tons and carries 3 projecting bullheads. Openings through the stone allowed water to pass through these forms, effectively turning the bulls into monumental water outlets. Bulls were closely associated with the Hittite storm god, so their position within a spring sanctuary was unlikely to be decorative alone. Water, animal symbolism, and divine power were physically connected within the same engineered system. Other carved elements around the basin included figures interpreted as spring goddesses, strengthening the connection between the monument and sacred water. The basin itself covered more than 1,000 square meters. Its builders had to control the natural spring closely enough to direct water through channels and carved openings without allowing it simply to spread across the surrounding ground. The heights of the inlet, outlets, and basin walls all mattered. A system designed around gravity required the stonework and water levels to operate together. Building it required a major logistical effort. Thousands of tons of stone were used, including andesite, transported from sources around 5 kilometers away. The 22-ton bull block alone demonstrates the scale of the transport problem. Workers had to move these stones across Bronze Age terrain, shape them, lift them into position, and fit them into a structure that also had to manage water. The result was not rough megalithic construction. Large ashlar blocks were carefully prepared and assembled into walls, while several stones served simultaneously as structural pieces and carved religious images. The sculpture therefore had to be planned together with the architecture. A stone carrying part of a deity could also form part of the basin wall or hydraulic structure. The location of drilled openings mattered because they had to align with the movement of water behind or around the relief. The builders were coordinating quarrying, transport, stone carving, structural engineering, and water management in a single project. This makes Eflatun Pinar one of the clearest surviving examples of Hittite monumental architecture interacting directly with a natural landscape. Its date makes the monument even more intriguing. Eflatun Pinar was constructed near the end of the Hittite Empire, a powerful Bronze Age state that controlled much of Anatolia and territories extending into northern Syria. Hittite rulers produced large archives of clay tablets, monumental inscriptions, and religious texts. They recorded treaties, rituals, royal actions, and relationships with their gods in considerable detail. Yet Eflatun Pinar contains no surviving inscription explaining itself. There is no royal name identifying who commissioned the sanctuary. No carved text states why this particular spring received such an enormous monument. No inscription explains the ritual performed around the basin, or why water was deliberately made to emerge through divine figures. The architecture clearly establishes a religious setting, and the storm god, sun goddess, mountain gods, bulls and spring imagery all belong to recognizable Hittite traditions. The precise purpose of the hydraulic performance remains uncertain. Researchers can identify what many parts of the monument physically did without knowing exactly what those actions meant to the people who built it. Water was controlled, channels directed it. Openings were deliberately drilled through carved figures. Bull-shaped outlets released it. A large basin collected it beneath a towering divine facade. These are physical features preserved in stone, not later legends. The unanswered question lies in the ceremony that brought all of them together. The sanctuary may have been connected with rituals involving sacred springs, purification, offerings, or the divine forces believed to govern mountains, storms, and water. Without a surviving text from the monument, none of these interpretations can completely explain the system. The identity of the ruler behind the project is also uncertain. Stylistic and architectural evidence places it firmly within the Hittite imperial world, but the king who ordered thousands of tons of stone moved to this spring left no confirmed signature there. The original monument would have looked far more dynamic than the surviving structure suggests. Water entered a basin approximately 34 meters long and 31 meters wide beneath a facade more than 6 meters high. It passed through carefully positioned architectural features, appeared through mountain gods, and flowed through massive bull forms. The spring itself became part of the religious image. Instead of carving gods merely associated with water, the Hittites constructed a system in which the gods appeared to physically produce it. Yeni Kale rises above the Kahta River in southeastern Turkey, around 20 kilometers north of modern Kahta, on a steep rocky height facing the ancient royal center of Arsamea. From the valley, it appears to be a conventional mountain fortress, protected by cliffs, towers, and walls. Inside the rock, however, its builders created a far more unusual defensive system. The fortress contained a concealed route descending toward the river, designed to solve the most dangerous weakness of a stronghold built so high above its surroundings: access to water during a siege. Official Turkish records describe a route approximately 400 meters long, descending from the eastern side of the fortress toward the Kahta River, while an approximately 80-meter aqueduct and tunnel section allowed access to water through the protected interior. Instead of forcing defenders to leave the walls and descend an exposed slope, Yeni Kale turned the mountain itself into part of its survival system. The problem was simple, but potentially fatal. A fortress on a cliff could resist direct assault for weeks, yet an attacking army could surround it and cut access to the river below. Yeni Kale countered this with several layers of water infrastructure. Cisterns stored reserves inside the fortified complex, while stairs, covered galleries and rock-cut passages descended toward the Kahta River, known in antiquity as the Nymphaios. Turkish cultural authorities state that the staircase was intended both to reach water and to provide an escape route in dangerous conditions. The system therefore had at least 3 functions: maintaining water supplies, moving people between different elevations without exposing them openly on the slope, and providing a possible emergency route if the upper fortress was breached. The approximately 80-meter water access section is the most remarkable part of the complex. Here, the architecture disappears into the rock, rather than remaining on the surface. Movement toward the river could continue through protected spaces hidden beneath or within the fortified terrain. Attackers looking upward would see a fortress apparently isolated hundreds of feet above its water source, while defenders possessed a concealed connection descending toward it. The 400-meter approach toward the river and the shorter protected water route should not be confused as a single 400-meter tunnel. Together, they formed different parts of a larger system connecting the fortress with the valley below. Beside this descending network, was an equally unusual communication installation. Records describe a pigeon house associated with the route, while architectural documentation identifies 32 individual nesting niches in an upper chamber and an opening through which the birds could enter and leave. Messenger pigeons offered a way to transmit information when roads around the fortress were blocked. During a siege, Yeni-Kale could therefore preserve two connections with the outside world: a concealed physical route toward water below and an aerial communication system above. This combination suggests that the defenders were preparing not simply to survive an attack on the walls, but to continue operating while completely surrounded. The rest of Yeni-Kale supports that interpretation. Within the fortified area were cisterns, residential and palace spaces, defensive towers, a mosque or masjid, prison and dungeon areas, a bath and other service structures. This was a place capable of sustaining an organized population rather than a temporary lookout position. Water storage was especially important because even a hidden river route could become dangerous during intense fighting. Stored reserves allowed the garrison to remain inside the upper defenses, while the descending passage acted as a second layer of security when those reserves became insufficient. The architecture visible above the passage is mainly connected with the medieval Mamluks, and inscriptions provide unusually precise dates for several building phases. Sultan al-Mansur Qalawun is associated with construction in 1286. Al-Ashraf Khalil appears in inscriptions connected with work between 1291 and 1293, and Al-Nasir Muhammad is associated with further construction in 1309. Their names survive around important parts of the fortress, including the entrance, mosque, and palace area. Yeni-Kale was therefore not constructed in one campaign. Walls, rooms, and defensive installations were repeatedly rebuilt as control of this strategic river corridor changed. Yet the mountain's history begins much earlier than those 13th and 14th century inscriptions. Across the river lies Arsamea, one of the principal royal centers of the Kingdom of Commagene. The ancient site contains inscriptions, monumental reliefs, royal structures, and its own extraordinary rock-cut passage descending approximately 158 meters into the bedrock. Research led by Friedrich Karl Dörner began revealing major evidence there in the early 1950s. In 1951, part of a monumental inscription was identified, and work beginning in 1953 exposed more of the ancient complex associated with Antiochus I and his father Mithridates I Callinicus. The Commagene evidence is important because ancient records connect the height occupied by Yeni-Kale with an earlier royal and military landscape. The medieval Mamluks were therefore rebuilding a position that had strategic importance more than 1,000 years earlier. Arsamea demonstrates that engineers in this valley were already capable of cutting enormous artificial corridors through living rock during the Hellenistic period. Its approximately 158-meter subterranean passage stands almost opposite the later concealed water system of Yeni-Kale. There is no secure evidence that both passages were parts of a single installation, but their proximity creates a major archaeological question. Which portions of Yeni-Kale's hidden routes were first cut by medieval builders, and which may follow structures or plans inherited from the Commagene period? Carved high into the sandstone mountains of Petra, Ad-Dea presents a contradiction that has never been fully resolved. Its enormous facade, nearly 48 meters high and about 47 meters wide, carries the visual language of Nabatean monumental tombs: towering columns, a broken pediment, a circular tholos, and a massive stone urn above the entrance. Everything about the exterior appears designed to commemorate someone of exceptional importance. Yet the chamber behind this monumental facade does not contain the clear burial arrangement expected from such an imposing tomb. Instead, its interior contains features connected with gathering and ceremony. This conflict between a tomb-like exterior and a ritual interior lies at the center of Ad-Dir's mystery. Was it actually created as a tomb, or did the Nabateans have a very different purpose in mind? Ad-Dir is generally dated to the early 2nd century AD, near the final period of the independent Nabatean kingdom. Its familiar name provides no answer. Ad-Dir means the monastery, but this name comes from Christians who reused the chamber centuries after its construction and carved crosses into its walls. The monument was therefore not originally a Christian monastery. Its Nabatean name has disappeared, along with any direct explanation of why such an enormous structure was cut into the mountain. The facade naturally invites comparison with Petra's royal and elite tombs. Nabatean builders frequently transformed cliffs into elaborate funerary monuments, combining local traditions with architectural forms influenced by the Hellenistic world. Ad-Dir follows this monumental language on an extraordinary scale. Entering the chamber, however, creates a different impression. Long stone benches run along the room, while the rear wall contains a large central recess reached by steps. These features are difficult to explain if the space functioned only as a conventional burial chamber. They correspond more closely with a place where groups could gather for ceremonies and sacred meals. This has led to comparisons between Ad-Dir and a Nabatean biclinium, a ceremonial dining room used for communal or religious banquets. Ritual dining played an important role in Nabatean religious life, and Petra contains several spaces associated with sacred meals and commemorative gatherings. The area directly outside Ad-Dir strengthens this interpretation. A large open court extends before the facade, with evidence that architectural elements, including columns, once formed part of the surrounding space. Such an arrangement could accommodate gatherings far more easily than a monument designed simply to contain a burial. The most intriguing clue comes from an inscription associated with the area. It refers to a symposium of Obodas the god. Those few words radically change the possible interpretation of Ad-Dir. Obodas was a name used by Nabatean kings, and a Nabatean ruler bearing that name became the object of divine veneration after death. The reference to a symposium suggests an organized ceremonial gathering connected with Obodas the god, raising the possibility that this part of Petra was associated with a royal cult dedicated to a ruler who had been elevated to divine status. If Ad-Dir was connected with such a cult, several unusual features begin to fit together. Its tomb-like facade could commemorate royal death and status without requiring the chamber itself to serve primarily as a grave. The stone benches could accommodate participants in ritual meals. The elevated recess at the rear could serve as a ceremonial focal point, while the large court outside could receive larger gatherings. Ad-Dir may therefore have combined functions that are difficult to separate: memorial, sanctuary, ceremonial hall, and possibly a place associated with the cult of a deceased ruler. The inscription, however, does not provide a final answer. No surviving text states that Ad-Dir was built specifically as a sanctuary for Obodas, nor does it identify the person who commissioned the monument or describe the ceremonies performed there. Several Nabatean kings carried the name Obodas, making the historical connection more complicated. The link between the inscription and the monument is powerful enough to support the cult interpretation, but not strong enough to prove exactly how Ad-Dir functioned. The monument itself adds another remarkable dimension. Ad-Dir was not constructed from blocks stacked into walls and columns. Its entire facade was produced by removing sandstone from the cliff, leaving the architectural forms behind. The columns, capitals, pediments, circular tholos, and even the giant urn are parts of the original mountain. Workers had to maintain proportions and symmetry across a facade approaching 50 meters in height while cutting progressively deeper into the rock. A serious mistake could not simply be corrected by replacing a damaged stone. The mountain itself was the building material. Its elevated location may also have been significant. Reaching Ad-Dir requires climbing high above Petra's central areas through steep mountainous terrain. An ancient visitor approaching the monument would eventually emerge before a huge open court dominated by the rock-cut facade. If ceremonies connected with royal worship occurred here, the ascent could have created a transition between the city below and a sacred space above. The landscape, court, and monument would then form parts of the same ceremonial setting. For centuries, one of the most important sacred cities of the Hittite world survived only in ancient texts. Nerik appears repeatedly in cuneiform records as the home of the storm god of Nerik, a deity closely connected with Hittite kingship, rainfall, fertility, and royal ritual. The city was important enough for kings to organize ceremonies around it, yet its physical location eventually disappeared from historical memory. Hattusa and several other Hittite centers could be identified, but Nerik remained somewhere in northern Anatolia, known by name but missing from the map. Then a mound near Vizirköprü in northern Turkey began producing evidence that pointed toward an extraordinary possibility. Oymarch-Höyük might not simply be another Hittite settlement, it could be Nerik itself. The location already fitted several clues preserved in Hittite records. Oymarch-Höyük lies in Samsun province, roughly 70 kilometers south of the Black Sea, within the northern region where scholars had long searched for Nerik. The mound occupies a commanding position over the surrounding landscape and contains evidence of settlement stretching through multiple periods. More important was the discovery of a large monumental complex on its summit. Covering roughly 2,500 square meters, the structure had massive walls and a layout consistent with an important Hittite sanctuary. A city remembered primarily as the cult center of a major god should have possessed a substantial religious complex, and Oymarch appeared to contain exactly that. Nerik had an unusual history even during the lifetime of the Hittite Empire. Northern Anatolia was repeatedly contested between the Hittites and groups known collectively as the Kashgar. At certain periods, the Hittites lost control of Nerik, cutting them off from one of their sacred cities. Yet its religious importance did not disappear. Hittite rulers continued performing rituals connected with the storm god of Nerik, even when they could no longer control the city itself. Later kings celebrated the recovery of northern territories and the return of Nerik to Hittite authority. This history meant that any convincing candidate needed to fit not only the correct region, but also the chronology and religious importance described in the written sources. The strongest evidence came from clay rather than stone. 27 cuneiform tablets and fragments recovered at Oymarch provided a direct link with the Hittite textual world. Among the names preserved on them was Nerik. That discovery was significant, but the presence of a city name alone could not settle the question. Ancient documents frequently mentioned places far from where they were written. Far more important was the context surrounding the name. Other information preserved on the tablets corresponded closely with what Hittite records from elsewhere said about Nerik. One crucial connection involved Dahanga, a name associated in Hittite sources with the sanctuary of the storm god of Nerik. Dahanga also appeared in texts recovered from Oymarch. Another tablet referred to Nerik together with the storm god of Nerik, directly connecting the place name with the deity whose cult defined the lost city's identity. This was no longer simply a settlement located in approximately the correct region. The writing emerging from the mound contained the same religious names expected at Nerik. Geography, architecture, and textual evidence were beginning to converge. One document also contains the name Shupiluluima. Based on the form of the writing, researchers have associated it with Shupiluluima II, generally regarded as the final known ruler of the Hittite Empire. His reign belongs near the beginning of the 12th century BCE, shortly before the imperial system centered on Hattusa disappeared. If the identification is correct, activity at Oymarch continued into the final phase of Hittite political power. This fits a city whose history remained tied to the kingdom until its last centuries. The monumental sanctuary provides another important clue. Evidence beneath the later Hittite building indicates that an earlier monumental structure had occupied the same area. The later temple therefore seems to have been built over a location that already carried importance. Among material associated with the earlier phase were fragments of bull figures covered with red pigment. Bulls held strong symbolic connections with storm deities in Anatolian religious traditions. At a site suspected of being the home of the storm god of Nerik, their presence adds another piece to the pattern. The bull fragments cannot identify Nerik by themselves, but beside the tablets and sanctuary, they become much harder to dismiss as irrelevant. The complex was also connected with organized administration. One cuneiform document records an inventory of objects associated with the temple, including metal items, textiles or leather goods, and valuable objects of gold and silver. Some were placed inside a container and sealed. Such records suggest that the sanctuary controlled property and maintained formal accounts. Researchers have even considered whether scribes worked within the complex. This matches the kind of institution expected at an important Hittite cult center, where religious ceremonies would have required priests, officials, supplies, valuable objects, storage, and written records. The case for Nerik, therefore, does not depend on one spectacular discovery. It comes from several independent clues pointing toward the same conclusion. Oymarch lies in the northern region expected from Hittite geography. Its occupation fits the necessary period. A monumental sanctuary dominates the mound. Earlier sacred construction appears beneath it. Religious imagery associated with storm gods occurs there. Administrative documents reveal the operation of a wealthy temple institution. Most importantly, cuneiform texts from the site contain Nerik, the storm god of Nerik, and Dahanga, names closely connected with the lost sacred city. This combination is why Oymarch Höyük has become such a strong candidate. Finding the word Nerik somewhere in northern Anatolia would be interesting. Finding it inside a major Hittite religious center would be far more significant. Finding it there together with the city's god and another name tied to its sanctuary transforms the argument. Each clue supports the others. The architecture gives context to the texts, while the texts provide an identity for the architecture. Munkadonja was not built as a fortress once and then left unchanged. Roughly 3,500 to 4,000 years ago, the community occupying this hill on the Istrian Peninsula repeatedly modified its defenses. A relatively simple entrance became increasingly fortified. Massive bastions appeared beside the gate. Walls were strengthened and expanded. Some passages were narrowed, reorganized, or closed completely. Additional stone obstacles complicated the approach from outside. Each stage made the settlement more difficult to penetrate than before. The pattern raises a question that the surviving ruins cannot answer. What happened in the Bronze Age world around Munkadonja that convinced its inhabitants their old defenses were no longer enough? The fortified settlement stood near present-day Rovinj in Croatia, occupying a hill with commanding views over the surrounding landscape and routes connected with the Adriatic. During the 2nd millennium BC, this region formed part of wider networks linking communities around the Adriatic, Central Europe, Italy, and the Mediterranean. Munkadonja covered several hectares and was divided into distinct zones, including an elevated acropolis and upper and lower residential areas. Estimates suggest that around 1,000 people may have lived there at its height. This was a substantial organized community, capable of mobilizing large amounts of labor for construction and defense. A powerful stone circuit surrounded the hill. The main defensive line extended for roughly a kilometer, with sections several meters thick. Local limestone provided the principal material, assembled into massive dry stone structures without mortar. Yet the scale of the walls is not the most revealing feature. More important is that the defensive system did not remain static. Different building phases show that later inhabitants repeatedly reconsidered the weaknesses of the original design and altered it. The western gate preserves the clearest evidence. Its earlier arrangement was comparatively straightforward, but later construction transformed the entrance into a much more controlled defensive space. Large stone structures developed beside it, eventually creating an imposing chambered gateway, protected by bastion-like masses. Anyone attempting to enter could no longer simply pass through an opening in the perimeter. The route became restricted and increasingly exposed to defenders positioned around the entrance. This represents more than an architectural preference. Gates are naturally vulnerable points because even the strongest wall must contain openings for people, animals, and goods. Munkadonja's builders gradually turned that weakness into a defensive mechanism. A narrow and controlled approach could slow attackers, break their formation, limit the number able to enter simultaneously, and expose them for longer periods. The architecture itself became part of the weapon. Other alterations followed the same principle. Walls were enlarged, access routes changed, and some entrances appear to have been abandoned or sealed. Outside sections of the western defenses were stone obstacles positioned in ways that would make rapid movement toward the fortification more difficult. An approaching force could therefore encounter several layers of resistance before reaching the inhabited interior. Difficult terrain, external obstacles, heavy walls, restricted passages, and defended gateways. Seen individually, these changes might appear to be normal maintenance. Their sequence tells a different story. A simple gate becomes stronger. Bastions appear. Walls become more substantial. Access is increasingly restricted. Obstacles are added outside. Munkadonja was not merely repairing old structures. Its inhabitants were changing the logic of their defensive system. Studies of the fortifications have connected some of these changes with developments in Bronze Age weapons and fighting methods. This is the most intriguing possibility surrounding Munkadonja. If offensive warfare was changing, defenses designed for an earlier form of conflict could become dangerously outdated. Improvements in weapons, shields, projectile technology, close combat equipment, or organized attacks could force fortified communities to redesign vulnerable areas. A gate capable of resisting one type of assault might fail against another. Munkadonja may preserve exactly this kind of response in stone. Instead of written descriptions of battles, there are successive layers of architecture. Each reconstruction represents a decision. Someone examined an existing defensive system and determined that it needed to become stronger. Later, another generation appears to have reached the same conclusion again. The result resembles a slow architectural arms race in which defenses evolved as the dangers outside them changed. Some later work around the Acropolis adds another clue. Certain strengthening phases show less regular construction than earlier structures. The difference has been interpreted as a possible sign that defensive work became more urgent. This does not prove that an enemy army was already approaching while the walls were being built, but it suggests a shift in priorities. Speed and defensive strength may at some point have mattered more than the careful execution visible in earlier construction. The greatest mystery is that the enemy has no name. Munkadonja left no written account explaining a war, identifying rival communities, or recording why particular entrances had to be transformed. The walls preserve the reaction, but not the event that caused it. Competition over territory, resources, livestock, political influence, or control of regional exchange routes could all have generated conflict, yet none can currently be identified as the single explanation. There is another unusual element at the western entrance. Stone-built graves associated with the gateway contained human remains. with some evidence reaching back toward periods earlier than the main fortified settlement. The dead were therefore connected with one of Munkadonja's most important boundaries. The placement may have carried social or symbolic meaning, linking the community's ancestors with the entrance through which outsiders approached. The gate was not simply a military checkpoint. It may also have represented identity, ancestry, and control over who belonged inside the walls. The repeated rebuilding also reveals the scale of the perceived danger. Moving limestone, constructing walls several meters thick, modifying gateways, building bastions, closing entrances, and maintaining a defensive circuit around the hill required considerable labor. A community of roughly 1,000 people could not continually invest effort in fortification without sacrificing time that could otherwise support agriculture, housing, storage, craft production, and exchange. The fact that these projects continued suggests that protection remained a serious priority. The wider Bronze Age gives this transformation a plausible setting. The second millennium BC brought major changes in exchange, social organization, metal production, weaponry, and fortified settlements around the Adriatic and neighboring regions. Valuable materials and goods moved over increasing distances, while strategic routes could create both wealth and competition. Conflict did not require vast armies. Raiding groups or rival communities, equipped with improved weapons, could be enough to expose weaknesses in an older defensive design. Xincal de Quimaville was built deep in the mountains of what is now Catamarca, Argentina, more than 1,000 kilometers from Cusco and close to the southern limits of Inca expansion. Yet this distant settlement contains something unexpected. Its builders created an enormous central plaza, a ceremonial platform known as an ushnu, large calanca halls, storage buildings, engineered water channels, monumental stairways, and direct connections with the Inca road network. More strangely, two natural hills beside the plaza were deliberately reshaped and incorporated into the design. Taken separately, these features belong to the familiar architecture of Tawantinsuyu. Together, however, they have led researchers toward a far more intriguing interpretation. Xincal may have functioned as a new Cusco, a distant center where the political and sacred landscape of the imperial capital was recreated near the edge of the empire. The settlement covers more than 30 hectares and contains nearly 100 identified structures, but its importance is clearest at the ceremonial core. Here stands a vast plaza, measuring roughly 175 meters on each side. Such a space was far larger than necessary for ordinary daily activity. Inca plazas were places of public gathering, state ceremonies, feasting, redistribution, and displays of authority. Xincal's plaza could accommodate crowds arriving from surrounding territories, turning the center into a stage where imperial power was experienced collectively. Its scale suggests that the city was designed not simply for the people who lived there, but also for visitors brought into its political and ceremonial orbit. Inside this great open space stands the ushnu, one of Xincal's most important structures. The platform measures about 16 by 16 meters and rises approximately 2 meters above the surrounding plaza. 9 steps lead toward its upper surface. Across the Inca world, ushnus were closely connected with state ritual and authority. Officials could occupy these elevated platforms during ceremonies, while offerings and public gatherings reinforced the relationship between local communities and the empire. At Xincal, the position of the ushnu placed imperial authority at the visual center of the settlement. Even with Cusco far beyond the northern horizon, the symbols of its political order could be reproduced in stone. Objects found around the platform strengthen its ceremonial character. Among them were traces of offerings and mulu, the valued shell of spondylus. mollusks associated with ritual throughout the Andes. These shells came from Pacific waters, far from the interior valleys of Catamarca. Their presence shows that Xincal participated in long-distance networks capable of moving highly symbolic materials across enormous distances. A ritual object originating near the Pacific coast could travel through Tawantinsuyu and eventually reach an Ushnu near its southern frontier. Xincal was geographically remote, but it was not culturally isolated from the imperial center. The most visually unusual part of the site lies beside the plaza. Two natural hills rise on opposite sides of the central area, one toward the east and another toward the west. The Inca did not leave them untouched. Their summits were modified and flattened, stone features were constructed upon them, and monumental stairways created formal routes upward. This was a major investment of labor, with little obvious defensive purpose. Instead of placing architecture only on the landscape, the builders turned the landscape itself into architecture. This transformation is crucial to understanding Xincal. A person moving through the ceremonial center would not have experienced the plaza, Ushnu, stairways, and hills as isolated monuments. They formed a connected environment. Processions could cross the plaza and climb toward the elevated summits, while the two hills framed the ceremonial space below. Their east-west relationship has also encouraged studies of possible connections with solar positions and the horizon. Xincal should not simply be described as an astronomical observatory, but orientation clearly mattered enough to deserve attention. The position of architecture, natural elevations, movement, and the sky may have worked together during important ceremonies. Large rectangular buildings known as calancas stood around the central zone. Such halls commonly appear at major Inca centers and were capable of accommodating groups involved in state gatherings and official activities. Xincal also possessed numerous kolka, storage buildings used within the imperial system to hold food and other resources. Their presence reveals the practical machinery behind the ceremonial landscape. Large gatherings required supplies. Officials, travelers, workers, and groups arriving for public events had to be supported. Monumental architecture and administration were therefore closely connected. The plaza gathered people. The Ushnu represented authority. The calancas supported collective activity, and the storehouses supplied the system. Water was also drawn into this carefully organized landscape. At Piedra Raja, channels were cut through and around large rocks to control its movement. Some sections appear more elaborate than a purely functional channel would require, raising the possibility that water possessed a ceremonial role alongside its practical value. Throughout the Andes, mountains, springs, rivers, stones, and other natural features could carry sacred significance. At Xincal, engineered water existed within the same environment as altered hills, ceremonial platforms, monumental stairs, and public spaces. The result was a place where infrastructure and ritual could overlap rather than exist as separate systems. Xincal was also connected to the Capacñan, the immense road system that bound the Inca territories together. These roads moved messengers, officials, armies, labor, goods, and information through some of the most difficult terrain in South America. They also allowed imperial ideas to travel. Anyone approaching Xincal through this network entered a landscape filled with recognizable symbols of Inca organization. The road brought visitors toward the settlement. The plaza gathered them. The Ushnu displayed authority. The calancas and storehouses supported state activity, and the altered hills extended that political order into the surrounding geography. All of these elements become more significant when Xincal is compared with Cusco. The Inca capital was not defined only by individual temples or palaces. Its political and sacred order extended into roads, mountains, ceremonial places, water, and other features of the surrounding landscape. Power was expressed through relationships between architecture and geography. A distant center, therefore, did not need to reproduce every street or building of Cusco to evoke the capital. It could reproduce its principles. This is the foundation of the new Cusco interpretation of Xincal. The idea does not mean that the settlement was a perfect miniature map of the imperial capital. Instead, Xincal may have recreated the symbolic structure of Cusco through a combination of monumental public space, an ushnu, controlled movement, ceremonial hills, state buildings, water management, storage facilities, and imperial roads. The resemblance lies less in identical buildings than in the way the entire landscape was organized. That distinction changes how the site can be understood. The two modified hills were not simply convenient high points. The plaza was not merely empty ground. The ushnu was not an isolated platform. The kalankas, storehouses, channels, stairways, and roads were not unrelated construction projects. Together they created a sequence through which people could physically experience imperial order. Visitors entered along roads controlled by the state, moved into a monumental gathering space, faced a platform representing authority, and stood between hills that had themselves been reshaped into ceremonial monuments. Bori Kalimbwang preserves something extraordinarily rare, a bridge between the lost world of megalith builders and a culture whose methods of raising monumental stones survived long enough to be observed and recorded. At most ancient stone sites, researchers arrive thousands of years too late. The ropes have vanished, wooden equipment has decayed, ceremonies have been forgotten, and no one remains who remembers why the stones were raised. At Bori Kalimbwang, in the highlands of Sulawesi, Indonesia, that disappearance is incomplete. More than 100 standing stones occupy a ceremonial landscape associated with the Toraja, while traditions surrounding the transportation, erection, and meaning of such monuments survived into comparatively recent history. It provides a rare opportunity to understand how a society without cranes or industrial machinery could move enormous stones and transform them into monuments capable of surviving for generations. Bori Kalimbwang lies in North Toraja, a mountainous region of steep valleys, forests, rice terraces, and traditional settlements. Its most striking feature is a ceremonial field known as a rante, filled with stone monuments called Simbwang Batu. More than 100 have been recorded within the complex. Some rise prominently above the ground, while others are much smaller, producing the appearance of a forest made from stone. They are not the remains of columns from a ruined temple. They were connected with major funerary ceremonies, ancestry, wealth, and social status. Each monument belonged to a human event that once involved families, animals, ritual obligations, communal labor, and large gatherings. The field was also not constructed as a single project. Its stones accumulated over generations. This is crucial to understanding its appearance. Instead of hundreds of monoliths being erected under one ruler or according to one enormous architectural plan, new stones entered a landscape already containing monuments associated with earlier ceremonies. The rante gradually became a physical archive of community memory. Houses could be rebuilt and wooden structures could disappear, but the stone remained. Generation after generation added another permanent object to the same ceremonial ground. This raises one of the most fascinating questions surrounding Bori Kalimbwang. If all knowledge of the Toraja disappeared, and only these stones survived for another 2,000 years, how would future researchers interpret them? They might find an unexplained field of monoliths with different heights and positions, but no surviving instructions describing their purpose. Their arrangement might invite theories involving astronomy, religion, political power, territorial markers, or an unknown ceremonial system. The stones would remain visible, while almost everything that once explained them had vanished. Their construction demonstrates how misleading that surviving evidence can be. Before a Simbwang could stand in the ceremonial field, Suitable stone had to be selected and transported. Traditional accounts describe communities moving large monoliths through collective human effort, using ropes and wooden supports. Groups of people hauled the stone while coordinating their movement. Such work required far more than strength. Pulling at different moments would waste energy or destabilize the load, so the participants had to act together. The mountainous Toraja landscape added slopes, mud, vegetation, and uneven terrain to the challenge. Wood could reduce friction, ropes could distribute force, and leverage could help control the stone, but the true mechanism was organization. Many individuals acting in coordination became a machine made from human labor. Once the monolith reached its destination, it still had to be raised vertically and secured. A heavy block lying horizontally cannot simply be pushed upright. Its center of mass must gradually rise, while the base remains controlled. Prepared pits, ropes, timber, leverage, and coordinated pulling could accomplish the task without advanced mechanical equipment. None of these methods is supernatural, yet performing them successfully with a massive irregular stone demands experience accumulated through repeated practice. This is one reason Bori Kalimbwang is so valuable when discussing ancient engineering. At much older megalithic sites, only the finished stones remain, encouraging attention to their weight, while the temporary infrastructure behind them becomes invisible. At Bori, the cultural record shows how much vanished material could once have surrounded a single monument. Ropes, wooden supports, hauling paths, food for workers, ceremonial objects, and temporary structures could all disappear while the stone remained almost exactly where people had placed it. Thousands of years later, the surviving monolith might appear far more technologically mysterious than it originally was. Yet engineering was only part of the story. Raising a simbwang was tied to funerary ceremony and social prestige. Major Toraja funerals could involve considerable resources, particularly buffalo, which held immense ceremonial and economic importance. The scale of a ceremony reflected the position and resources of the family involved. A monumental stone could therefore represent far more than the physical labor needed to move it. It could preserve the memory of wealth, status, obligation, and an event important enough to mobilize a community. This turned stone into a remarkably durable form of social memory. Animals were consumed, food disappeared, ceremonial structures deteriorated, and the people who witnessed the event eventually died. The monolith remained. A family could transform temporary wealth into something visible for centuries. Larger or more significant ceremonies could leave stronger marks upon the landscape, allowing the Rante to develop into a kind of biography written in stone. The difficulty is that this biography cannot easily be read once its cultural code disappears. Two stones may look similar to an outsider, while carrying completely different histories for the families connected with them. Size, location, ancestry, ceremony, and oral tradition could give individual monuments meanings that were never carved onto their surfaces. When oral knowledge weakens, the stones survive, but their identities begin to disappear. Physical preservation does not guarantee preservation of meaning. The wider landscape adds another layer. Toraja funerary traditions also incorporated graves and chambers cut into natural rock, linking the dead directly with cliffs, stone faces, and the surrounding mountains. Monumental stones, burial places, ceremonial grounds, and wooden architecture belong to a broader cultural system rather than existing as isolated structures. Death was given a permanent presence within the landscape, and stone became one of the principal materials through which memory could outlive the people who created it. Bori Kalimbwang should therefore not be presented simply as an Indonesian Stonehenge or as a mysterious prehistoric complex whose origins are completely unknown. Much of the Toraja megalithic tradition developed within the 2nd millennium AD and continued into later historical periods. That comparatively recent chronology is exactly what gives the site its unusual value. Because the tradition survived closer to recorded history, far more information remains about the human processes behind monumental stone construction than at sites abandoned several thousand years earlier. Bori Kalimbwang can almost be treated as an experiment in reverse. Start with a society whose ceremonies and construction traditions are partly known. Then imagine removing everything that would normally decay. Remove the ropes, remove the wooden supports, remove the houses and temporary ceremonial structures, remove the buffalo, clothing, songs, food, family histories, and the voices explaining why each stone mattered. Allow centuries of vegetation and weather to transform the surrounding landscape. Eventually, investigators would be left with the same thing that confronts them at countless ancient sites: enormous stones standing silently without instructions. More than 4,000 years ago, on the northern coast of Malta, a community raised a stone sanctuary only a short distance from the Mediterranean. Bujiba Temple belonged to the extraordinary temple-building culture that transformed the Maltese islands during the late Neolithic period, when massive limestone blocks were arranged into curved chambers, monumental entrances, and carefully organized ritual spaces. Much of Bujiba has been damaged or lost, leaving only fragments of its original plan. Yet one object recovered from the site turned this modest ruin into one of Malta's strangest prehistoric puzzles. A rectangular limestone block carried recognizable images of fish carved into two of its faces. In a culture famous for spirals, geometric patterns, animals, plants, and enigmatic human figures, the deliberate placement of marine creatures inside a sacred structure raises a simple question with no equally simple answer. Why were fish carved into a prehistoric megalithic temple? The surviving structure dates mainly to the Tarxian phase, roughly the 3rd millennium BC, near the final centuries of Malta's great temple tradition. Its builders worked with the limestone available across the islands, creating a monumental entrance leading toward a central passage and a series of rounded chambers or apses. The arrangement follows architectural principles seen at other Maltese sanctuaries, where movement through narrow entrances gradually opened into larger enclosed spaces. These were not ordinary houses. Their plans, decorated stones, altars, animal remains, figurines, and carefully controlled internal areas point toward ceremonial activity whose exact character disappeared with the people who practiced it. Bujiba adds another element to this world because its position was closely connected with the coast. The Mediterranean was not a distant horizon. It formed part of the landscape surrounding the community. The temple was identified in the early 20th century, and work carried out in 1928 exposed enough remains to reconstruct portions of its layout. Agricultural activity had already destroyed significant sections, making the surviving material especially valuable. Among the discoveries was the carved limestone block. Its decoration immediately separated it from an ordinary building stone. Fish had been intentionally cut into two surfaces, turning the block into an object meant to communicate something. Its association with a structure interpreted as an altar or altar-like feature makes the imagery even harder to dismiss as casual decoration. Someone invested time in carving these animals into stone and placed that stone within a setting connected with ceremony. That detail changes the question completely. A fish scratched onto an isolated rock could represent anything from idol marking to personal symbolism. Fish displayed on a substantial stone element inside a monumental sanctuary belonged to a different context. The carving had an audience. It occupied a controlled architectural environment. The people entering Bujiba would have moved through spaces deliberately shaped by walls, thresholds, chambers, and ritual installations. If the decorated block stood near an altar, The fish were positioned within one of the most symbolically charged areas of the building. Their meaning may have been understood immediately by the people gathering there, yet no written explanation survives. This is especially intriguing when Bugiba is compared with the wider visual language of Malta's prehistoric temples. The islands preserve some of the richest Neolithic stone decoration in the Mediterranean. Spirals sweep across slabs at Tarxian. Rows of drilled pits form repeating patterns. Carved animals appear in relief. Large human figures and smaller figurines reveal a fascination with the body, abundance, life, and possibly transformation. Some stones carry plant-like imagery, while others are covered by abstract motifs whose meanings remain inaccessible. Against this background, the Bugiba fish are not simply decorative animals. Marine imagery is comparatively unusual within the surviving temple repertoire, despite the fact that every Maltese community lived on an island surrounded by sea. That contradiction is the heart of the mystery. The Mediterranean shaped almost every practical boundary of prehistoric Malta. Sea routes were required for contact with Sicily and other regions. Raw materials and ideas moved between islands and distant shores. Fishing provided access to marine food, while coastal waters defined travel, weather, and communication. Yet the symbolic world preserved inside the great temples does not appear dominated by the sea. Monumental architecture concentrates heavily on terrestrial forms, abstract patterns, animals, human bodies, and carefully constructed interior spaces. Then, at Bugiba, fish suddenly enter the stone vocabulary. Their location may provide the strongest clue. If the carved block truly formed part of an altar installation, the images were not merely recording an available food source. Altars transform ordinary objects into symbols through context. An animal represented beside a place of offerings can carry meanings extending far beyond diet. Fish might have been connected with offerings, seasonal abundance, journeys, particular ceremonies, or beliefs attached to the waters surrounding the settlement. None of these interpretations can currently be demonstrated with certainty. The stone tells us that fish mattered enough to be represented. It does not tell us why. The two decorated faces deepen the puzzle. Carving more than one surface required additional planning and suggests that the block was intended to be viewed in a particular architectural arrangement. Its position may have allowed different images to become visible as people moved through the chamber. That possibility fits the highly controlled layouts of Maltese temples, where entrances, screens, doorways, and restricted spaces could regulate both movement and sight. A symbol placed there could have formed part of a ritual sequence rather than functioning as static ornament. Without the complete original setting, however, the relationship between viewer, altar, carving, and ceremony cannot be reconstructed with confidence. Dahane Goleman was not a settlement that slowly expanded, as generations added houses and streets wherever space remained. More than 2,400 years ago, on the eastern frontier of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, an entire city appears to have been established, according to a coordinated plan. Residential quarters, public buildings, administrative spaces, ceremonial structures, and areas connected with economic activity occupied distinct parts of the settlement. Stretching for roughly 1.5 kilometers through the Sistan region of southeastern Iran, its ruins preserve something exceptionally rare from ancient Persia. Not simply a palace, fortress, royal tomb, or ceremonial terrace, but the remains of a functioning Achaemenid city organized as a complete urban system. Yet after all the planning and labor required to create it, Dahane Goleman appears to have survived for only about 100 to 150 years. The city stood within the Helmand Basin, a region where survival depended heavily on water flowing through a constantly changing delta. Its buildings were primarily constructed from mud brick, with thick walls and large courtyards adapted to the severe environment of Sistan. Many entrances faced south, an orientation that may have helped protect interior spaces from the powerful winds that regularly sweep from the northwest. Behind this seemingly simple architecture was a settlement carefully adjusted to its surroundings. Streets, buildings, open spaces, and different functional zones formed a recognizable order rather than an irregular mass of construction. Dahane Goleman has often been associated with ancient Zranka, a center connected with the Achaemenid province, known to Greek writers as Drangiana. If this identification is correct, the city may have served as an important provincial capital on the empire's eastern frontier. This possibility gives the site exceptional importance. Most surviving images of Achaemenid power come from monumental royal centers such as Persepolis, where enormous stone platforms, columns, reliefs, and inscriptions were designed to display the authority of kings. Dahane Goleman reveals a different side of the same empire. Here, power can be seen through urban organization itself, where people lived, where officials operated, where ceremonies took place, and how different activities were separated within a planned settlement. Creating such a city required centralized organization. Land had to be divided before major structures were built. Labor and construction materials had to be coordinated. Water had to reach the population and surrounding agricultural areas. Public and residential buildings had to fit into a larger layout. This suggests that Dahane Goleman was not simply a village that became important over time. Its basic form appears to reflect a deliberate decision to establish an urban center in this particular location. In that sense, the entire city becomes the monument. Its most impressive feature is not the size of any individual wall, but the planning visible when all of the structures are considered together. One building, however, introduces a much deeper mystery. A large complex known as QN3 measured approximately 53 by 54 meters and contained a central courtyard surrounded by rooms and porticos. Inside that courtyard stood three large altar-like structures arranged along an east-west axis. Different phases of the building also contained an extraordinary concentration of installations associated with fire. During an earlier phase, around 47 fire-related structures have been identified. Later modifications introduced additional hearths, ovens, platforms, and the three prominent structures occupying the courtyard. The presence of so much fire has naturally encouraged comparisons with ancient Iranian religious traditions, including Zoroastrian practices. But QN3 does not fit neatly into a simple identification as a conventional fire sanctuary. Deposits containing ash, animal remains, and fatty material complicate that interpretation. The building may have been used for ceremonies involving offerings, communal activity, food preparation, or religious practices combining imperial and local traditions. The three central structures clearly held deliberate importance, yet exactly what occurred around them remains uncertain. Dahane Goleman therefore preserves evidence of organized ceremonial activity without preserving the explanation for the rituals themselves. The surrounding landscape creates an equally important part of the story. Sistan may appear hostile and barren, but the Helmand River once supported extensive irrigation and agriculture through its delta. A city of this scale could only function while that system supplied dependable water. Canals and cultivated land would have connected Dahane Goleman to a productive landscape capable of sustaining residents, workers, administrators, and surrounding communities. Control of water would also have carried political importance. A provincial center positioned within this network could supervise agricultural resources and movement through a distant but strategically important region of the Persian Empire. Then, after only a limited number of generations, the city was abandoned. There is no clear evidence requiring a dramatic military destruction to explain its end. The more powerful threat may have come from the landscape itself. The Helmand Delta has repeatedly changed its channels, and shifts in water supply could transform productive land into dry or increasingly saline ground. Flooding, changes in irrigation routes, and soil salinity have all been considered in attempts to understand why occupation ended. If the channels feeding Dahane Golaman moved away or became unreliable, the carefully organized city would have faced a fundamental problem. Buildings could be repaired and walls rebuilt, but an urban population could not remain indefinitely without the agricultural system that supported it. This possibility gives the city's story a striking reversal. Centralized planning allowed Dahane Golaman to appear as an organized urban center, but its survival depended on an environmental system that its planners could never fully control. When access to dependable water weakened, the reason for maintaining such a large settlement may have disappeared with it. Residents departed, official activity ended, mud brick structures deteriorated, and wind-driven sediment gradually moved through abandoned rooms and courtyards. Its short existence also produced an unexpected consequence. Ancient cities occupied continuously for centuries are repeatedly transformed. New houses replace old ones, streets change direction, walls are dismantled, and later construction hides earlier layouts. Dahane Golaman did not undergo the same endless cycle of rebuilding. Because occupation ended relatively early, much of its original Achaemenid organization remained readable. The abandonment that destroyed the city's future helped preserve the logic behind its creation. This is the real significance of Dahane Golaman. Individual mysteries such as QN3 and its fire installations are fascinating, but the entire settlement presents the greater discovery. Achaemenid Persia is famous for monumental architecture created for kings, yet complete urban centers from the empire are far harder to identify. Dahane Golaman provides a rare opportunity to see residential life, administration, ceremonial activity, economic functions, environmental adaptation, and urban planning within the same surviving layout. It suggests that Persian imperial organization extended beyond palaces and military control. Authority could also be expressed by designing space. Officials could determine where buildings stood, how different districts functioned, how movement passed through the settlement, and how a provincial population interacted with administrative and ceremonial institutions. Mud brick lacks the visual grandeur of the enormous stones at Persepolis, but organizing an entire city required a different kind of sophistication. Thousands of separate decisions had to operate as parts of one system. Paphos preserves something far rarer than the ruins of an ancient battle. Near its northeast gate, a sequence of destruction can be tied with unusual precision to a single year, 498 BC. During the Cypriot phase of the Ionian Revolt, Persian forces moved against the cities of Cyprus after they rebelled against imperial rule. Herodotus records the wider campaign, but gives little detail about the struggle at Paphos. Beneath the ground, however, the battle left a much fuller record: a massive siege ramp, damaged defenses, hundreds of weapons and stone projectiles, burned material, helmets and tunnels cut beneath the Persian structure preserve different stages of the same confrontation. Researchers from the University of Zurich have emphasized the exceptional value of this context because it can be connected closely with the events of 498 BC. Instead of a battle known mainly through an ancient writer, Paphos offers something close to a physical snapshot of siege warfare more than 2,500 years ago. The Persian attackers faced a heavily defended sector around the northeast gate. Charging directly toward the walls would leave soldiers exposed to missiles from above, so they attempted to change the landscape itself. Huge quantities of material were piled against the fortifications to create an artificial slope. As the mound grew higher, the vertical advantage of the defenders became smaller. Eventually, attackers could use the raised surface to approach the upper levels of the defenses. Speed was essential, and almost anything available appears to have been incorporated into the structure. Earth and stone were mixed with ashes, burned bones, carbonized wood, and architectural debris. Far stranger were fragments of altars, columns, inscriptions, and archaic sculpture. More than 1,000 fragments of votive monuments were recovered from the siege ramp, including human figures, lions, and sphinxes. Many dated to the 6th century BC, decades before the battle. A long-standing interpretation holds that a sanctuary outside the walls was destroyed, and its stone monuments were reused as convenient building material, although the exact origin of all these objects remains debated. Whatever their original location, sacred and monumental objects had been transformed into military engineering. Statues that once stood as offerings were shattered and packed into a structure designed to carry soldiers toward the walls. The siege ramp, therefore, became an accidental time capsule, preserving both evidence of the attack and pieces of the cultural landscape destroyed during it. For the defenders, the growing mound represented a countdown. Every new layer brought Persian troops closer to the height of the fortifications. Missiles launched from the walls could slow the work, but they could not guarantee that the ramp would stop rising. The defenders responded with a far more dangerous solution. Instead of attacking only from above, they went underground. 3 tunnels were driven from the city side through relatively soft conglomerate toward the siege works. These passages were not escape routes. They formed part of a countermeasure intended to undermine the structure above. Workers could dig beneath a critical section while temporary timber supports carried the weight of the mound. Once a large enough cavity existed, the supports could be burned. As the timber weakened, the underground chamber would collapse, and the enormous mass above could sink into the empty space. The defenders were effectively trying to destroy the Persian ramp from underneath. This created an extraordinary 3-dimensional battlefield. Above ground, Persian soldiers and workers were building an artificial hill toward the defenses, while arrows, spears, and stones crossed the fighting zone. Beneath their feet, unseen defenders were cutting tunnels into the earth and attacking the foundations of the structure itself. The Persians were attempting to defeat the wall by razing the ground. The defenders were attempting to defeat the ramp by removing the ground supporting it. A mistake underground could kill the tunnelers, but a successful collapse could destroy a section that had required enormous manpower to construct. The surviving weapons show how intense the struggle around the gate became. Large numbers of iron and bronze arrowheads, spearheads, and javelin points were recovered, together with hundreds of roughly shaped limestone projectiles. One reconstruction of the battle records 464 limestone missiles, 320 of them belonging to the siege context, as well as 253 spear points. These objects reveal several layers of combat occurring around the same defensive sector. Arrows could strike workers and soldiers from a distance. Heavier stones could be launched or thrown from defensive positions, while spears and javelins belonged to closer fighting. Beneath all of this, the tunnelers were using fire, timber, pressure, and gravity against the ramp itself. A remarkably preserved bronze helmet, dating to around 500 BC, adds a human dimension to the battlefield. Fragments of a rare iron helmet were also found. Such objects are frequently known from graves or sanctuaries, but here, military equipment appeared within the physical setting of an actual conflict. The identity of the person who wore the bronze helmet is lost, yet the object remained alongside the weapons, fortifications, and siege works connected with the battle. Paleipaphos therefore records not merely a destruction layer, but individual traces of people who stood inside that violence. The contrast with the surviving written history is striking. Herodotus tells us about the revolt on Cyprus and the Persian response, yet he does not provide a detailed narrative explaining the construction of the ramp at Paleipaphos, the counter-tunnels beneath it, or the fighting around the northeast gate. No surviving account tells us who ordered the underground operation, or how long the defenders worked beneath the mound. The people responsible are almost entirely anonymous. Their engineering decisions survived more clearly than their names. This is why the connection with 498 BC is so important. Ancient fortifications often remained in use for centuries, undergoing repairs and alterations that make individual military episodes difficult to isolate. Palais Epiphos is different because several pieces of evidence converge around the same historical crisis. The damaged defenses, siege ramp, weapons, burned material, and counter-tunnels form a coherent sequence that can be associated with the Cypriot revolt against Persia. The site does not preserve every moment of the fighting, but it captures actions occurring within the same event: an attack against the fortified sector, construction of a siege mound, sustained missile exchanges, and an attempt to destroy that mound from underground. The ramp itself preserves another lost story. Before the battle, many of the sculptures and inscribed monuments embedded inside it belonged to a completely different world. Some carried Cypriot syllabic inscriptions, others represented people, lions or sphinxes. Once the siege began, their earlier purpose became irrelevant to the immediate needs of war. Monumental stone became building material. More than 190 syllabic inscriptions have been associated with material from this context, meaning that an emergency military structure unexpectedly preserved evidence for the language, religion, and artistic traditions of ancient Cyprus. Several details remain debated, especially the original location of the monuments reused inside the ramp and the precise interpretation of parts of the fortified area. Yet the central sequence is difficult to ignore. Major fighting occurred here around the beginning of the 5th century BC. A huge mound was raised beside the defenses. Weapons accumulated around it. Underground passages extended toward or beneath the siege works. Evidence of burning and collapse indicates that the defenders were not simply waiting behind their walls. They were actively trying to dismantle the enemy's engineering from below. Higher Bengal is one of the largest surviving megalithic landscapes in India, spread across a granite hill complex in Karnataka, where ancient communities transformed roughly 20 hectares into an extraordinary concentration of stone monuments. Nearly 1,000 megalithic structures have been documented here, distributed through 3 principal clusters, extending for approximately 1 kilometer. Most are associated with the Iron Age megalithic tradition of southern India and include dolmens, cairns, stone circles, passage chambers, menhirs, cists, and other forms of stone-built burial architecture. Instead of repeating a single design, the builders created monuments of different sizes and shapes, including striking dolmens assembled from upright granite slabs supporting enormous capstones. Some contain carefully formed circular openings, known as portholes, a distinctive architectural feature found repeatedly at Higher Bengal. The sheer concentration immediately creates a problem. This was not a small burial ground serving only a few individuals, but a landscape repeatedly used by communities that invested enormous amounts of labor in constructing hundreds upon hundreds of monuments. The scale becomes more unusual when the structures are considered as parts of the surrounding terrain rather than isolated tombs. In the western cluster lies evidence of an ancient granite quarry, providing a possible source for the slabs used to build nearby monuments. This meant the builders did not simply arrive with stone from an unknown distant location. They could extract material directly from the same hills they were transforming into a monumental cemetery. Close to this quarry is another important feature, a perennial water source. A broad, shallow basin among the granite appears to have originated as a natural depression capable of retaining water, while quarrying may subsequently have enlarged or altered parts of it. The result is a remarkable concentration of 3 elements in the same area: stone extraction, water, and monuments for the dead. UNESCO documentation specifically identifies the association between elaborate megalithic concentrations and water-retaining hilltop basins as an important characteristic of Higher Benkal. That relationship raises questions that cannot be answered simply by calling the site a cemetery. Granite taken from the hill could be shaped into slabs and incorporated into monuments nearby, while water accumulated within the same physical landscape. Hundreds of structures were gradually concentrated around an environment that supplied both construction material and a reliable natural resource. Archaeologists have therefore considered Higher Benkal as something broader than a collection of graves. The site preserves evidence for commemorative ritual activity alongside other forms of land use, suggesting that different areas of the hills may have performed different but connected roles. Whether the water itself possessed ritual significance remains uncertain, but its close spatial relationship with the quarry and monuments makes it difficult to treat these features as completely unrelated. What survives resembles a deliberately used landscape in which natural geology was repeatedly incorporated into human activity. The mystery becomes deeper because the dead were not the only things ancient people left on these hills. 11 rock shelters containing prehistoric paintings have been identified at Higher Benkal. These shelters introduce an entirely different form of human activity into the same landscape occupied by the megaliths. Paintings include human figures, animals, and geometric compositions. Some depict groups of people, riders, deer, cattle, peacocks, and other creatures, while several geometric images are considerably harder to interpret. Researchers have recorded labyrinth-like designs, rhombic meanders and honeycomb patterns, along with rectangular or enclosed forms containing human figures. Some designs have been compared with representations of sacred enclosures or graves, although their actual meanings remain unknown. The chronology of the paintings is particularly important. Much of the imagery has been associated with the late Neolithic and early Iron Age megalithic cultural sequence, including a period around 700 to 500 BCE, but some motifs have been considered potentially older and attributed to the Mesolithic. If those earlier dates are correct, people were marking these rock shelters long before many of the great stone chambers appeared. Higher Benkal may therefore represent a landscape whose importance did not begin with the construction of its cemetery. Later megalithic communities could have been building monuments within terrain that already contained visible traces of earlier human activity. The granite shelters, natural rock formations, and water-retaining depressions may have possessed histories extending across multiple cultural periods before the hills eventually became dominated by hundreds of monuments for the dead. Evidence from nearby habitation areas makes the picture even more complicated. Archaeological investigations at Durgadi Dadi and Talavarmule have identified habitation connected with the wider region, while temporary occupation has also been recognized in shelters and terraces around Higher Benkal. The people associated with the monuments were therefore operating within a larger living landscape rather than existing only at the cemetery. Communities could have traveled between settlements and the hills, returning repeatedly for burials, commemorations, and other activities. This offers one possible explanation for the extraordinary number of monuments. Nearly 1,000 structures do not need to represent a single enormous construction project. Instead, they may record generations of repeated use, with each period adding new chambers and modifying a landscape already filled with ancestral monuments. Among the granite formations is another unusual feature known as the ringing stone, or kettle drum. The roughly hemispherical boulder measures approximately 2.2 meters in diameter and reaches about 1.5 meters in maximum radial height. When struck with another hard object, it produces a distinctive resonant sound. Its original purpose is unknown, but researchers have considered possible roles involving communication, gathering, or ritual activity. The stone is significant because it demonstrates another way the natural geology could have been incorporated into human behavior. At Higher Bengal, stone was not simply a raw material. Granite was quarried to construct chambers, natural formations provided shelters for paintings, and at least one unusual boulder possessed acoustic properties that may have attracted attention from the people using the site. The ancient Greeks left behind thousands of temples and houses that we understand remarkably well, but in the mountains of Euboea stands a group of massive stone structures with almost no direct parallels in ancient architecture, and archaeologists still cannot say with certainty why they were built. Around Styra in southern Euboea, 8 complexes known as the Dracospita, or dragon houses, survive among the rocky mountain slopes. Their unusual name comes from later local tradition, in which dragons were imagined not simply as monsters, but as beings of extraordinary strength, capable of moving enormous stones. The legend probably developed because the buildings themselves look unlike ordinary Greek houses. Their walls were assembled from massive blocks and slabs of local stone without mortar, while some entrances were formed from exceptionally heavy monolithic lintels. Even more striking are the roofs, which were constructed almost entirely from stone. Instead of supporting a conventional timber roof, the builders used corbelling. Successive courses of large flat slabs projected gradually inward from opposite walls until the remaining opening could be covered by additional stones. This created an extraordinarily heavy roof, whose weight had to be carried by equally substantial walls. The blocks were carefully positioned without mortar, relying on their mass, shape, and placement to keep the structure stable. This monumental appearance has often been described as cyclopean, although the term refers to the scale of the masonry and does not mean the buildings belong to the Bronze Age fortifications of Mycenae or Tiryns. The combination of massive dry stone walls and corbelled roofing is one reason the Dracospita have proved so difficult to classify. Archaeologists have found few close architectural parallels that clearly reveal who developed this building tradition or what kind of structure it was intended to create. For generations, almost every plausible function has been proposed. The dragon houses have been interpreted as sanctuaries, fortified farm buildings, shelters for shepherds, agricultural structures and dwellings connected with ancient quarry workers. Their isolated mountain locations supported practical explanations, while their unusual scale encouraged religious interpretations. Yet, there are no surviving inscriptions identifying their builders or stating their purpose. Dating them was equally difficult because many remained in use long after their construction. Stones were moved, entrances were altered, and buildings were repeatedly reused, meaning an object found inside could belong to a much later occupation rather than the original builders. Some Dracospita eventually became shelters or sheepfolds, demonstrating how easily later activity could obscure their first function. A new attempt to resolve these questions began in 2020, when the Swiss School of Archaeology in Greece and the Ephorate of Antiquities of Euboea launched a systematic investigation of the dragon houses around Styra. Researchers combined excavation with architectural survey, topographic recording and photogrammetry, producing detailed three-dimensional documentation of several structures. The project examined sites including Ilkiziz and Palilaka, while also recording other Dracospita such as Maku, Kapsala, Lumithel, and Cruyff Tocht. Rather than attempting to date the monuments only through architectural comparisons, archaeologists searched for ceramics and stratified deposits that could establish when individual structures were constructed, modified, and occupied. Excavation focused on Ilkiziz in 2021, before work moved to Palilaka in 2022. Palilaka proved especially valuable because it contains not one isolated dragon house, but a complex of 3 associated stone buildings. Excavation revealed that the site had undergone substantial changes over time. Entrances and exterior areas were modified, and different occupation levels showed that the buildings did not remain frozen in their original configuration. One particularly important discovery was a monumental stone threshold associated with the southern building. Evidence around it revealed an earlier circulation level, indicating that the architecture visible at the surface represented only the latest part of a longer structural history. Ceramics recovered during the investigation provided a much firmer chronological framework. Evidence from Pali Laka placed important construction or occupation activity in the late Hellenistic period, while Roman material demonstrated that the complex continued to be used later. This was significant because earlier attempts to date the dragon houses had produced widely differing possibilities. The new archaeology showed why a single date could be misleading. The monuments could survive through multiple historical periods while being repaired, modified, and given new functions. Evidence indicates that some Dracospita continued to be reused from antiquity onward, including later use as sheepfolds. A building therefore might contain traces separated from its original construction by centuries. The landscape surrounding Pali Laka added another major clue. Archaeologists documented ancient quarry fronts close to the complex, raising the possibility that at least some dragon houses were connected with stone extraction. Southern Euboea was an important quarrying region, particularly during the Roman period, and the combination of nearby quarries and Roman ceramics makes a connection with quarry activity plausible. The buildings could have provided accommodation or operational space for workers involved in extracting stone from the mountains. Their extremely durable construction would have made practical sense in an exposed landscape where suitable building material was immediately available. Cento Camarel is not simply an ancient Roman cistern. Beneath a promontory overlooking the Bay of Naples at Boccoli lies a multi-level hydraulic complex built in different periods, extending through underground spaces that have never been completely explored. For centuries, its dark corridors were known as the prisons of Nero because their narrow passages and interconnected chambers resembled an underground detention complex. Archaeological evidence eventually overturned that interpretation. Waterproof plaster, reservoirs, and hydraulic features demonstrated that these spaces had been created to collect and distribute water, but identifying their basic function revealed a much larger mystery. The chambers visible today may represent only the upper part of an enormous Roman villa complex that once descended from the summit of the promontory toward structures now submerged beneath the sea. The first indication comes from the unusual architecture underground. Cento Camarel was not constructed as a single building according to one plan. It contains two independent hydraulic systems positioned one above the other, built at different times and even oriented differently. The lower complex dates approximately to the 1st century BC, during the late Roman Republic. Around 6 meters above it is another reservoir attributed to the 1st century AD. The upper cistern is divided into 4 long sections by 3 rows of pillars supporting barrel vaults. Parts of the structure were cut approximately 2 meters into the local volcanic tuff, while masonry sections were constructed using Roman techniques, including opus reticulatum. Large areas still preserve cocchiopesto, a mortar containing crushed ceramics that Romans commonly used to waterproof reservoirs. Openings through the vaults once allowed access from above. 6 meters below this organized reservoir is a very different structure. Instead of repeating the upper plan, the older Republican level consists of a network of tunnels cut through the tuff. Narrow connecting passages link the corridors, and hydraulic plaster confirms that these underground spaces also stored water. Crucially, portions of this lower network remain only partially explored. The official archaeological park continues to describe Cento Camarel as a system of partially investigated cisterns. Roman builders therefore did not simply enlarge one reservoir. At some point, Another major hydraulic structure was constructed above an existing underground system, creating two architectural layers, separated both vertically and chronologically. The change probably reflected the expansion of the property above them and an increasing demand for water. That demand suggests something much larger than an isolated coastal residence. Roman maritime villas around the Bay of Naples could contain residential quarters, baths, gardens, fountains, nymphaea, terraces, and enormous fish ponds. All required reliable water storage and distribution. At Cento Camarelle, the underground structures may have survived precisely because they were protected inside the volcanic rock, while much of the architecture they supplied disappeared. What remains underground could therefore be the infrastructure of a villa whose original scale can no longer be understood from the cistern alone. Ruins farther down the promontory provide evidence for this possibility. Archaeological authorities identify remains belonging to the villa along the tough slope below Cento Camarelle, while Roman fish ponds and other structures survive partly submerged offshore. Underwater investigations beginning in the 20th century revealed archaeological remains in the sea, directly in front of the promontory. The emerging picture is not of one building positioned beside one cistern, but of an extensive architectural landscape descending from the summit, across terraces and structures on the hillside, toward installations at the ancient shoreline. Some of those coastal structures are now beneath the Mediterranean. The situation became even more intriguing when researchers examined areas below the famous cistern. A preliminary investigation published in 2017 documented two artificial cavities located at a lower elevation on Punta Le Cento Camarelle. Their construction characteristics led researchers to identify them as additional Roman hydraulic cisterns. Other artificial cavities were also recorded toward Marina Grande. This matters because the two familiar levels beneath Cento Camarelle were already evidence of a sophisticated water system. Additional reservoirs farther down the promontory suggest that water storage may have been distributed across several elevations of the villa rather than concentrated in one location. The surviving evidence can therefore be followed vertically through the landscape. At the top stands the monumental Imperial period reservoir. Roughly 6 meters beneath it are older Republican tunnels, some still incompletely investigated. Lower on the promontory are additional artificial hydraulic cavities. Architectural remains continue down the volcanic slope. Beyond them are Roman maritime installations, including fish ponds and landing structures, some now submerged. Features that appear disconnected in the modern landscape may originally have belonged to different parts of one enormous property. The villa has traditionally been associated with Quintus Hortensius Hortalus, the celebrated Roman orator and contemporary of Cicero. Archaeological authorities describe the maritime estate connected with him as occupying the Cento Camarelle promontory and descending through terraces and porticos toward the coast. Hortensius was famous in antiquity for extravagant fish ponds, making the surviving maritime installations particularly significant. The property is thought to have later entered imperial possession and has been associated with Antonia Minor, Nero, and eventually Vespasian, although the exact history of ownership cannot be reconstructed with complete certainty. Nero's connection with the wider area probably helped create the legend that the underground passages were prisons. Ancient sources placed Nero and his mother Agrippina within the landscape around Bauli before her murder, and later generations transformed the strange tunnels into the prisons of Nero. No archaeological evidence, however, demonstrates that prisoners were confined there. The waterproof walls and hydraulic construction point overwhelmingly toward water storage. Ironically, the real explanation makes the structure more impressive. These were not mysterious cells beneath an imperial residence, but part of the hidden engineering required to maintain an immense luxury complex. Roc Pertus is an ancient site in southern France, where archaeologists found something far stranger than ruined walls. Several stone blocks had been deliberately carved with deep cavities, and evidence linked these openings to the display of human heads or skulls. They were part of a place occupied during the Iron Age near present-day Velo, about 25 kilometers northwest of Marseille. Around the same area were fragments of stone warriors, unusual seated figures, and a two-headed sculpture. For decades, these discoveries seemed to reveal a Celtic sanctuary built around a disturbing ritual tradition. But when archaeologists returned to Rocapertouz, they discovered that the site was not what earlier researchers thought it was. The cavities are among the most recognizable features of Rocapertouz. They were intentionally cut into architectural stone rather than produced by erosion or later damage, and their association with human remains led researchers to interpret them as places for displaying heads. This was not an isolated idea. Other Iron Age sites in southern Gaul have produced direct evidence that severed heads were preserved and publicly exhibited. Ancient Mediterranean writers also described communities in Gaul collecting the heads of enemies, although those accounts cannot simply be applied to every archaeological site. At Rocapertouz, the stonework provides physical evidence for a specially constructed display system, but it does not reveal whose heads were placed there. They could have belonged to enemies, prestigious individuals, ancestors, or people whose identity carried a meaning that disappeared with the community itself. Standing close to this strange architecture were stone figures unlike conventional Greek or Roman statues. Several represented men seated with their legs folded beneath or across the body, facing forward in a rigid posture. These figures have often been described as warriors or heroic members of the local elite. Their appearance becomes more significant when placed beside the architecture associated with human heads. Rocapertouz was not simply displaying anonymous remains. Monumental human figures were also being represented in stone, creating an environment where living authority, dead ancestors, defeated enemies, and ritual symbolism may have overlapped. Another extraordinary object, a stone sculpture with two faces or heads, added to the unusual concentration of imagery centered on the human head. The chronology, however, created a major problem. Stylistic studies place some of the seated figures around the 5th century BC, near the end of the First Iron Age. Yet important phases of the settlement developed later, particularly during the following centuries. This raised a possibility that changed the entire interpretation of Rocapertouz. Some of its most famous monuments may already have been old when later inhabitants used the site. The statues could have survived for generations before being moved, reused, or incorporated into newer architecture. Instead of seeing every sculpture, carved pillar and skull cavity as parts of one structure created at the same moment, archaeologists had to consider whether they belonged to different periods. That possibility was difficult to recognize during the first major investigations. Henri de Guérin-Ricard excavated Rocapertouz between 1917 and 1927, and the spectacular stone discoveries encouraged the interpretation of the place as an isolated Celto-Ligurian sanctuary. A reconstruction emerged in which seated warriors and carved architectural elements formed a ceremonial complex associated with the cult of the head. It was visually convincing and became the image most closely associated with Rocapertouz. But the reconstruction depended heavily on the assumption that the famous objects belonged together and that the surrounding area had primarily served a religious purpose. Later work began exposing a very different landscape. Archaeologists returned to Rocapertouz near the end of the 20th century and found walls, occupation surfaces, terraces, and domestic structures extending beyond the supposed sanctuary. Evidence appeared more than 30 meters from the area where some of the famous sculptures had been recovered. By the 1990s, investigation had expanded over an area approaching 1 hectare. What had appeared to be an isolated ritual location increasingly looked like an inhabited and defended settlement, occupying the narrow plateau and terraces below it. The houses were especially important because they destroyed the clean separation between sacred monument and ordinary settlement. People had lived here. Buildings occupied terraces cut into the slope, circulation routes connected different areas, and defensive works protected parts of the community. Roc-Pertuse could no longer be understood simply as a remote temple where rituals involving human heads took place. It was part of a functioning settlement containing domestic activity, local elites and structures that changed over generations. The famous sanctuary interpretation had not been completely disproved because ritual activity clearly remained possible, but the idea that the entire site existed only as a sanctuary became increasingly difficult to maintain. Then there was evidence of destruction. Burned occupation layers were identified in areas beyond the traditional sacred zone, showing that parts of Roc-Pertuse experienced major fires or destructive episodes. This is crucial because destruction can completely rearrange an archaeological site. Statues fall and break, walls collapse, architectural blocks are moved. Older stone is incorporated into new buildings. Objects separated by centuries can eventually appear close together. At Roc-Pertuse, this means the position in which a sculpture was discovered cannot automatically reveal where it originally stood. The older statues now become one of the strongest clues. If some were created around the 5th century BC, but survived into later phases of occupation, the inhabitants of Roc-Pertuse may have deliberately preserved monuments belonging to an earlier generation. They could have represented ancestors, heroes, or members of powerful families whose images continued to carry authority long after their deaths. A later community may even have reorganized fragments of an older sacred or aristocratic complex around new buildings. Such reuse is archaeologically plausible, but the surviving evidence does not allow researchers to reconstruct exactly when each object was moved or why. The same uncertainty surrounds the stones connected with human heads. Their cavities show deliberate modification, and the wider archaeological record of southern Gaul makes head display a credible interpretation. What remains unknown is the original arrangement. The familiar image of skulls positioned beneath a single monumental portico may preserve part of the truth, but it may also combine objects that passed through different phases before reaching the places where excavators eventually found them. Even if human heads were displayed here, the monuments surrounding them may have changed repeatedly. About 4,000 years ago, the first inhabitants of Minorca built a chamber from enormous slabs of stone, then created a small door directly through the face of one of those slabs to enter the place where they laid their dead. Known as Ses Roques Lises, this strange monument belongs to one of the earliest phases of monumental architecture on the island, dating to around the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC. It appeared centuries before the enormous talayots and other cyclopean structures that would later make prehistoric Minorca famous. Although the surviving tomb looks relatively modest, it represents a period when communities newly established on the island were already capable of selecting, transporting, and raising large stone slabs to create permanent structures intended to survive beyond individual generations. The most unusual element is its entrance. Rather than leaving a normal gap between two upright stones, the builders created an opening through a single large slab, forming the facade of the tomb. The passage is only about 60 centimeters high and 50 centimeters wide, forcing anyone entering the burial chamber to pass through a deliberately restricted opening in the stone itself. Behind it was a rectangular chamber measuring approximately 3.4 meters long and 1.8 meters wide, constructed from 6 large vertical slabs. Heavy slabs originally covered the structure from above, although surviving roof stones later collapsed into the chamber. The precision of the arrangement shows that this was not simply a collection of rocks placed around a grave. It was a planned architectural space, with a controlled entrance, walls, roof, and a clearly separated interior. Its appearance today is also deceptive. Ses Roques Lises was never intended to stand exposed as a small stone chamber. Archaeological investigation revealed that the structure originally occupied the center of an oval tumulus measuring roughly 7.2 by 4.3 meters. Earth and smaller stones surrounded and covered the central chamber, creating an artificial mound in the landscape. 4,000 years ago, most of the large slabs visible today would therefore have been concealed. A person approaching the monument would have encountered a mound with a narrow entrance leading toward the perforated stone doorway and the dark chamber beyond. The surviving megaliths are essentially the internal skeleton of a much larger funerary construction whose outer material gradually disappeared. The chamber was also not built for a single burial. Ses Roques Lises was a collective tomb designed to receive multiple individuals over time, part of a megalithic funerary tradition that developed in the Balearic Islands during the transition between the Copper Age and Early Bronze Age. The chamber could be reopened whenever another burial was added, meaning that generations of a community may have returned repeatedly to the same monument. Archaeological material associated with the tomb included pottery and metal objects, among them a copper palmella-type projectile point. These finds helped archaeologists establish the chronology of the monument and show that objects accompanied at least some of the funerary activity taking place inside it. The most important mystery is therefore not whether ancient people were capable of moving the stones. It is why one of Menorca's earliest communities invested so much effort in constructing a permanent stone chamber for collective burial, when comparatively little monumental architecture survives from their everyday lives. Ses Roques Lises belongs to a stage before the island became covered with the enormous stone buildings associated with later prehistoric culture. The earliest clearly recognizable monuments created by these communities were structures for the dead. Their houses and settlements changed or disappeared, while tombs built from massive slabs remained embedded in the landscape for thousands of years. This chronological position makes Ses Roques Lises especially important. The great transformation of Menorcan architecture occurred later, beginning around 1600 BC, when increasingly massive structures appeared and the island entered the architectural sequence eventually associated with Cyclopean construction. Large domestic buildings, monumental funerary navetas, and eventually talayots transformed the landscape. Talayots in particular became enormous tower-like landmarks, constructed from heavy blocks of stone. Ses Roques Lises predates that world by several centuries. Its builders were already experimenting with monumentality, but their architecture was concentrated on a much smaller enclosed chamber hidden inside a mound, rather than on enormous towers visible from great distances. There may even be traces of continuity between these early tomb builders and later Menorcan traditions. Studies of the orientation of Ses Roques Lises have identified similarities with the orientation found in later funerary navetas. The evidence does not establish that the two types of monument shared identical religious beliefs, but it raises the possibility that certain principles governing the placement of burial structures survived, while the architecture itself changed dramatically. The pierced entrance, the enclosed chamber, and the mound eventually disappeared from Menorcan funerary design, yet some spatial traditions may have persisted for centuries. Much of what is known about Ses Roques Lises comes from an archaeological excavation conducted in 1974 by Guillem Rosselot Bordoy and Luis Plantalamor Massanet. The investigation exposed the surviving structure and helped establish its prehistoric chronology, but it also revealed a major problem. Human remains and parts of the funerary assemblage had suffered poor preservation, particularly from environmental conditions, moisture, and vegetation. This meant that the people buried inside could not be reconstructed in the detail possible at better preserved sites. Modern analysis of well-preserved skeletal material can potentially reveal biological sex, age, disease, diet, mobility, and genetic relationships. But many of those questions remain unanswered here. As a result, archaeologists can identify the monument far more confidently than the community behind it. The structure demonstrates collective burial, repeated access, and deliberate monumental construction, but it cannot tell us exactly who was permitted inside. It remains uncertain whether those buried together represented a biological family, a larger kin group, or another social unit. Nor can the surviving evidence completely reconstruct the ceremonies that occurred when the chamber was reopened. The tiny entrance is especially intriguing in this context. Its dimensions made access difficult, suggesting that entering the chamber was deliberately controlled, but archaeology cannot determine what symbolic meaning, if any, the builders attached to physically passing through the stone. Ses Roques Lices becomes even more significant because of what later developed around the same landscape. It lies close to Torre d'en Galmes, one of the largest and most important prehistoric settlements on Menorca. That settlement eventually contained massive talayots, houses, water management systems, underground spaces, and a Taula sanctuary. The contrast is remarkable. In approximately the same region where later communities constructed an extensive monumental settlement, an earlier population had created this small burial chamber beneath an oval mound. Together, the sites preserve different stages in the transformation of Menorca, from an island of early farming communities into a landscape containing some of the densest prehistoric monumental architecture in the Western Mediterranean. There has been no major recent excavation at Ses Roques Lices, producing a spectacular new discovery comparable to the 1974 investigation. Its importance instead became more visible through modern research into the broader prehistoric landscape of Menorca. In 2023, Talaiotic Menorca was inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List, and Ses Roques Lices was included within the archaeological landscape associated with Torre d'en Galmes. Official documentation identifies it as an exceptionally well-preserved example of the island's early megalithic funerary architecture, representing the period before the emergence of the later Cyclopean tradition. Ugarit left behind something far stranger than ruins. When the ancient city was uncovered at Ras Shamra on the Syrian coast, archaeologists found palaces, temples, houses and streets from a kingdom that disappeared more than 3,000 years ago. But scattered through those buildings were thousands of clay tablets. They recorded property, trade, taxes, legal agreements, religious rituals, diplomatic correspondence, and the daily machinery of government. Instead of finding a dead city and trying to reconstruct its society from stone, archaeologists had discovered something closer to a Bronze Age city frozen together with its own database. The story began in 1928, when a tomb was accidentally exposed near Minat el Beida on the Mediterranean coast. Excavations moved inland to Ras Shamra the following year and revealed Ugarit, once an important kingdom connected by sea and land with Egypt, Cyprus, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the wider Levant. Its location had made it part of an enormous international network during the Late Bronze Age. Imported objects, foreign artistic influences, and texts written in several languages all appeared within the same urban world. Then the tablets began changing the picture completely. They were not confined to one royal archive. Texts appeared in the palace, religious buildings and private houses, meaning information was distributed through different parts of the city. Some recorded commodities and personnel. Others dealt with land, legal agreements, or communication between rulers. Religious tablets preserved rituals and stories involving deities such as Baal, El, Anat, and Mot. Akkadian, the international diplomatic language of the period, existed beside Ugaritic and Hurrian. Individual buildings could therefore be connected with the information once created and stored inside them. But the most unusual discovery was hidden in the shape of the writing itself. At first glance, Ugaritic tablets look like ordinary cuneiform. Their surfaces are covered with wedge-shaped impressions made by pressing a stylus into wet clay, a technology that had already existed in the Near East for many centuries. Traditional Mesopotamian cuneiform, however, relied on large inventories of signs capable of representing words, syllables, and other values. Ugarit scribes had done something fundamentally different. They turned cuneiform into an alphabet. The standard Ugaritic alphabet required only 30 letters. The writing still looked ancient and visually complex, but underneath those wedges was a compact alphabetic system. A scribe did not need the enormous conventional sign inventory associated with Mesopotamian cuneiform to write Ugaritic. Each letter was formed from combinations of wedge impressions, and the language was normally written from left to right. The evidence became impossible to dismiss when archaeologists found alphabet exercises. In 1948, a tablet catalogued as RS 12.033 was discovered in the royal palace. Written across it were all 30 Ugaritic letters arranged in sequence. It was an ancient ABC list. Other abecedaries were eventually identified as well, showing that the sequence was deliberate and that scribes had practiced the alphabet as part of their training. This makes the tablets visually deceptive in a way few ancient writing systems are. Someone unfamiliar with Ugaritic can look at one and assume it belongs to the same complicated writing tradition seen on countless Mesopotamian tablets. Instead, those wedges can represent individual alphabetic letters. Ugarit had preserved the physical appearance of cuneiform while changing the logic operating underneath it. Some surviving examples are remarkably small. Tablet fragments from Ras Shamra, preserved in museum collections, measure only a few centimeters, while certain pieces are barely larger than a fingertip. Yet these fragments can contain evidence for administration, religious practice, or scribal education. They were not monumental inscriptions created only for kings. Clay was being used as an everyday information medium, carrying records through the institutions and houses of the city. That is where Ugarit becomes more than a story about an unusual alphabet. The writing system survived together with the environment in which it was actually used. Inside the royal palace were archives connected with the administration of the kingdom and its foreign relations. Elsewhere, tablets appeared in private residences associated with educated officials and scribes. Religious areas produced mythological and ritual texts. Alphabet exercises reveal people learning the system, while economic and legal records reveal people using writing for practical purposes. Archaeologists are not looking at an alphabet separated from its civilization. They can place parts of that information system back inside the city that produced it. The religious tablets added another layer. Ugarit preserved an exceptional body of late Bronze Age Levantine literature, including texts associated with the Baal cycle. These documents provide direct evidence for religious traditions that would otherwise be far more difficult to reconstruct. Names, conflicts between deities, rituals, and concepts survived because scribes pressed them into clay more than 3,000 years ago. Then the records stop. Around the beginning of the 12th century BCE, Ugarit was destroyed during the wider upheaval known as the Late Bronze Age collapse. Political centers across the eastern Mediterranean were failing or being transformed. Trade networks were disrupted, and several major states and cities entered periods of destruction or instability. Ugarit never returned as the same Bronze Age kingdom. This gives its archives an unusual archaeological value. They were produced by a functioning society close to the end of its existence. The people writing administrative documents were not creating historical descriptions of a civilization that had already vanished. These were working records, property, correspondence, obligations, religious texts and exercises produced while the system was still operating. The destruction created a strange contradiction. It ended the institutions that generated the records, but it also helped preserve the material that allows those institutions to be reconstructed. Clay can survive conditions that would erase writing on many organic materials, and tablets exposed to intense heat can become even more durable. Buildings collapsed, political authority disappeared, and the local writing tradition eventually ceased to function, while pieces of the information stored inside the city remained beneath the ruins. Gebel el-Silsila was one of the great sandstone quarrying landscapes of ancient Egypt, yet the deeper archaeologists investigate the site, the less it resembles a simple industrial zone. Positioned where sandstone cliffs narrow the Nile in Upper Egypt, the area contains more than 100 known quarries that supplied stone for major Egyptian building projects over many centuries. Quarry faces still preserve tool marks, inscriptions, and traces of organized extraction, but among them are temples, shrines, tombs, and monuments that reveal an unexpectedly complex landscape. The most remarkable is the Speos of Horemheb, a sanctuary cut directly into the sandstone cliff during the reign of Horemheb, the final pharaoh of Egypt's 18th dynasty, around 1323 to 1295 BC. The Speos is unusual because the chamber may not originally have been created as a temple. Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities identifies it as a rock-cut sanctuary that was probably adapted from an earlier quarry gallery. If that interpretation is correct, a cavity once opened for extracting sandstone was deliberately transformed into a sacred royal monument. Its facade consists of 5 openings divided by pillars, with the central entrance leading through a hall toward a sanctuary deeper inside the cliff. Instead of placing separate statues in this inner chamber, ancient craftsmen carved 7 seated figures directly from the living sandstone, making the sculptures physically inseparable from the mountain itself. Those 7 figures represent Amun-Ra, Mut, Khonsu, Thoth, Taweret, Sobek, and Horemheb. Sobek was especially important as a local deity associated with Gebel el-Silsila, while Amun-Ra, Mut, and Khonsu formed the powerful Theban triad. Horemheb was therefore represented seated among gods inside a chamber carved into the same geological formation, being dismantled by quarrymen outside. The walls reinforce this connection between kingship and divinity. One scene depicts the goddess Taweret suckling Horemheb, while another records the king's triumphal return following victory in Nubia. Later, Ramesside rulers and officials added further inscriptions, stelae and scenes, showing that the sanctuary remained important after Horemheb's death. The Speos become stranger when viewed together with the surrounding cliffs. South of it are 32 rock-cut chapels belonging to high officials of the New Kingdom, many connected with the period of Hatshepsut and Tutmosis III during the 15th century BC. Other monuments were created for Seti I, Ramesses II, and Meremptah, while a large stela of Ramesses III survives elsewhere at the site. A later inscription of Sheshonq I, who ruled approximately 945 to 924 BC, records quarrying activity at Gebel el-Silsila. Sacred monuments and records of stone extraction therefore existed within the same landscape rather than occupying completely separate environments. The geography may have contributed to this unusual concentration of religious activity. At Gebel el-Silsila, cliffs constrict the Nile into a comparatively narrow passage, creating a dramatic natural gateway along the river. Deities connected with water, fertility, and protection, including Sobek, Hapi, Khnum, and Taweret, were worshipped here alongside Isis, Horus, Min, and the Theban gods. At the same time, enormous quantities of sandstone were being removed from the cliffs, for construction elsewhere in Egypt. Workers were effectively dismantling parts of the mountain, while other sections were carefully preserved, carved with religious imagery, and transformed into permanent sacred spaces. For years, Gebel el-Silsila could still be interpreted primarily as an industrial quarrying center occupied by temporary groups of workers. Archaeological discoveries beginning in 2015 significantly complicated that picture. A joint mission involving Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities and Lund University investigated the eastern side of the site and identified a New Kingdom cemetery containing 78 tombs, broadly dating between about 1550 and 1069 BC. The chambers were relatively simple and generally lacked the elaborate decoration associated with elite royal burials. But the human remains inside provided evidence more important to understanding how the quarry community actually lived. The dead included adult men, women, and children. This demographic pattern was difficult to reconcile with the idea of Gebel el-Silsila functioning only as a temporary camp populated mainly by quarry laborers. According to Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the ages and sexes represented in the cemetery suggest that an actual settlement may have existed here. Objects recovered from the burials included pottery vessels, beer jars, faience beads, scarab amulets, bronze bracelets, and animal bones. Individually, these objects were ordinary, but together with the human remains, they revealed families and daily life within a landscape previously known mainly for extracting construction material. This discovery changed the archaeological question. Instead of asking only how stone was quarried and transported, researchers could begin asking who lived beside the quarries, whether families remained here for extended periods, and how industrial labor interacted with religious activity. The modern Gebel el-Silsila archaeological project, established in 2012, studies a landscape covering roughly 30 square kilometers. Its research includes quarries, inscriptions, monuments, burial areas, and evidence connected with settlement and transportation, allowing the individual remains to be examined as parts of a much larger ancient environment. The archaeological record is also unusually long. Inscriptions, graffiti, and other traces at Gebel el-Silsila span periods from prehistoric Egypt through pharaonic and later eras. The speos itself continued to acquire new identities long after the New Kingdom. Christian crosses carved into its walls demonstrate that the chamber was eventually reused for Christian worship. A space that may have begun as a quarry gallery had therefore undergone a remarkable sequence of transformations, from a place connected with stone extraction to a royal Egyptian sanctuary, then a monument repeatedly marked by later generations, and finally, a Christian sacred space. What makes Gebel el-Silsila particularly unusual is the concentration of activities normally imagined separately. More than 100 quarries existed alongside 32 rock-cut chapels, royal monuments, inscriptions, and a cemetery containing 78 known New Kingdom tombs. Stone was removed on an enormous scale, yet parts of the same cliffs were treated as sacred. Kings commemorated military victories there, officials created private chapels, quarry workers left inscriptions, and families appear to have buried their dead nearby. The speos of Horemheb stands at the center of this contradiction, a temple that may itself have emerged from an abandoned quarry passage. Rather than revealing a mysterious technology or an impossible structure, recent archaeology has exposed something more grounded but equally unexpected. Gebel el-Silsila appears to have been a functioning human landscape where quarrying, religion, royal authority, settlement, and burial existed simultaneously. The 78 tombs provide some of the strongest evidence that the people associated with the quarries were not merely temporary laborers passing through. And inside the cliff, 7 figures still sit carved from the living sandstone, preserving the moment when a space created within one of ancient Egypt's greatest quarrying regions was permanently transformed into a sanctuary for gods and a king. Espabod Khorshid Cave is not simply an ancient shelter carved into a mountain. It is the remains of a multi-level fortified complex constructed inside one of northern Iran's enormous natural rock openings, where builders transformed a geological formation into a defensible settlement, equipped with living spaces, storage facilities, water infrastructure, workshops, and internal routes. The site stands in the mountainous Savadku region of Mazandaran, associated with the rugged landscape of Mount Shervin and the Khatiaku Valley. Its position alone is extraordinary. The complex lies at roughly 1,725 meters above sea level, while the natural arch enclosing it has an opening approximately 85 meters long. From below, the surviving masonry appears almost fused with the cliff, making it difficult to understand where the mountain ends and the architecture begins. Archaeological research links the principal remains to the Sasanian and early Islamic periods, but the scale of human modification suggests something far more elaborate than a temporary mountain refuge. The natural arch provided the first layer of protection. Instead of constructing an exposed fortress on a summit, builders exploited a gigantic cavity already enclosed by rock. The location overlooked routes through a narrow mountainous region, while steep terrain restricted approaches to the site. Anyone attempting to reach the interior would have been forced toward limited access points beneath massive cliffs. Yet this defensive advantage created an engineering problem. Almost everything required for prolonged occupation had to be transported upward and incorporated into an irregular natural chamber. Stone, lime, plaster, timber, food, water, metal and tools all had to reach a place deliberately chosen because it was difficult to reach. Inside, the builders did not merely erect a defensive wall across the entrance. Archaeological investigation has identified substantial structures on both sides of the arch, constructed mainly from rubble stone combined with lime and plaster mortar. Researchers divide the enormous complex into three principal sections. Architectural remains include staircases connecting different levels, residential areas, warehouses, ponds, and a water reservoir, together with defensive structures positioned throughout the interior. Some walls climb along the natural rock, while surviving spaces occupy elevations that would have turned the cavity into a vertically organized stronghold. Unusual key-shaped archways survive among the architecture. The result was effectively a fortress built upward through a natural cavern rather than outward across conventional terrain. The staircases are particularly important because they reveal that the different elevations were intentionally connected. People were expected to move between sections rather than remain on a single fortified platform. Residential structures indicate occupation inside the protected space, while warehouses point toward deliberate stockpiling. This combination changes the interpretation of Espabod Khorshid. A simple refuge only needs protection for people fleeing danger. A complex containing permanent masonry, internal circulation, living areas and storage suggests preparation for a much longer occupation. The mountain itself became the outer shell of a functioning fortified environment. Water would have determined whether such a position could actually survive isolation. Espabod Khorshid therefore incorporated ponds and a reservoir into its internal architecture. This was not a minor convenience. A mountain fortress could possess almost perfect defensive walls and still become useless if its occupants were forced to leave regularly for water. Combined with warehouses capable of holding supplies, the reservoir allowed the inhabitants to reduce their dependence on the surrounding valley. The most formidable feature of the fortress was therefore not simply the cliff protecting it, but the infrastructure that allowed people to remain behind that protection. Systematic excavation beginning in 2019 revealed another dimension of the site. During the first excavation season, archaeologists identified evidence of a metalworking workshop inside the complex. Molds and traces associated with casting demonstrated that metal was being worked on site. More strikingly, the objects connected with this activity included arrowheads, daggers, swords, and harpoons. The discovery means that Espabod Khorshid was not merely a place where weapons were stored after being produced elsewhere. At least some metal objects could be manufactured within the protected interior itself. That discovery makes the arrangement of the fortress unusually coherent. Water could be retained inside. Supplies could be placed in warehouses. People occupied residential spaces connected by staircases. Defensive architecture controlled access, while metal workers could produce or maintain equipment without leaving the stronghold. In a prolonged period of danger, those capabilities would have been extremely valuable. The inaccessible location, which initially appears to be a logistical disadvantage, begins to make sense when considered together with the infrastructure hidden behind the arch. The archaeological evidence becomes stranger in another part of the cave. Researchers documented a niche containing imagery associated with the Sasanian cultural world, including riders, horses, a tiger, and abstract human figures. These images introduce something beyond purely practical military architecture. The people occupying the fortress were not simply using an empty cavern as a defensive shell. They were modifying its surfaces and introducing imagery recognizable within their cultural environment. The combination of fortifications, domestic areas, industrial activity, and visual representation makes the site difficult to reduce to a single function. Some of the most fragile evidence survived not in stone but in wood. Archaeologists discovered wooden pillars within the site, and samples were sent to the Ismeo Institute in Italy for analysis. Their survival is significant because most of the architecture visible now represents only the durable fraction of the original complex. Timber elements could once have supported floors, roofs, platforms, or other structures that have disappeared. If wooden components occupied the spaces between surviving masonry and natural rock, the fortress experienced by its inhabitants may have been considerably denser and more complex than the ruins visible today suggest. Another object has expanded the mystery from military occupation into administration. A Sasanian administrative clay ceiling discovered at Espabod Khorshid became the subject of a dedicated scholarly study published in 2024. Clay ceilings were used in systems for controlling goods, documents, and official transactions, and Sasanian sigillographic evidence elsewhere has proved valuable for reconstructing administrative offices and military titles. The presence of such an object at Espabod Khorshid therefore adds an unexpected bureaucratic element to a site already containing defenses, residences, storage, and manufacturing. It does not by itself prove that the cave was a major administrative center, but it demonstrates that administrative practices reached this remote fortified environment. Medrasen is one of the oldest surviving royal monuments in North Africa, yet the enormous structure standing in eastern Algeria may not be the monument its first builders originally created. Dating broadly to the 4th or 3rd century BC, this Numidian mausoleum rises about 18 meters above the landscape and measures roughly 58 meters across its base. Its silhouette is immediately distinct. Its architecture created an immense engineering problem from the beginning. Medrasen was not designed as a large hollow building filled with rooms. Much of the structure consists of a heavy internal mass organized around its funerary space. Researchers have connected its underlying concept with North African funerary traditions, such as the bazina, circular or stepped stone monuments surrounding burials, but Medrasen expanded this principle to a scale approaching monumental royal architecture. A peripheral retaining structure therefore had to resist the outward pressure produced by the material behind it, while carrying the enormous weight above. Reconstructions suggest a peripheral wall approximately 5 meters high, probably increasing in thickness toward its base, rather than maintaining a simple vertical profile. Calculations demonstrate why this mattered. When researchers tested hypothetical retaining walls approximately 1.2 meters and 3.5 meters thick, the forces acting through them could move outside a stable configuration, creating tensile stresses and increasing the possibility of structural failure. Stone masonry is extremely effective under compression, but much less capable of resisting tension. Medresen's builders were therefore managing forces generated by thousands of tons of material, pressing downward and outward through a circular monument. Its shape was visually powerful, but that same geometry could create weaknesses within the structure. The most revealing evidence emerged when researchers examined the relationship between the inner nucleus and the architectural exterior. Using metric documentation, photogrammetry, and a three-dimensional finite element method model, they tested how the monument behaved under its own weight. When the nucleus was analyzed without the outer architectural layer, concentrations of tensile stress appeared in its upper areas, especially around a height of approximately 11.2 meters. Selected calculations produced values ranging from about 94 to 175 kilonewtons per square meter. These concentrations indicated zones where cracking or separation could become significant as the enormous circular mass pushed outward. When the exterior architectural system was added to the model, the behavior changed. The additional layer helped reduce tensile stress and stabilize the nucleus. This result gives Medresen its most intriguing archaeological dimension. The exterior may represent more than the decorative completion of a single construction project. Evidence suggests that parts of the monument underwent repair or modification in antiquity, and that an architectural outer layer was incorporated into an already existing structure. The monument may therefore preserve at least two important stages of construction: an earlier funerary mass and a later intervention that simultaneously reinforced and transformed it. Such an intervention required ancient builders to understand a structure that had already begun living its own architectural history. They possessed no computer models or modern stress calculations, but deterioration itself could provide information. Cracks, movement between blocks, deformation or localized failure could reveal where forces were accumulating. The exact damage they encountered cannot be reconstructed with certainty, yet the surviving architecture suggests that their response went beyond replacing individual stones. They appear to have altered the monument as a system. This is where Medresen's unusual exterior becomes especially important. The later architectural treatment, if the proposed construction sequence is correct, was not an improvised retaining shell. 60 engaged columns encircle the cylindrical base, while the 23 stepped courses above create a highly controlled geometric profile. Indigenous North African funerary architecture was combined with elements associated with the wider Mediterranean architectural world. Engineering and monumental display could therefore have served the same project, strengthening an inherited tomb while turning it into an even more imposing symbol. Researchers have described this process as a form of evolutionary restoration. Instead of restoring Medresen to an earlier appearance, ancient builders may have created a new architectural identity around the older structure. The distinction is significant. A royal burial could gradually become something larger than the grave itself, a monument designed to project memory, status, and political authority. Later, Numidian elites may have preserved an older funerary structure while reshaping it according to changing ideas of royal representation. The mystery is intensified by the uncertain identity of the person for whom Medresen was originally constructed. The monument belongs to a period before the best documented phases of Numidian history, and no surviving evidence securely identifies its original occupant. Without a clear inscription explaining its construction, architecture becomes one of the main historical records. Differences between the nucleus, retaining structures, and exterior treatment can preserve traces of decisions that written sources never recorded. Even Medresen's apparent symmetry can therefore be deceptive. Seen from outside, the 58-meter circular base and 23 receding levels produce the impression of a monument conceived and completed according to one unified design. Structural analysis instead raises the possibility that this visual unity hides chronological complexity. Some components may belong to the earliest funerary project, while others record later attempts to stabilize, repair, and monumentalize it. Assyria is an ancient city in northern Dalmatia whose surviving Roman walls conceal a much older story. Standing near the modern village of Podgrađe, about 6 kilometers east of Benkovac in Croatia, the settlement became an important center of Roman Liburnia, yet Rome did not create it on empty ground. Long before Roman roads, inscriptions, and monumental buildings transformed the hill, a Liburnian community had already occupied the site. Archaeology has gradually revealed that the city visible above ground is only one stage in a much longer sequence, with older cemeteries, structures, and monuments becoming physically entangled with later construction. The Liburnians were an indigenous people of the eastern Adriatic, and Assyria belonged to their network of settlements before Roman control reshaped the region. Its position connected the interior with routes toward other centers and eventually with Iada, the Roman predecessor of Zadar, as well as Scardona and the military complex at Burnham. As Roman influence expanded, Assyria developed into a municipium and acquired architecture associated with Roman urban life. But rather than erasing everything that existed before, builders repeatedly worked around, over, and sometimes directly through earlier features. The result was a city constructed in layers. This process is especially visible around the western side of Assyria, where massive fortifications still dominate the archaeological landscape. Research around the western and northwestern walls identified several construction phases associated with the defenses and entrances into the settlement. These were not simply barriers surrounding a single planned city. The changing walls preserve evidence that Assyria was reorganized as its population, political status, and defensive requirements changed. One of the most important locations was the Western Gate, where later Roman construction intersected with traces belonging to the older Liburnian settlement. Near the western fortifications, archaeologists identified remains of a Liburnian cemetery. This placed an ancient burial zone beside ground that later became part of the monumental boundary of the Roman city. 3 Liburnian tombstones recovered in 2003 added further evidence of the funerary landscape. Their presence reveals a striking transformation in the use of space. Land associated with the dead during an earlier phase eventually stood beside gates, walls, and movement into a Romanized urban center. Instead of 2 civilizations occupying completely separate sites, their remains overlap within the same small area. An unusual discovery made near the Western Gate in 2002 provided another clue to this architectural sequence. Archaeologists found a fragment of a late Roman milestone, but it was no longer standing beside the road it had once marked. The stone appeared within filling deposited between 2 city walls. Researchers proposed that the milestone had originally stood near the western entrance, probably marking the final point on the route connecting Iada with Assyria. During a later rebuilding phase, it was removed, broken, and reused as construction material. Its position is important because the fragment records 2 different versions of Assyria at once. In its original role, the milestone belonged to the road network that connected the city with the Roman world. In its secondary position, trapped between defensive structures, it became evidence that those fortifications had themselves changed. Ancient builders were recycling their own urban landscape, dismantling monument architecture. A seemingly insignificant piece of stone, therefore, helps archaeologists determine how one construction phase replaced another. Roman influence eventually extended far beyond the defenses. Inscriptions and monuments demonstrate that Assyria became closely integrated into the political and administrative system of the empire, while elements of its Liburnian past continued to survive. One of the most informative objects associated with this Roman phase was a fragmentary bronze military diploma discovered in the Assyria area. Roman military diplomas were official legal documents connected with soldiers, particularly auxiliary veterans, and could record grants of citizenship and other rights following honorable service. The surviving text allows the Assyria diploma to be dated with unusual precision. It was issued during the reign of Emperor Hadrian, when he held tribunician power for the 10th time, placing it in AD 125 or 126. When the artifact was published, it was identified as only the fourth military diploma of this type, known from the Croatian Adriatic coast. Although incomplete, its inscription preserves part of the imperial titulature and information associated with auxiliary military units. A small bronze fragment therefore links this former Liburnian settlement directly to the legal and military machinery of an empire stretching across much of Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. Another discovery reveals how the transformed city actually functioned. Investigation of an urban structure uncovered a substantial water cistern constructed inside one of its rooms. The reservoir measured approximately 3 meters by 3.5 meters by 3.8 meters. Its walls retained waterproof plaster, while the floor consisted of bricks arranged in opus spicatum, the characteristic Roman herringbone pattern. These features show deliberate engineering designed to store water rather than a simple underground cavity. The cistern also contained evidence of later modification. Changes to the construction of its vault suggest that it may have continued functioning during late antiquity. This adds another layer to Assyria's chronology. Just as Roman builders had inherited and transformed a Liburnian settlement, later inhabitants appear to have adapted structures belonging to the Roman city. Buildings were not necessarily abandoned when their first purpose or construction phase ended. They could be repaired, altered, and incorporated into a different version of the settlement. Vangchia was once thought to be little more than a remote field of carved memorial stones. Then archaeologists began digging beneath them and discovered structures, ancient pathways, pottery, and evidence suggesting that the monuments may be only the visible remains of a much larger forgotten settlement. Known as Kauchua Ropui, the site lies among the hills of Mizoram in northeastern India, close to the border with Myanmar. Around 180 menhirs have been documented across the area, making it one of the most remarkable concentrations of carved megaliths known in the region. Yet the standing stones are increasingly difficult to understand in isolation. Archaeological work has revealed traces of construction, movement, and occupation around them, turning what appeared to be a field of memorial monuments into a much more complicated archaeological landscape. The menhirs themselves preserve an extraordinary visual record. Instead of plain standing stones, many carry carved human figures, mithun heads, deer, weapons, circular objects interpreted as gongs, and geometric designs. Some figures appear with elaborate headgear or equipment, suggesting that status and social identity may have played an important role in the imagery. Mithun, a domesticated bovine deeply associated with wealth and ceremonial prestige in the region, appears repeatedly. The monuments have consequently been connected with traditions commemorating socially important individuals and achievements, but there are no inscriptions identifying the people represented or explaining why particular images were chosen. Hundreds of symbols survive in stone, while the system used to interpret them has largely disappeared. The archaeological picture changed dramatically when investigations moved beyond recording these visible monuments. Work by the Archaeological Survey of India uncovered pottery and numerous stone-built features beneath and around the megalithic field. Roughly 20 stone structures were identified during one phase of investigation, some initially considered possible burials. Organic material suitable for scientific dating was also recovered. These discoveries suggested that people were doing far more here than periodically arriving to erect memorial stones. The ground surrounding the menhirs contained evidence of organized construction and sustained human activity. raising the possibility that Kauchua Ropui once formed part of a settlement whose surviving monuments represent only its most durable elements. One discovery made that possibility especially intriguing. Archaeologists reported a substantial stone feature extending for approximately 200 meters, with an arrangement that prompted comparison with a water pavilion or water management structure. Its exact function remains uncertain, but its scale alone points to deliberate planning and significant labor. In the steep terrain of Mizoram, where usable ground and water are controlled by ridges and valleys, constructing something of this size would have required a detailed understanding of the landscape. If it was associated with managing water, it could represent infrastructure supporting a permanent community. If its function was different, the amount of stonework involved still demands an explanation. Ancient stone-paved pathways add another dimension. Routes have been documented around Vangchia and neighboring areas, some extending toward the Tiao River system near the modern India-Myanmar frontier. They may have supported agriculture, hunting, fishing, or movement between settlements and resource zones. Their presence is important because they show that the monuments belonged to a landscape through which people deliberately created routes. The menhirs were not simply scattered across an isolated hill. They stood among paths, constructed features, and areas of occupation, while local traditions also preserve associations between ancient routes and the movement of ancestors. The symbolic landscape extends beyond the standing stones. Researchers have identified petroglyphs at 4 locations around Vangchia on natural rock surfaces. Among them are human figures, Mithun heads, Y-shaped shields, and motifs closely resembling those carved onto the menhirs. Some occur on rock outcrops overlooking the Tiao River and terrain toward Myanmar. Repeating the same imagery on both erected monuments and natural rock suggests that these symbols were not confined to a single memorial field. They may have marked routes, significant places, or parts of a wider cultural landscape. Their exact role remains unresolved, but their distribution makes Kauchua Ropui increasingly difficult to interpret as nothing more than a cemetery or collection of commemorative stones. Other surviving traces suggest that part of the original architecture may have vanished completely. A rock shelter higher in the landscape contains 5 openings and occupies a position overlooking the surrounding terrain. Its weathered condition prevents a confident reconstruction, although modifications in the rock have led to suggestions that it could have served as a lookout or defensive position. Elsewhere, holes cut into stone may once have supported wooden posts. Timber buildings, roofs, and platforms would have disappeared far more easily than stone foundations, meaning the site visible now could preserve only the skeleton of what once existed. A visitor sees menhirs and exposed stonework, but the original settlement may have contained substantial wooden architecture for which almost nothing remains above ground. Chronology adds another unresolved layer. Vangchia belongs to a relatively recent archaeological horizon compared with prehistoric megalithic sites elsewhere in the world, and it should not be presented as a mysterious civilization thousands of years older than the evidence allows. Human remains previously associated with Vangchia have been reported at around the late 15th century, yet discoveries elsewhere in Mizoram are beginning to push direct evidence of regional occupation further back. Human bones recovered from a cave near North Karlek were recently radiocarbon dated to approximately 1260 to 1320 CE. Those remains do not prove that the same people created Kauchua Ropui, but they show that the human history of these hills reaches further back than some earlier reconstructions suggested, and genetic research may eventually help clarify relationships between different populations. Vangchia is also not alone. Other megalithic complexes across Mizoram contain related combinations of carved stones, petroglyphs, and ancient pathways. At Lianpui, more than 100 carved stone slabs have been documented alongside rock art, anthropic holes, and old routes. Such parallels suggest that Kauchua may have belonged to a broader monument-building tradition spread through the mountainous region, rather than representing an isolated local phenomenon. The difficult question is how these communities were connected, and whether similar symbols carried the same meaning from one place to another. Taken together, the evidence creates a very different picture from the one suggested by the first visible monuments. Around 180 carved menhirs stand above a landscape containing pottery, stone structures, pathways, petroglyphs, possible post holes, and a large engineered feature, approximately 200 meters long. Each discovery expands the scale of the site, while making its original organization harder to define. The carvings indicate a recognizable symbolic system. The pathways reveal controlled movement through the terrain, and the structures point toward activities extending beyond commemoration of the dead. Yet no written record explains how these elements work together. The central mystery of Kauchua is therefore no longer simply who carved its standing stones. It is what kind of community existed around them. The monuments may be the most visible survivors of a settlement whose houses and wooden structures disappeared, while its stone roots and carved imagery remained embedded across the hills. Archaeologists can still trace where people walked, where they built, and which symbols they repeatedly carved, but the political organization, full settlement plan, and precise relationship between the living community and its monuments remain incomplete. Vangchia began as a field of mysterious stones. The more evidence uncovered around them, the more those stones appear to be only fragments of something much larger. The Kachari monolith complex at Dimapur in Nagaland, northeastern India, contains one of the strangest monumental landscapes associated with a historic kingdom in the region. Roughly 100 sandstone monoliths have been recorded here, some rising between 8 and 15 feet above the ground. Their size alone is impressive, but the real mystery comes from their organization. Many were deliberately positioned in 3 rows, forming an ordered field of carved stones rather than a random collection of monuments. Whoever created them invested considerable labor in quarrying, shaping, decorating, transporting, and raising dozens of heavy blocks inside what was once an important fortified capital. The physical system survives, the rules behind it do not. The most recognizable stones have narrow vertical bodies supporting broad rounded tops, producing silhouettes often described as mushroom-shaped or resembling enormous chess pieces. Enough remain standing to show that this unusual profile was deliberately repeated. This resemblance has inspired a persistent tradition that the monuments were pieces in some form of giant chess-like game. It is a striking image, but no archaeological evidence demonstrates that they actually functioned as game pieces. Their appearance alone cannot explain why so many were produced, or why they were arranged in ordered rows. If the chess interpretation is removed, the strange geometry becomes even harder to account for. More importantly, the builders did not use only one design. Research published in the Journal of Neolithic Archaeology in 2019 classified the Dimapur monuments into 3 groups: chessmen, large isolated chessmen, and V-shaped monolithic columns. The V-shaped examples are especially unusual. Instead of ending in one rounded head, they rise into paired projections, creating a forked profile unlike the mushroom-shaped stones nearby. The coexistence of several standardized forms suggests some kind of classification within the monument field. Different shapes may have represented different meanings, people, ceremonies, or periods of construction, but the surviving forms provide no definitive answer. The surfaces of the stones deepen the problem. Archaeological descriptions record carvings of animals, birds, floral patterns, geometric designs, and motifs associated with weapons, including spearheads, swords, and daggers. These were therefore not merely rough-standing stones dragged into position. Their makers selected images, cut them into sandstone, and incorporated them into monuments already requiring significant labor to manufacture. The imagery appears intentional, Yet no surviving inscription provides a key to its meaning. Weapons could indicate status, warfare, or commemoration. Animals and plant forms could carry symbolic or ritual associations. Geometric motifs may have communicated ideas that were immediately recognizable to the people who created them. Archaeology can identify the carvings, but cannot securely reconstruct the symbolic system connecting them. The setting is equally important because these monoliths were not isolated in an empty landscape. They belonged to Dimapur, a major center and former capital of the Kachari kingdom. Around them were fortifications, gateways, embankments, temples, baths, and large water tanks associated with the settlement. Surviving architectural remains include defensive structures, carved elements, pointed arches, battlements, and octagonal turrets. Several large tanks, remembered under names including Rajpukuri, Padampukuri, Bamunpukuri, and Jorpukuri, also demonstrate that this was an organized urban environment requiring substantial control of land, water, and labor. The strange pillars were therefore embedded inside a functioning political center rather than standing as an independent megalithic sanctuary. This changes the scale of the mystery. A society capable of maintaining fortifications and water systems also had enough organizational power to commission a monumental stone program. Producing dozens of specially shaped pillars required raw material, skilled stoneworking, transportation, and coordinated placement. Arranging many of them into 3 rows indicates that position mattered as much as the monuments themselves. Repetition suggests rules, different forms suggest categories, carved motifs suggest symbolic choices. Yet the administrative or ritual mechanism that connected all these features has disappeared. Several interpretations have been proposed, and they point in very different directions. Some traditions associate the monuments with fertility practices. Other interpretations treat at least some of the stones as memorials, fitting a broader tradition of erecting commemorative monoliths across northeastern India. Ceremonial or religious functions have also been considered, while the famous chess tradition presents an entirely different possibility. These explanations are not interchangeable. A memorial field would preserve social memory, a fertility complex would belong to ritual practice, and a symbolic game would imply another function altogether. None currently explains every major feature of Dimapur at once. The large number of stones, their organized rows, their contrasting shapes, their carvings, and their position inside the capital. Regional comparisons show that Dimapur did not emerge from a culture unfamiliar with standing stones. Monolith erection has a long history across northeastern India, and organized groups occur elsewhere. Archaeological Survey of India records, for example, 35 carved monolithic pillars arranged in 2 rows at Kasomari Pattar in Assam. Such parallels demonstrate that communities in the region could create planned groups of standing stones. Dimapur nevertheless stands apart because of the number of surviving monuments, their unusual mushroom and V-shaped forms, their decoration, and their direct association with an important fortified settlement. Even their chronology contains uncertainty. Historical and architectural evidence places the Kachari capital within a known political sequence, and surviving fortified structures have been associated with the later medieval development of Dimapur. Kachari control of the city ended during conflict with the Ahoms in the 16th century, but dating the kingdom does not automatically date every monolith inside it. Stone itself cannot be radiocarbon dated like charcoal, bone, or other organic material, and the pillars lack inscriptions explicitly stating when they were erected. Their chronology must therefore depend on archaeological context, stylistic comparison, and their relationship with surrounding structures. This leaves open the possibility that the entire field was not created in a single phase. Mushroom-shaped monuments and V-shaped columns might represent different periods, social categories, or ceremonial roles. Large, isolated examples could have carried another meaning again. Their morphological differences are obvious, but morphology alone cannot reveal whether those differences were chronological or functional. Without stronger dating evidence associated directly with individual monuments, the development of the complex remains difficult to reconstruct precisely. The most surprising feature of Dimapur is therefore not the height of any single pillar. Ancient societies across the world moved stones far larger than these. The extraordinary element is the scale of deliberate repetition. A community created dozens upon dozens of shaped sandstone monuments, decorated many with recognizable motifs, and organized a substantial number into ordered rows inside the heart of a fortified capital. That amount of coordinated effort strongly indicates that the system carried considerable importance. Yet the meaning that justified that investment is precisely what has been lost. For the people who originally used Dimapur, the arrangement may have been perfectly understandable. A particular shape, carving, or position within a row could have communicated identity, rank, memory, ritual significance, or another category that required no written explanation. Once that cultural framework disappeared, the physical monuments remained, while the method for reading them vanished. Archaeologists can measure the pillars, classify their forms, document their carvings, and reconstruct the surrounding city, but those observations still stop short of revealing the complete purpose of the system. Tustan Rock Fortress is one of the strangest surviving examples of medieval engineering in the Ukrainian Carpathians, because almost none of the fortress that once dominated these cliffs remains standing. Near the village of Urish in western Ukraine, enormous sandstone formations rise abruptly above the surrounding forest, divided by vertical faces, narrow passages, ledges, and natural towers. The stone itself is tens of millions of years old, but across its surfaces are thousands of straight grooves, rectangular sockets, channels and holes that nature did not create. Around 4,000 artificial cuts have been documented. They are the surviving attachment points of an enormous wooden architectural system that once surrounded and climbed the rocks. The timber disappeared centuries ago, leaving the mountain covered with the negative imprint of a fortress that no longer exists. These marks became the key to reconstructing Tustan. Ukrainian researcher Mikhailo Rozhko spent decades studying their dimensions, orientation, and position during investigations conducted from 1971 until 2004. A horizontal groove could preserve the line where a wall or floor had met the rock. Rectangular cavities indicated places where wooden beams had been inserted. Repeated sockets appearing at different elevations revealed structures stacked above one another. When thousands of these traces were analyzed together, they produced something far more complex than a simple watchtower. Reconstructions showed a multi-level fortress, integrated with the sandstone, and repeatedly modified through several major construction phases. Later three-dimensional work modeled 5 periods of its development, demonstrating that Tustan grew and changed rather than being built according to one permanent design. The cliffs made this an extraordinary engineering problem. There was no flat platform on which builders could establish a conventional rectangular fortress. The sandstone rises at different heights and angles, with irregular gaps separating individual masses of rock. Wooden walls, floors, galleries, and defensive platforms had to conform to that geometry. Supporting beams needed secure anchoring points, while floors had to remain functional across uneven surfaces. Structures positioned between separate cliffs had to transfer loads through timber connections fitted into stone. Every socket cut into the rock also represented a decision that was difficult to reverse. A badly positioned hole could not simply be moved without leaving another permanent scar. The surviving pattern therefore suggests extensive measurement and planning before major structural elements were installed. This also explains why Tustan looks so different from an ordinary ruined castle. A masonry fortress can lose its roof and upper floors while still leaving towers, foundations, and curtain walls that reveal its basic plan. At Tustan, much of the architecture was timber. When those beams, walls, and floors decayed, burned, collapsed, or were removed, entire sections of the fortress disappeared. The sandstone remained with thousands of empty cavities. Archaeologists consequently reconstruct the building through absence. A socket reveals a vanished beam, a long groove records the edge of a lost structure, and groups of cuts expose flaws that have not existed for centuries. The cliffs effectively became an architectural archive. The higher the fortress expanded, the harder construction would have become. Large wooden components had to be prepared, transported through mountainous terrain, and positioned against steep rock faces. Some elements would have needed to reach elevated working areas where ordinary ground-level construction methods were impossible. Researchers studying Tustan therefore continue to investigate its woodworking and stoneworking techniques, as well as the possible lifting mechanisms involved in construction. The mystery is not whether medieval builders possessed the ability to build the fortress. The physical evidence proves that they did, but exactly how they organized the process efficiently across such difficult terrain. Another problem was water. A fortress occupying an elevated defensive position could become vulnerable during a siege if its inhabitants depended entirely on supplies from outside. Tustan contains evidence of water management infrastructure, including a well and rock-cut storage features associated with the fortified complex. These installations allowed water to be secured close to the defensive position rather than requiring constant access to lower ground. The wider landscape also preserves hydraulic features, showing that the inhabitants were modifying more than the cliffs themselves. The fortress was therefore a combination of natural geology and engineered infrastructure designed to remain functional under conditions in which access to the surrounding territory might be restricted. Its position in the Carpathians helps explain why so much effort was justified. Tustan was not simply a remote refuge. During the medieval period, it operated as a defensive, administrative, and customs center, connected with routes crossing the mountains. Salt from the Drohobych region moved through this broader network toward European markets. Controlling a strategic passage meant controlling valuable movement through difficult terrain. From its sandstone stronghold, Tustan could protect routes, supervise traffic, and participate in the collection of customs, while also providing a defensible military position. The cliffs were therefore valuable, not only because they were difficult to attack, but because they stood near movement worth controlling. The rock itself preserves evidence that the history of the location extends beyond the vanished fortress. Petroglyphs and engravings occur on the sandstone, including documented representations of animals, a horse and rider, axes and crosses. Their dates and meanings are not all equally certain, and the carvings should not automatically be treated as evidence of a mysterious prehistoric civilization. They do, however, demonstrate that different people marked these rocks for reasons unrelated to the later structural system. The same sandstone surfaces eventually covered with beam sockets and construction grooves also preserve symbolic traces of other human activity. Tustan is therefore not a single archaeological moment frozen in stone, but a landscape that accumulated different kinds of evidence over time. At one of the ancient crossroads of the Atacama Desert, enormous human and animal figures were placed across barren slopes, where travelers approaching from different directions could see them from afar. This is Chiza Suca, in northern Chile's Tarapacá region, where the quebradas of Chiza and Suca converge. The location once connected routes leading toward the Pacific coast at Camarones, north toward Conanoxa and Taltapé, east toward Liga and Suca, and south toward Camiña and Tilaviche. These geoglyphs were therefore not created in an isolated corner of the desert. They stood beside a network used by people and llama caravans moving between the coast, inland valleys, desert oases, and the Andean interior. That position changes the mystery of Chiza. The site is not simply a collection of giant drawings whose builders mysteriously chose an empty desert as their canvas. Several geoglyph sectors occupy slopes around the Chiza-Suca confluence, containing anthropomorphic figures, camelids, and other quadrupeds alongside circles, crosses, and geometric designs. Among the more unusual compositions are human forms enclosed within double-outlined rectangular structures. Many images were produced through an additive technique, with dark stones deliberately arranged over lighter ground. Instead of carving a small symbol onto a rock, their creators transformed entire hillsides into surfaces that could be recognized while crossing the landscape. Their scale has sometimes encouraged the familiar idea that enormous geoglyphs must somehow have been intended to be seen from above. Chiza requires no such explanation. The figures occupy inclined terrain overlooking routes, meaning their forms become visible from distant points on the ground. A caravan approaching through an open valley could watch an image emerge against the slope long before reaching it. In the almost vegetation-free Atacama, where visibility can extend across enormous distances, the hills themselves provided natural display surfaces. The placement of the images was therefore at least as important as their size. The roads beneath them also have a much longer history than the Inca presence in northern Chile. Although some desert tracks became incorporated into wider Inca systems, movement through the Atacama preceded the empire by centuries or even millennia. Archaeological investigation of another major caravan corridor between the Pica Oases and the Pacific coast documented a route approximately 150 kilometers long. Researchers identified geoglyph sites, 4 temporary camps and 2 burials along it, while llama coprolites and plant remains supplied direct evidence of caravan traffic. Radiocarbon dates indicate that much of the associated geoglyph activity belonged to roughly AD 900 to 1450, although parts of the Trans-Desert Route system were already being used by around 1300 BC. Chiza belonged to this broader world of movement. Caravans transported resources between ecological zones that could be separated by enormous stretches of barren terrain. Coastal products could travel inland, while agricultural goods, minerals, and other materials moved between valleys, oases, and highland regions. Routes were therefore not simply lines scratched across the desert. They connected communities that might otherwise have remained separated by some of the harshest terrain in South America. A junction such as Chiza would have been repeatedly encountered by travelers arriving from several directions, making it a logical place for visual markers. But the complexity of those markers raises another problem. If the figures were simply signs showing travelers where to go, their variety seems excessive. Camelids make obvious sense in a caravan landscape, but Chiza also contains human figures and abstract geometric forms whose meanings cannot be reduced to directions. An enormous anthropomorphic figure overlooking a route may have communicated something recognizable to ancient travelers, but archaeology cannot translate that message with certainty. Territory, group identity, ritual protection, important destinations or particular events could all have been expressed through images positioned along paths. Practical and ceremonial functions also need not have been separate. Evidence surrounding Chiza makes the landscape even more complicated. Archaeological research in the nearby Quebrada de Sucre recorded 16 groups of petroglyphs in the middle portion of the gorge. At sites such as Sucre 7 and Sucre 13, rock art appears alongside pathways and architectural remains. Camelids are represented among the carvings, including animals that appear to carry loads, reinforcing the connection between imagery and caravan movement. Some architectural walls were built in double rows, filled with materials including sand, straw, and gravel, while entrances, approximately 70 centimeters wide, were marked by upright stones. These were places where people did more than simply walk through the desert. Another important piece emerged from surveys reported in 2013. Researchers documented previously unpublished concentrations of petroglyph-bearing boulders in a side valley northeast of Chiza. The stones extended roughly along the foot of the slope, between approximately 630 and 780 meters above sea level, in terrain providing access toward the Pampa de Chiza and routes toward Conanoxa and Taltape. An additional petroglyph boulder was recorded beside an ancient road higher on the Pampa de Chiza, at roughly 1,308 meters elevation. The pattern again places imagery directly beside corridors of movement. One boulder, designated CHZ001, rises approximately 3 meters and carries numerous petroglyphs across a near-vertical face. Although modern graffiti has damaged part of the surface, its surviving carvings reveal something important about Chiza. The monumental hillside figures were only the most visible layer of a much larger visual environment. Travelers could encounter imagery at completely different scales, from engravings on individual boulders beside their route to giant figures occupying distant slopes. Ancient roads, geoglyph sectors, and petroglyph fields were all embedded within the same terrain. This is where Chiza becomes more than a geoglyph site. Its archaeological remains form a landscape organized around movement. Routes connected valleys and distant ecological regions. Decorated boulders stood beside corridors. Monumental images occupied visible slopes, and nearby sites preserve architecture and imagery associated with caravan activity. The concentration of these elements suggests that journeys through the Atacama carried meanings beyond simple transportation. Guldara Stupa, known as one of the most remarkable surviving Buddhist monuments of the Kushan period in Afghanistan, stands in the mountains south of Kabul, where its ruined stone walls conceal evidence of a much richer structure built nearly 2,000 years ago. Its greatest archaeological surprise was not found on the exterior, but deep inside the monument. When Charles Masson investigated Guldara in 1834, he reached a relic chamber within the stupa and recovered ashes and fragments of human bone. Beside them lay something far more valuable: 8 Kushan gold coins and 96 small gold fittings or buttons. Someone had deliberately sealed human remains together with royal currency and dozens of manufactured gold objects inside the architectural heart of the monument. The chamber was not simply a hiding place for treasure. Its position within the stupa connects it with the Buddhist practice of placing sacred relics and offerings inside monuments. But the richness of the deposit makes Guldara especially striking. British Museum records preserve Masson's account of ashes and bone fragments, accompanied by the 8 coins and 96 gold objects. 41 of those fittings are now held by the museum. They average roughly 21 millimeters in diameter and were made from thin sheets of debased gold, hammered into small domed forms. Copper alloy loops were soldered to their backs, showing that they had once been attached to another object or material. Traces interpreted as possible resin survive on some of them. Whatever they originally decorated has disappeared, leaving dozens of nearly identical pieces without the object that once connected them. The 8 coins provide one of the strongest chronological clues at Guldara. 6 were issued under the Kushan ruler Wima Kadphises, while 2 belonged to the later emperor Huvishka. Surviving examples are roughly 19 to 21 millimeters across and weigh close to 8 grams each. These were substantial gold coins rather than minor offerings. Because Huvishka ruled during the 2nd century AD, his coins show that the deposit could not have been sealed before their production and help place this phase of the monument in the later Kushan period. The presence of older Wima Kadphises coins, alongside later Huvishka issues, also suggests that the group was assembled from objects produced at different times, rather than consisting simply of freshly minted currency. Their placement beside cremated remains is more important than their monetary value. Gold that could have circulated through the Kushan economy was deliberately removed from use and enclosed where it was never intended to be recovered. The identity of the person represented by the ashes and bone fragments remains uncertain, and the 19th century circumstances of their recovery prevent many of the scientific examinations that might be attempted if such a chamber were discovered intact now. The precise meaning of the 96 gold fittings is equally unclear. Their attachment loops demonstrate that they belong to something, but the original arrangement has not survived. Archaeology can document the deposit, its materials and its chronology far more confidently than it can reconstruct the complete ritual performed when the chamber was sealed. Above this hidden deposit stood architecture that makes Guldara unusual for another reason. The monument was Buddhist, yet parts of its decorative vocabulary descended from the classical Mediterranean world. Its stone masonry incorporated pilasters with Corinthian-derived features, arches, and carefully repeated architectural divisions around the exterior. These elements did not turn Guldara into a Greek temple. Instead, they show how Hellenistic artistic traditions had been absorbed and transformed in Afghanistan centuries after the campaigns of Alexander the Great. Under Kushan rule, forms with distant classical origins could be incorporated into a Buddhist sacred monument containing cremated remains and ritual offerings. This mixture reflects the extraordinary cultural environment of ancient Afghanistan. The Kushan Empire occupied territory connected with Central Asia, Iran, and the Indian subcontinent, while the legacy of earlier Hellenistic kingdoms remained visible in regional art. At Guldara, these influences were brought together within one structure. The overall form and religious purpose belonged to Buddhism, while parts of the architectural decoration used a visual language ultimately connected with Greek and Hellenistic traditions. The gold coins inside add another layer because Kushan coinage itself combined royal portraits, inscriptions, and divine imagery drawn from several religious traditions. The monument therefore preserves cultural exchange not as an abstract historical idea, but directly in stone, metal, and religious practice. The bare masonry visible at Guldara now is also misleading. The stupa was not originally intended to look like an exposed mass of rough stone. Historical descriptions indicate that architectural surfaces were finished with plaster and color, including yellow ochre tones and red decorative elements. Niches and architectural spaces were associated with sculptural decoration. The surviving ruin is therefore closer to the structural skeleton of the original monument than to its complete appearance. When active, Guldara would have presented visitors with colored surfaces, architectural ornament, and religious imagery surrounding a sealed chamber whose valuable contents remained completely invisible. The neighboring monastic complex preserves an even more frustrating mystery. Early observers recorded traces interpreted as belonging to large standing statues, including enormous feet surviving after the upper portions of the figures had already disappeared. Those remaining traces were subsequently lost as well. Their absence prevents archaeologists from reconstructing with certainty exactly who the figures represented, how large the complete statues were, or how they interacted visually with the stupa. Afghanistan is famous for monumental Buddhist sculpture elsewhere, but the evidence at Guldara is too incomplete to justify reconstructing these lost figures as specific, colossal Buddhas without qualification. This creates a strange reversal in the archaeological record. Objects deliberately hidden inside the stupa survived well enough to be catalogued almost 2 centuries after Masson found them, while monumental features that once stood openly around the sanctuary disappeared. 5 of the 8 gold coins from the deposit have been identified in the British Museum collection, together with 41 of the original 96 gold fittings. Researchers can measure individual surviving coins to fractions of a gram and examine the tiny loops behind the gold ornaments. Yet parts of the enormous sculptural landscape that once surrounded the monument can no longer be studied directly. Even the surviving coins preserve clues to the complicated world surrounding the stupa. Huvishka's gold issues could portray the ruler alongside deities such as Nana or Miro, while earlier Kushan coinage carried its own mixture of royal and religious symbolism. Depositing such currency inside a Buddhist relic chamber shows that Kushan religious life did not exist in cultural isolation. Political authority, regional divine imagery, precious metal and Buddhist ritual could occupy the same archaeological context. The chamber was therefore more than a container for bones. It was a carefully constructed deposit, created within one of the most culturally interconnected regions of the ancient world. The 96 gold fittings remain especially intriguing because their number indicates deliberate preparation on a scale far beyond a single personal ornament. Each had to be formed, fitted with an attachment loop, and incorporated into something that no longer survives. Whether they once decorated fabric, a ceremonial object, a relic container, or another component of the deposit, cannot be established securely from the surviving evidence. More than half of the original group is also absent from the British Museum collection, making a complete reconstruction even more difficult. Pranu Mutadu is one of the strangest surviving landscapes of prehistoric Sardinia. More than 5,000 years ago, communities near present-day Goni transformed a plateau of sandstone and schist into a complex landscape of tombs, stone circles, burial mounds, and standing stones. The archaeological area extends across roughly 18 hectares, with traces of activity ranging from the late 5th millennium BC into the early Bronze Age, although its most distinctive monuments are associated with Neolithic communities and the Ozieri cultural tradition. What emerged here was far more elaborate than an ordinary cemetery. Across the plateau stood approximately 60 menhirs, forming the highest known concentration of these monuments in Sardinia. Their distribution suggests that they were not simply isolated markers. Some menhirs stood alone, others appeared in pairs or groups, while several formed deliberate alignments. They also varied in form, from simple unshaped monoliths to more carefully worked examples whose flattened fronts and curved backs have been described as proto-anthropomorphic. Most importantly, many belonged to the same landscape occupied by the dead. Standing stones appeared beside funerary structures, while graves were surrounded by circles of stone, and in some cases, covered by substantial tumuli. A person entering Pranu Mutadu during the Neolithic would therefore have encountered something resembling a forest of artificial vertical markers rising around a landscape devoted largely to burial and ritual. The tombs reveal how carefully that landscape was constructed. Burial chambers could take the form of stone cists, dry stone structures, or spaces carved directly into sandstone. Around some graves, builders arranged 2 or 3 concentric rings of large stones. Corridors formed from parallel slabs led towards central chambers, while earth and stone were accumulated above parts of the structures to create mounds. Other large stone circles occur across the site, although their exact purpose remains uncertain. The combination of tombs, circles, tumuli, and menhir alignments strongly connects the complex with funerary and ritual activity, but no surviving evidence explains the rules governing their arrangement. We can see where the stones stood, yet the ceremonies and beliefs that determined why they stood there have disappeared. Tomb 2 provides the clearest evidence that Pranu Mutadu was architecturally unusual. Sardinia is famous for domus de Janus, artificial burial chambers normally cut into natural rock. Here, builders combined this rock-cut tradition with megalithic construction. Large isolated sandstone blocks were worked to create an entrance, an antechamber, and internal funerary spaces, producing a complex of 4 chambers. According to the National Archaeological Museum of Cagliari, some of the boulders containing these spaces had been deliberately transported into position. Instead of merely digging a tomb underground, the builders effectively created rock-cut architecture inside massive stone blocks and then incorporated those blocks into a larger monument. 3 concentric rows of stone surrounded Tomb 2 and supported a tumulus that has since disappeared. That mound exceeded 13 meters in diameter, while an enormous outer circle, approximately 120 meters across, enclosed the tomb. This produced an extraordinary combination of hypogeism and megalithism. One architectural tradition created chambers by removing stone, while the other created monuments by transporting and assembling it. Both methods met in the same burial structure. The engineering was not beyond Neolithic capabilities, but it demanded planning, coordinated labor, and a clear understanding of how different elements were supposed to fit together. The cemetery was also connected to the world of the living. The prehistoric settlement of Su-Kranku stood roughly 500 meters from Tomb 2, suggesting that the monumental area was accessible to a nearby community, rather than isolated in an empty landscape. Pranu Mutedu was also used across a long period, making it unlikely that every surviving element appeared simultaneously. Different generations could have constructed new tombs, erected additional menhirs, and modified existing spaces while continuing to treat the plateau as a significant place. This long development may help explain why several architectural traditions occur side by side. Tomb V adds an unexpected technological element. Among its grave goods were two small components of a silver necklace, identified by the National Archaeological Museum of Cagliari as among the earliest known metal objects from Sardinia. Their importance comes from their context. They belong to a cultural phase still associated with the end of the Neolithic, when stone remained fundamental to everyday technology. The discovery does not prove that silver was mined or worked at Pranu Mutedu itself, but it demonstrates that rare metal objects had already entered the social and funerary world of the people using the cemetery. Other finds make this technological transition even clearer. Archaeologists recovered arrowheads, flint blades, obsidian blades, and a polished stone axe. Obsidian was an important prehistoric material in Sardinia and circulated through exchange networks extending across the western Mediterranean. At Pranu Mutedu, volcanic glass, flint, and polished stone therefore existed within the same archaeological environment as extremely early silver. Metal had appeared without replacing older technologies. The cemetery captures a moment when communities could erect megalithic monuments, acquire high-quality obsidian, and possess rare metal ornaments while still depending heavily on tools made from stone. Tomb V also contained a carefully decorated bowl bearing an irregular 8-pointed star, wolf-tooth patterns, incised lines and holes that allowed the vessel to be suspended. Its precise symbolic meaning is unknown, but it demonstrates that selected objects were deliberately incorporated into burial practices. The contrast is striking. Tiny pieces of silver and decorated pottery were deposited inside a landscape whose construction required the movement of enormous quantities of stone. The same society invested effort in objects only centimeters across and in monuments visible across the plateau. This investment becomes especially important when the approximately 60 menhirs are considered together rather than individually. Each required stone to be selected, moved, positioned, and raised. Tombs required chambers to be carved or constructed, stone rings assembled, and tumuli built above them. These were repeated acts carried out by living communities for people who were already dead. The menhirs therefore represent more than isolated monuments. Their pairs, groups, and alignments show that their positions mattered, even if the system controlling those positions can no longer be reconstructed. There is currently no sufficient evidence to describe Pranu Mutedu as a proven astronomical observatory, calendar, or prehistoric map. Its strongest archaeological context remains funerary and ritual, yet that still leaves the central problem unresolved. If standing stones simply marked individual burials, why were they arranged in several different ways? Why did some graves receive concentric stone circles and large tumuli? Why did Tomb 2 combine rock-cut chambers with an elaborate megalithic exterior? And why did generations continue adding monuments to the same plateau? Geghard Monastery, Armenia, a church that was not built from stone but carved out of it. Deep inside the cliffs of the Azat Valley, medieval craftsmen created a sacred complex by removing an entire mountain from the inside out, leaving behind columns, arches, domes, and chambers that were never assembled, only revealed. A single mistake during construction could have destroyed the design forever, because unlike ordinary buildings, every wall and pillar at Geghard was part of the living rock itself. Located about 40 kilometers east of Yerevan, in Armenia's Kotaik province, Geghard Monastery stands within a narrow canyon surrounded by steep volcanic cliffs. The site became a major religious center during the Middle Ages, especially under the patronage of Armenian noble families in the 13th century. But its history stretches further back through earlier Christian traditions connected with the area. Archaeological research has shown that the monastery developed over several phases, with the most impressive rock-cut structures created mainly between the 12th and 13th centuries, when Armenian architects transformed the natural cliffs into a complex of churches, chapels, burial spaces, and ritual chambers. The discovery of Geghard's true architectural character came not from uncovering a buried ruin, but from studying how the monument was created. Unlike conventional medieval churches constructed by stacking cut stones, many of Geghard's most remarkable interiors were produced through a completely different method. Workers entered the mountain itself and slowly removed thousands of cubic meters of volcanic rock until empty spaces emerged inside the cliff. The remaining stone was shaped into architectural elements, meaning the columns supporting the ceiling, the arches crossing the chambers, and the decorated surfaces were never transported or installed. They were always part of the mountain. This technique created one of the most demanding forms of ancient construction. A mason, working on a normal stone building, could replace a damaged block, adjust measurements, or rebuild sections. At Geghard, the situation was irreversible. Once a section of rock was removed, it was gone forever. If a craftsman carved too deeply into a supporting area, the mistake could not simply be repaired with another piece of stone. The entire structure depended on accurately predicting the final shape of the room before the excavation was complete. The builders were not assembling architecture, they were performing a controlled subtraction process where every strike of the hammer determined the survival of the future church. The most famous example is the Avazan Chapel, completed around 1240. Unlike a cave adapted for worship, Avazan was intentionally designed as a monumental interior space, carved directly into the rock. The chamber contains carefully shaped arches, 4 massive pillars, and a central dome-like ceiling that creates the impression of a traditional stone church. However, geological studies and visual analysis reveal that these architectural forms were cut from the same continuous rock mass. The stone blocks that appear to form the room are an illusion created by the skill of the craftsman. The precision required for such work remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding Geghard. Medieval Armenian builders possessed advanced knowledge of geometry, stone cutting, and structural engineering, but very few written records describe the exact methods used inside the mountain. Archaeologists can identify tool marks and construction phases, but the detailed planning process remains unknown. How did workers establish the correct proportions in a completely enclosed environment? How did they maintain symmetry while removing material from several directions at once? How did they calculate where enough stone needed to remain to support the ceiling centuries before modern engineering instruments existed? The danger of failure was especially high because rock-cut architecture offered no opportunity for reconstruction. The builders had to understand the hidden behavior of the stone before carving began. A mistake in an ordinary church might affect one wall or one section of the roof, but at Geghard, an incorrect excavation could compromise an entire chamber. The survival of these spaces suggests that the craftsmen possessed a sophisticated understanding of rock stability, measurement, and sequential excavation, yet the exact techniques that guided their work were never recorded. The monastery also reveals that the builders were not simply creating underground rooms. They were carefully shaping an environment where architecture, nature, and religious symbolism became inseparable. Several chambers were carved at different levels within the cliffs, creating a hidden network of sacred spaces that appear unexpectedly when entering the complex. The exterior landscape gives little indication of the enormous amount of architecture concealed inside the mountain. A visitor approaching Geghard sees a monastery surrounded by cliffs, but inside those cliffs exists a world of carved halls and sanctuaries that seem to disappear into the rock itself. Another remarkable feature is the way sound behaves inside the carved chambers. The dense stone walls, curved ceilings, and enclosed spaces create strong natural reverberation, allowing voices and chants to continue through the chamber long after they are produced. Acoustic research of rock-cut religious spaces shows that these effects result from the interaction between room geometry and hard stone surfaces. However, historians still debate how much of Geghard's acoustic character was deliberately planned by its creators, and how much emerged naturally from the requirements of carving a stable underground structure. The possibility that sound influenced the design adds another layer to the mystery of why certain chambers were shaped in such specific ways. Water also played an important role in the identity of Geghard. The Avazan Chapel contains a spring that became associated with sacred traditions, and the presence of natural water inside a carved sanctuary likely strengthened the spiritual importance of the location. This combination of mountain, water, and architecture suggests that the builders were not choosing the site only for practical reasons. They were transforming a natural feature into a carefully designed religious environment where the landscape itself became part of the monument. Beyond the engineering challenge, Geghard preserved evidence of the people who financed and shaped its development. In the 13th century, the Procyon family became major patrons of the monastery, adding new rock-cut spaces and decorative elements. Archaeological surveys have documented inscriptions, khachkars, and carved symbols connected with medieval Armenian Christian culture. These discoveries help identify the historical context of the monastery, but they do not fully answer the most fascinating question: how did medieval craftsmen organize such an ambitious project inside a mountain without leaving behind detailed construction records? Motilla de l'Azuer, known as one of the most unusual Bronze Age structures on the Iberian Peninsula, stands in the dry plains near Daimiel, Ciudad Real, Spain, where a massive stone enclosure, built more than 4,000 years ago, hides one of archaeology's most intriguing questions. Why did an ancient community construct an entire fortified complex around a single underground water source? Discovered and systematically excavated from the 20th century onward, the site revealed a unique settlement dating mainly between approximately 2200 and 1300 BC, belonging to the Bronze Age culture of La Mancha. Unlike ordinary villages or defensive towers, Motilla de l'Azuer was organized around a central well that descended deep into the ground, surrounded by multiple layers of walls, narrow corridors, storage areas, and controlled access points. The discovery transformed what first appeared to be a simple prehistoric fortress into something far more complex, a structure where water, food, survival, and social organization were concentrated in one heavily protected location. The most extraordinary feature of Motilla de l'Azuer is the decision to build a defensive monument around a well. The central water shaft reaches approximately 16 meters below the surface, cutting through layers of sediment until it connected with underground water reserves. For a Bronze Age community living in the semi-arid landscape of La Mancha, where surface water sources could disappear seasonally, access to groundwater would have been an essential resource. However, the engineering effort required to protect this water source raises a deeper mystery. The well was not left exposed in an open settlement. Instead, it was placed inside a fortified structure measuring roughly 40 meters in diameter, with concentric walls and a central tower-like area controlling movement through the interior. The architecture suggests that water was not simply collected, it was managed, protected, and possibly controlled by a specific group within the community. Archaeological excavations uncovered several phases of construction, showing that Motilla dell'Azuere was not built in a single event, but gradually expanded and modified over centuries. Researchers identified defensive walls made from stone and earth, narrow passageways designed to regulate access, working areas, storage spaces, and evidence of daily activities. Inside the enclosure, archaeologists recovered pottery fragments, grinding stones, animal remains, and agricultural tools, revealing that the site functioned as more than a defensive position. It was a place where resources were stored, processed, and protected. Outside the fortified core, traces of domestic occupation indicate that people lived around the structure rather than inside it, creating a settlement pattern where the central complex acted almost like a protected resource center. The importance of Motilla dell'Azuere becomes even greater when connected to the environmental changes that affected the Iberian Peninsula during the period around 2200 BC. This era coincides with the global climatic disruption known as the 4.2 kiloyear event, a period associated with significant drought conditions in many regions of the ancient world. In areas already vulnerable to water shortages, changes in rainfall patterns could have placed enormous pressure on communities dependent on seasonal rivers, lakes, and shallow sources. The appearance of the Motilla structures across the La Mancha plain has therefore been interpreted by some researchers as a possible response to increasing environmental instability. Instead of abandoning the region, Bronze Age communities may have adapted by digging deeper, reaching hidden groundwater reserves, and constructing fortified centers to secure access to them. This interpretation creates one of the most fascinating possibilities surrounding Motilla dell'Azuere. It may represent one of the earliest examples of a society reorganizing itself around water scarcity. The structure was not built in a naturally rich environment with abundant rivers. It appeared in a landscape where controlling underground water could determine whether a settlement survived. Similar Motilla sites are distributed throughout La Mancha, often positioned in areas where groundwater could be reached, suggesting that Motilla dell'Azuere was part of a broader strategy rather than an isolated experiment. The repeated construction of these fortified wells indicates that communities were responding to a regional challenge, possibly creating a network of protected water access points during a period of environmental stress. Yet the exact social purpose of the site remains debated. The archaeological evidence clearly demonstrates that water extraction was central, but the reason for such heavy fortification remains uncertain. One possibility is that the walls protected the entire community's most valuable resource during periods of drought and competition. Another possibility is that Motilla dell'Azuere became a place where emerging elites controlled access to water and stored agricultural products. Evidence of grain storage and food processing suggests that the complex was also involved in managing agricultural resources, meaning whoever controlled Motilla may have influenced not only water distribution, but also food security. The discovery of storage facilities inside the enclosure adds another layer to the mystery. Archaeologists have found evidence connected with cereal processing, livestock management, and craft activities, showing that the structure supported a wide range of economic functions. A community facing climate pressure would have needed reliable systems for preserving harvests and protecting supplies. A fortified center containing both a permanent water source and stored food would have been an extremely valuable asset, especially during periods when drought threatened survival. This combination explains why the builders invested enormous labor into walls and controlled entrances rather than creating a simple open well. The architecture also challenges traditional ideas about Bronze Age societies in Western Europe. Long before large urban centers appeared in many parts of the region, communities at Motilla dell'Azuere were already organizing labor, planning complex construction, and modifying their environment through advanced water management. The site demonstrates a level of adaptation that does not depend on monumental temples or royal palaces, but on something more practical and essential: the ability to secure resources in an unpredictable world. Iskanwaya is an ancient mountain city hidden in the Muñecas region of northern La Paz, Bolivia, where a civilization built a large planned settlement on terrain that appears almost impossible for permanent urban life. Perched above the Rio Yica Valley, the site occupies steep Andean slopes roughly 1,700 meters above sea level, transforming a difficult landscape of mountains and ravines into a structured city of stone architecture, agricultural terraces, and water management systems. Archaeological research has linked Iskanwaya to the Molo culture, a pre-Inca society that flourished in the eastern Andes after the decline of Tiwanaku and before the expansion of the Inca Empire. Although the exact history of the site is still debated, the main occupation phase is generally dated between the 12th and 15th centuries CE, when the Molo created one of the most sophisticated urban centers in the region outside the better-known Inca world. The first major archaeological investigations began during the 20th century, when researchers started documenting the extensive ruins scattered across the mountainside. Earlier local communities had long known of the remains, but systematic surveys revealed that Iskanwaya was far more complex than a simple hill settlement. Excavations uncovered dozens of stone structures arranged according to a deliberate urban plan, with estimates ranging from more than 70 to over 100 architectural units, depending on the surveyed area. Instead of randomly placed houses following the natural shape of the mountain, the city contained organized residential blocks, narrow streets, internal courtyards, storage areas, ceremonial spaces, and carefully constructed terraces that modified the landscape itself. The most remarkable aspect of Iskanwaya is the contradiction between its location and its scale. Building a settlement on a steep mountain slope created enormous challenges. Every structure required the transportation and placement of stone on uneven terrain, while every attempt at agriculture demanded extensive engineering to prevent erosion and maintain usable land. Yet the Molo did not construct a temporary refuge or isolated village. They created a permanent urban center with thousands of inhabitants. Some archaeological estimates suggest that the population may have reached between 2,500 and 3,000 people during its peak, meaning that the city required organized food production, social coordination, labor management, and political authority capable of maintaining a complex mountain environment. The architecture provides some of the strongest evidence that Iskanwaya was a carefully planned settlement, rather than an accidental concentration of homes. Many buildings were built around enclosed courtyards, a design pattern common in Andean communities where domestic activities, storage, and social interaction occurred within shared spaces. Streets connected different sections of the settlement, creating movement corridors across the steep terrain. The arrangement suggests that the inhabitants followed a broader urban concept, separating residential areas while maintaining connections between households and communal spaces. The city's layout raises an important question. What kind of society had enough organizational power to design and maintain such a place, yet left behind so few written records explaining how that society functioned? Beyond the stone buildings, the agricultural system surrounding Iskanwaya reveals an even deeper level of engineering. The Molo transformed mountain slopes into productive agricultural terraces, reducing the effects of erosion and creating areas where crops could be cultivated in an environment where flat farmland was extremely limited. These terraces were not simply farming fields, but part of a larger system connecting food production, water control, and urban survival. Supporting several thousand residents in such a location would have required careful planning because the natural landscape offered little room for agricultural expansion. water management became one of the greatest achievements of the settlement. Archaeological investigations identified channels designed to bring water from nearby sources, distributing it throughout the city and agricultural zones. Reservoirs and storage systems were incorporated into the settlement, allowing water to be controlled rather than relying only on seasonal availability. The presence of these hydraulic features demonstrates that the builders understood the relationship between climate, terrain, and urban organization. A city of this size could not survive without a reliable water supply. Yet the exact methods used to operate and maintain this network remain only partially understood, because the Molo left no detailed written descriptions of their engineering practices. The combination of streets, courtyards, terraces, canals, and reservoirs suggests that Iskanwaya was much more than a defensive mountain outpost. Its location certainly provided natural protection, but the complexity of the internal structures indicates a broader purpose. Some researchers have suggested that the site functioned as a political center, regional administrative hub, or important community settlement within the Molo territory. Others emphasize its defensive advantages, arguing that the difficult approach routes and elevated position may have helped protect the population during periods of regional conflict. However, neither explanation fully answers why such a significant investment was made in this particular location. The mystery becomes stronger when considering the limited knowledge of the Molo themselves. Unlike the Inca, who left extensive architectural remains and were recorded by Spanish chroniclers, the Molo disappeared from historical visibility before modern archaeology could reconstruct their society in detail. Archaeological evidence shows what they built, how they managed resources, and how they organized space, but it provides far fewer answers about their political structure, leadership system, religious beliefs, or the decisions that shaped their cities. The stones reveal an advanced level of planning, but the people behind those stones remain comparatively unknown. The decline of Iskanwaya adds another unanswered chapter. The settlement existed during a period of major transformation in the Andes, eventually becoming connected to the expanding Inca sphere during the 15th century. However, the exact process through which Iskanwaya lost its importance is still uncertain. There is no clear evidence of a sudden catastrophe that destroyed the city, and the archaeological record does not provide a simple explanation for why a settlement requiring such enormous effort eventually ceased to function as a major center. Its abandonment appears to have been connected to broader political changes in the Andes, but the details remain incomplete. Fajardo Butte is an ancient solar mystery rising above Chaco Canyon in northwestern New Mexico, where a simple spiral carved into sandstone became the center of one of the most unusual astronomical discoveries in North America. Located within the territory of the ancestral Pueblo people, the butte stands about 135 meters above the surrounding canyon floor and overlooks one of the most important cultural landscapes of the American Southwest. Between approximately 850 and 1250 CE, Chaco Canyon developed into a major ceremonial and architectural center containing massive great houses, carefully aligned structures, roads extending across the desert, and evidence of sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Yet among all the discoveries at Chaco, none created as much debate as a strange arrangement of stones and sunlight known as the sun dagger. The phenomenon was first formally documented in 1977 by artist and researcher Ana Sofia during an expedition studying Chacoan rock art. Near the summit of Fajardo Butte, she discovered 3 large sandstone slabs standing against a cliff face behind 2 spiral petroglyphs. The larger spiral measures roughly 34 centimeters across, while the smaller spiral is positioned nearby on the same rock surface. At first glance, the site appeared to be another example of ancient rock art, but careful observation revealed something far more precise. Narrow gaps between the standing stones allowed sunlight to pass through and create moving patterns of light and shadow across the carved spirals. During the summer solstice, around June 21, a thin vertical beam of sunlight appears and slowly moves across the larger spiral, creating the effect of a bright blade cutting through the stone design. This phenomenon gave the site its name, the sun dagger. During the winter solstice, two separate beams of light form beside the spiral, while the equinoxes appear to have been marked by a shadow dividing the center of the carving. The movement was not random. The changing position of the sun throughout the year transformed the rock face into a natural calendar, allowing specific moments in the solar cycle to be identified without any written record or mechanical device. The discovery challenged previous assumptions about prehistoric societies in North America. The ancestral Pueblo people did not leave behind written astronomical texts explaining their methods. Yet Fajardo Butte demonstrated an understanding of solar movement that required long-term observation and careful interpretation of the landscape. The accuracy of the alignment suggested that whoever created or used the site understood the relationship between the changing angle of sunlight, the position of the horizon, and the annual cycle of seasons. At a time when agriculture depended heavily on knowing when to plant and harvest, recognizing these solar markers could have had practical importance, but the deeper meaning of the sun dagger remains uncertain. The greatest mystery is not whether the sun dagger worked, but what role it actually played. Some researchers interpret it as a solar calendar used to track solstices and equinoxes, helping communities organize agricultural activities and ceremonial events. Others argue that its importance was more spiritual than practical, because astronomical observations in Chaco were closely connected with ritual architecture, sacred geography, and beliefs about the relationship between humans and the cosmos. The spirals themselves may have represented cycles, movement, or connections between earthly and celestial forces, but there are no surviving texts explaining their exact meaning. The mystery became even more complicated after geological studies suggested that the three large stones may not have been deliberately placed by humans. Research indicates that the slabs could have been the result of a natural rockfall that created the perfect openings for sunlight to pass through. This possibility changes the entire interpretation of the site. Instead of ancient builders constructing an astronomical instrument from the ground up, they may have discovered a naturally occurring alignment and transformed it into a meaningful ceremonial location by carving the spirals into the cliff face. The question then becomes whether the Chacoans engineered a solar device or recognized and preserved a rare natural phenomenon. Archaeological evidence from Chaco Canyon shows that astronomy was deeply integrated into the broader landscape. Several great houses display intentional alignments with solar events, and other locations within the canyon contain evidence of careful attention to celestial cycles. Pueblo Bonito, the largest great house at Chaco, covers approximately 8,000 square meters and contains more than 600 rooms, showing the scale of organization behind Chacoan society. Roads extending outward from the canyon, some stretching for dozens of kilometers, also suggest that important locations were connected through planned geographic relationships. Within this larger system, Fajardo Butte may not have been an isolated experiment, but part of a wider understanding of time, direction, and the sky. Another unanswered question concerns who was actually allowed to use the sun dagger. The location sits on a difficult slope near the summit of Fajardo Butte, far from ordinary living areas. Reaching it would have required effort, suggesting that the site may have been reserved for specific individuals involved in ceremonies, leadership, or astronomical observation. Unlike a public monument visible from a central plaza, the sun dagger appears to have been a controlled and possibly sacred location. The absence of tools, structures, or written explanations leaves archaeologists with only the physical evidence and the patterns of light preserved in stone. The fragile nature of the discovery added another layer to its story. After centuries of exposure, the balance of the stones was disturbed by erosion and human activity. When researchers returned to study the site, they found that the slabs had shifted slightly, causing the sunlight patterns to move away from their original positions. The sun dagger no longer functions exactly as it did when the ancestral Pueblo people observed it. A phenomenon that survived for nearly 1,000 years was altered within only a few decades after modern discovery, turning Fajardo Butte into an archaeological reminder of how delicate ancient landscapes can be. Fajardo Butte remains one of the most fascinating examples of ancient astronomy because it exists between technology and nature. The sun dagger was not a machine made of metal or stone gears, yet it operated with remarkable precision through the interaction of sunlight, rock formations, and human design. Whether it was a calendar, a ceremonial marker, a sacred symbol, or part of a larger astronomical system, its original purpose has never been completely proven. The people who carved the spirals left behind a message, written not with words, but with shadows and sunlight, creating a mystery that still appears every year when the sun reaches the turning points of the ancient sky. Deep in the forests of the Krasnoyarsk region of Siberia, Russia, near the Tasiva River, stands one of the most unusual ritual monuments discovered in northern Eurasia. Known as the Ust-Tasivo idol, this ancient stone figure preserves something rarely found in archaeology. Not only the work of the people who created it, but also the evidence that later generations returned and physically altered its identity. The monument is believed to have originated during the early Iron Age, roughly between the 4th century BCE and the 1st centuries CE, when the forest steppe regions of Siberia were inhabited by cultures connected with the wider Scythian world. Yet the most mysterious part of the idol is not its age or its unknown creator, but the possibility that a later population deliberately reshaped the face of an already ancient sacred figure. The Ust-Tasivo archaeological complex was identified during investigations of ancient ritual locations in the Tasiva River basin, an area rich in prehistoric activity. Excavations around the monument revealed numerous artifacts, including bronze ornaments, arrowheads, weapons, decorative plaques, and objects associated with ceremonial practices. The quantity and variety of finds indicate that this was not an isolated stone carving placed randomly in the landscape. It was a location repeatedly visited by people who left behind offerings and objects over long periods of time. Archaeologists have interpreted the site as a ritual center, but the exact purpose of the ceremonies remains uncertain because no written records survive from the communities who used it. The central figure is a stone sculpture carved from local rock, representing a human-like face with exaggerated features. Unlike many prehistoric sculptures that remained untouched after their creation, Ust-Tasivo appears to contain evidence of multiple historical layers. The original carving is generally attributed to the early Iron Age, but later modifications suggest that another group returned centuries afterward and changed the appearance of the idol. The most striking alteration concerns the face itself, where researchers have identified differences in carving style and facial details that may belong to a later period. This creates one of the most unusual archaeological questions surrounding the monument. Why would a later society modify the face of an ancient sacred object instead of destroying it or creating a completely new figure? The decision suggests that the idol still carried meaning long after the original builders disappeared. The people who altered it may not have seen themselves as replacing an old monument, but rather as restoring, adapting, or transforming something they considered powerful. The stone retained its importance, but its identity was changed. The altered facial features have produced several interpretations among researchers. Some have suggested that later communities modified the idol to fit their own religious beliefs, transforming an older sacred figure into a representation that was more familiar to them. Others argue that the changes may have been part of a ritual process, where altering the face symbolically changed the power or role of the object. In ancient societies, images of ancestors, spirits, and supernatural beings were often not considered permanent artworks. They could be renewed, reinterpreted, or ritually transformed as beliefs changed. The mystery becomes deeper because the original meaning of the idol is almost completely lost. Archaeologists can analyze the stone, the carving techniques, the surrounding artifacts, and the chronology of modifications, but they cannot identify the name of the figure or the stories once connected to it. There are no inscriptions explaining whether the idol represented a deity, an ancestor, a guardian spirit, or a legendary being. The monument preserves the physical actions of ancient people, but not the thoughts behind those actions. The surrounding archaeological evidence shows that Ust-Tasivo was part of a much larger ritual landscape. Excavations in the area uncovered bronze objects with animal motifs, decorative elements, and ceremonial items that reflect the artistic traditions of ancient Siberian cultures. Some finds display connections with the broader symbolic world of the Eurasian steppe, where animals such as birds of prey, predators, and mythical creatures frequently appeared in ritual art. These objects suggest that the people visiting Ust-Tasivo were participating in complex belief systems rather than simple local traditions. Among the most fascinating discoveries are objects that may have been intentionally deposited as offerings. Bronze items, ornaments, and weapons found near sacred locations often represent communication between humans and supernatural forces in ancient societies. However, the exact function of these deposits remains debated. They may have been gifts to spirits, ritual equipment, memorial objects, or possessions placed in a sacred area for reasons now impossible to reconstruct. The absence of written explanations leaves archaeologists with physical evidence, but without the cultural language needed to fully decode it. The location itself may have contributed to the site's importance. The Tasiva River Basin provided natural resources, transportation routes, and a landscape that could have held symbolic meaning for ancient communities. Many prehistoric ritual sites were not selected only because of practical advantages, but also because certain places were believed to possess special qualities. A distinctive rock formation, a particular landscape feature, or a connection to ancestral stories could transform an ordinary location into a sacred one. The survival of Ust-Tasivo is especially significant because wooden and organic ritual structures from Siberia rarely survive for thousands of years. Stone monuments represent only a small portion of ancient belief systems, meaning that the idol provides a rare physical connection to societies whose spiritual worlds are otherwise almost invisible. The monument allows researchers to observe not only the beliefs of its creators, but also the changing relationship between different cultures separated by centuries. The later modification of the idol also reveals something important about cultural memory. Ancient monuments are often imagined as frozen remains of a single civilization, but Ust-Tasivo tells a different story. The monument appears to have remained meaningful beyond the lifetime of the people who created it. Instead of disappearing when its original builders vanished, it continued to exist as a place where later communities interacted with the past. The altered face is evidence of a conversation between generations, carved directly into stone. This transformation raises a question that remains unanswered. Was the later community honoring an ancient power, claiming ownership over an older sacred place, or attempting to replace an earlier identity with their own? The evidence cannot provide a final answer, but the physical changes show that the idol was not simply abandoned. Someone returned to it centuries later, recognized its importance, and decided that the ancient face needed to become something different. Ust-Tasivo remains one of Siberia's most intriguing prehistoric monuments, because its greatest mystery is not how it was carved, but how its meaning survived and changed. The stone figure has carried multiple identities through time, created by one forgotten society and transformed by another. More than 2,000 years later, the face still stands as a record of ancient beliefs, cultural memory, and a forgotten ritual world that archaeology can only partially recover. Hundreds of enormous stone spheres scattered through southern Costa Rica remain among the most unusual archaeological discoveries in the Americas. Known as the Diquís stone spheres, these perfectly rounded monuments were created by ancient societies that left behind no written explanation of their purpose. Some reach more than 2.5 meters in diameter and weigh up to around 16 tons, with the largest known examples estimated at over 20 tons. The greatest mystery is not how these people shaped stone into almost flawless spheres, but why they invested generations of labor into creating objects whose true function is still debated. The spheres were discovered in the Diquís Delta of southern Costa Rica during agricultural development in the 1930s, when workers clearing land for banana plantations began uncovering large stone objects buried beneath the soil. Their unusual shape immediately attracted attention, but early discoveries were complicated by looting, as some people believed the spheres contained hidden gold or valuable objects inside. Many were moved from their original locations, destroying important archaeological information about how they were arranged and what role they played within ancient settlements. Later archaeological investigations by Costa Rican researchers revealed that these objects were not isolated artworks, but part of a much larger cultural tradition connected to the societies that flourished in the region between approximately 300 and 1500 CE, especially during the period when complex chiefdoms developed greater social organization and political power. The creation of these spheres required an extraordinary level of skill and labor. Most were carved from large blocks of gabbro, a volcanic rock naturally occurring in the Talamanca mountain region, although some were made from other materials such as granodiorite, sandstone, and limestone. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient craftsmen first separated large stone masses from natural formations, then shaped them through controlled hammering with harder stone tools. The surface was gradually refined through grinding and polishing using abrasive materials until the rough stone became a smooth, symmetrical form. Experiments in experimental archaeology have demonstrated that producing such shapes was technically possible with pre-Columbian tools, but creating dozens or hundreds of them would have required organized labor, specialized knowledge, and a social system capable of supporting large-scale projects. The most difficult question remains the purpose behind these creations. Unlike temples, tombs, weapons, or tools, the spheres have no obvious practical function. No inscriptions explain their meaning, and no surviving tradition from the Diquís people describes why the objects were considered important. Archaeologists have proposed several interpretations, but none completely explains all discoveries. The strongest explanation is that the spheres were symbols of power, status, and authority. Their production demanded enormous effort, meaning that controlling the labor needed to create and transport them may itself have demonstrated the strength of local leaders. In this interpretation, the spheres were not valuable because they served a practical purpose, but because they represented the ability of rulers to organize people and transform raw stone into a symbol of prestige. This theory is supported by their archaeological context. At sites such as Finca 6, Batambal, El Silencio, and Grijalba II, researchers found spheres associated with important settlement areas, architectural structures, and spaces linked to social activities. Some were placed in groups or carefully arranged near structures, suggesting intentional placement rather than random decoration. Finca 6 is especially significant because several spheres remained close to their original archaeological context, allowing researchers to study their relationship with ancient architecture. These discoveries indicate that the spheres were part of a wider system of social expression, rather than simply isolated artistic objects. However, the mystery becomes deeper when examining their size and transportation. Many of the stones used to create the spheres came from sources far from the locations where they were eventually placed. Moving a multi-ton object through tropical landscapes without animals capable of heavy transport, metal tools, or wheeled vehicles would have required careful planning. Ancient communities may have used wooden rollers, human labor, river routes, and prepared pathways, but the exact methods remain uncertain because the original transportation systems left little physical evidence. The challenge was not only carving the stone, but also moving a massive finished object across difficult terrain and placing it in a meaningful location. Another unanswered question concerns why the ancient Dikis people chose the sphere itself. The shape appears deliberate because many examples display remarkable symmetry. Some have surfaces accurate enough that researchers have measured only small variations from a perfect sphere. Producing this geometry required repeated observation, correction, and skill, yet there is no clear evidence explaining what the form represented. Some researchers have suggested connections with the sun, cosmology, political symbolism, or concepts of perfection, but these interpretations remain hypotheses rather than confirmed explanations. The absence of written records means the meaning behind the shape must be reconstructed entirely from archaeological evidence. Popular theories have sometimes suggested that the spheres were astronomical markers or ancient maps of the stars, but archaeological evidence has not confirmed these claims. While some arrangements appear deliberate, there is currently no reliable proof that the spheres were designed as astronomical instruments. Their strongest connection remains social and political. They were impressive objects placed within important spaces, likely communicating identity, authority, and influence within Diki society. The mystery was made even harder to solve because many spheres were removed from their original locations during the 20th century. Some were transported to museums, government buildings, private properties, and public spaces, while others were damaged or destroyed. Once separated from their original surroundings, a sphere loses much of its archaeological meaning because researchers can no longer determine whether it was aligned with buildings, associated with burials, placed along pathways, or positioned according to a larger design. The surviving undisturbed examples therefore became extremely valuable because they preserve clues about the original role of these monuments. In 2014, 4 archaeological sites in the Dikis region were recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site because they preserve some of the best evidence of this unique tradition. The recognition highlighted not only the craftsmanship of the spheres, but also the complexity of the societies that produced them. They reveal a world where communities without writing systems or metal technology could organize large populations, develop specialized skills, and create monuments that still challenge archaeologists centuries later. At an altitude of around 1,200 meters, on the slopes of Mount Siluritis in central Crete, the Minoans built something that should not have existed there, a palace-like complex hidden in a rugged mountain landscape, covering around 1,600 square meters, with dozens of rooms, multiple floors, workshops, storage areas, and ritual spaces. Unlike the famous coastal centers of the Minoan world, Zominthos was not built beside a harbor or on a fertile plain. It was placed high in the mountains along the route connecting Knossos with the sacred Idaean cave, creating one of the most unusual architectural decisions of the Bronze Age Aegean. The discovery of this complex has raised a question that archaeologists still debate. Why did the Minoans invest enormous resources into constructing a monumental administrative and religious center in such an isolated location? The site was first identified in 1982 by Greek archaeologist Yannis Sakalarakis during surveys in the Siluritis region. and systematic excavations began in the following years. Beneath the mountain landscape, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a large central building dating mainly to the Neopalatial period of the Minoan civilization, around the 17th to 15th centuries BCE. Excavations revealed a highly organized structure, unlike a simple mountain settlement. The central building contained approximately 70 rooms on the ground floor alone, with evidence suggesting that parts of the complex originally extended upward with a second and possibly third level. The architecture included carefully constructed walls, plastered surfaces, corridors, storage spaces, and rooms designed for specialized activities, showing that Zominthos was built according to a deliberate plan rather than developing randomly over time. The scale of the building is one of the first mysteries surrounding Zominthos. A settlement at such elevation would have faced serious environmental challenges. Winters in the Siluritis Mountains could be severe, with cold temperatures and snowfall making permanent occupation difficult. Yet the Minoans created a sophisticated complex that required skilled workers, organized labor, and long-term planning. The construction involved transporting materials, preparing architectural elements, and maintaining a permanent presence in a region that appears far removed from the main centers of Minoan power. The effort suggests that the location held a value far beyond ordinary habitation. Part of the explanation may come from Zominthos' strategic position. The complex lies on an ancient route leading from the powerful palace of Knossos toward the Idaean cave, one of the most important sacred locations on Crete. According to later Greek traditions, the cave was associated with the birth and worship of Zeus, although the exact nature of its importance during the Minoan period remains debated. The location of Zominthos suggests that it may have served as a controlled point along a religious and economic route, connecting lowland political power with mountain sanctuaries and valuable highland resources. This connection creates one of the biggest questions about the site. Was Zominthos mainly a religious center, an administrative outpost, an economic hub, or a combination of all three? Archaeological evidence points in several directions at once. The presence of storage rooms suggests the management of goods and resources, while workshops indicate industrial activity. Excavations uncovered evidence of craft production, including pottery manufacturing and the working of valuable materials such as rock crystal. These discoveries show that Zominthos was not simply a ceremonial stop for travelers heading toward a sacred cave. It was a place where people produced, stored, processed, and managed resources under an organized system. The discovery of workshops inside a monumental complex creates another layer of mystery. In many ancient societies, palaces represented elite authority, administration, and ceremonial power, while industrial activities often took place separately. At Zominthos, these functions appear to have existed together. The same architectural complex that contained elite-style rooms also contained evidence of production and storage. This suggests a system where political, economic, and religious authority were closely connected. However, archaeologists still cannot determine exactly who controlled the site. Some interpretations suggest that Zominthos was linked directly to Knossos and functioned as a mountain extension of its power, while others propose that it may have been controlled by local elites who managed the region and its resources. The architectural remains provide additional clues about the importance of the site. Unlike temporary mountain facilities, Zominthos displayed features associated with Minoan palatial architecture. Large rooms, organized corridors, decorative elements, and evidence of multiple stories demonstrate a level of investment normally associated with major centers. The discovery of fresco fragments and high-quality objects further supports the idea that this was not an ordinary rural settlement. The building appears to have been designed for people with significant authority, yet the exact identity of those individuals remains unknown. Another unusual aspect of Zominthos is the possibility that its occupation was seasonal. The high elevation and harsh mountain environment have led some researchers to suggest that the complex may have been used more intensively during certain periods of the year, perhaps connected with animal herding, resource collection, religious ceremonies, or seasonal movement toward the Idaean cave. If this interpretation is correct, the scale of the architecture becomes even more difficult to explain. Building a multi-story complex with dozens of rooms for seasonal activities would represent a remarkable investment of manpower and resources, suggesting that the activities performed there were considered extremely important by Minoan society. The destruction of Zominthos added another mystery to the archaeological record. The central building suffered severe damage, likely caused by an earthquake followed by a major fire during the Bronze Age. In some areas, walls survived more than 2 meters high, preserving evidence of the original structure and allowing researchers to reconstruct parts of the building's design. The destruction event may have ended the main phase of occupation, but the importance of the location did not completely disappear. Evidence indicates that the area continued to be used during later periods, including the Mycenaean, Archaic, Hellenistic, and Roman eras, suggesting that the mountain location retained cultural significance for thousands of years. Despite decades of excavation, many questions remain unresolved. Archaeologists know that Zominthos was a large and sophisticated Minoan complex, but its exact role within the wider political system of Crete is still uncertain. The relationship between Zominthos and Knossos has not been fully established. The site could have been a mountain palace, a religious administrative center, a resource management station, or a unique combination of these functions. The evidence shows a place where economic activity, elite control, and sacred geography were deeply connected, but the precise purpose behind its construction remains difficult to define. Zominthos challenges the traditional image of the Minoan civilization as a society focused mainly on coastal palaces and maritime trade. Far above the shores of Crete, the Minoans created a complex environment where architecture, religion, production, and administration merged together. A monumental building at 1,200 meters elevation, containing around 70 rooms, multiple floors, workshops, storage facilities, and ritual spaces, represents one of the most unusual achievements of Bronze Age engineering in the Aegean. The stones of Zominthos reveal that someone considered this remote mountain location essential, but after more than 3,000 years, the true reason why remains one of the most fascinating unanswered questions of the Minoan world. On the high plains of Bolivia's Altiplano stands a forgotten city built not for the living, but for the dead. Rising from one of the harshest landscapes on Earth, the towers of Condor Amaya are massive funerary structures made mainly from earth, clay, and plant fibers, yet they have survived for centuries in an environment of intense sunlight, freezing nights, seasonal rain, and constant erosion. These unusual towers do not simply mark graves, they represent a vanished world where ancestors may have remained active members of society, where death was not an ending, but a different form of existence. Located in the department of La Paz, Bolivia, Condor Amaya belongs to the tradition of Andean chulpas, funerary towers built mainly during the late Intermediate period, roughly between the 13th and 15th centuries CE, after the decline of the Tiwanaku civilization and before the full expansion of the Inca Empire. The site contains numerous stone and earthen towers scattered across the Altiplano landscape, some reaching several meters in height. Unlike ordinary burial sites hidden underground, these structures dominate the horizon, creating the impression of a settlement where the inhabitants have disappeared, but their houses remain. The first archaeological investigations revealed that these were not abandoned buildings or defensive structures, but carefully constructed burial monuments. Excavations conducted during the late 20th and early 21st centuries uncovered human remains, funerary offerings, and evidence that the towers were designed to preserve and honor the dead. However, the discovery raised a much deeper question. If Andean communities already possessed underground burial practices, why invest enormous labor into constructing towering monuments above the ground? The answer may lie in the unique relationship between Andean societies and their ancestors. For many communities of the region, the dead were not considered completely separated from the living world. An ancestor could continue to influence agricultural fertility, political legitimacy, family identity, and community protection. A chulpa was therefore not simply a container for a body, it was a physical connection between generations. The deceased remained present within the landscape, visible from a distance, and permanently connected to the territory occupied by their descendants. This idea transforms Condor Amaya from a cemetery into something closer to a city of the dead. The towers were arranged within a broader cultural landscape that included burial areas, open spaces, and nearby settlements. Archaeological research has shown that the site was not isolated from daily life. Evidence of habitation, storage areas, and activity zones suggests that the living and the dead occupied the same environment rather than existing in separate worlds. The construction of these towers may have been a way of preserving social memory, allowing communities to maintain a relationship with ancestors who represented the history and identity of the group. The most surprising aspect of Condor Amaya is the technology hidden inside these seemingly simple structures. Despite their monumental appearance, the towers were not built from massive blocks of stone like many other ancient monuments of the Andes. Instead, builders relied on materials that appear ordinary: local soil, clay, sand, and plant fibers. Recent scientific studies of chulpa construction materials using methods including X-ray fluorescence analysis, X-ray diffraction, infrared spectroscopy, and scanning electron microscopy have shown that ancient builders carefully selected and combined different components to create durable earthen materials. Researchers identified mixtures containing clay minerals, quartz, feldspar, and organic plant material, particularly fibers from grasses belonging to the Poaceae family. These fibers were not accidental remains mixed into the soil, they were part of the construction process. The addition of plant material helped modify the physical properties of the earthen mixture, improving stability and reducing cracking. The builders understood that raw earth alone would not survive the extreme altiplano climate, so they engineered a composite material using local resources. The result was a form of ancient earthen architecture capable of lasting for hundreds of years. Condor Amaya exists in an environment where temperatures can change dramatically between day and night, where strong ultraviolet radiation damages exposed surfaces, and where seasonal moisture can weaken untreated earth structures. The survival of these towers demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of material behavior, even though the builders left behind no written manuals explaining their methods. The construction process itself must have required significant organization. Creating a tower several meters high from compacted earth demanded the gathering of raw materials, preparation of mixtures, transportation of resources, shaping of walls, and repeated maintenance. This was not a temporary burial practice, but a major communal project that required cooperation between many people. The effort invested into these structures suggests that the individuals placed inside them held importance beyond their personal lives. Some chulpas at Condor Amaya also show differences in design, decoration, and construction techniques. Certain towers display carefully arranged patterns, including geometric elements and contrasting colors. These variations may have represented differences between families, social groups, or ancestral identities. Instead of being anonymous graves, the towers may have functioned as visible statements about who belonged to a particular lineage and how that lineage connected itself to the surrounding landscape. Another mystery concerns the orientation of the structures. Many Andean chulpas feature openings facing east, toward the rising sun, because Andean cultures placed enormous importance on solar cycles and agricultural seasons. Researchers have considered whether these orientations carried symbolic meanings related to renewal, rebirth, or the continuation of life after death. However, the exact reasoning behind the placement remains uncertain. The alignment could reflect religious beliefs, astronomical observations, traditional architectural rules, or a combination of several ideas that modern archaeology can only partially reconstruct. The existence of these towers also challenges the assumption that ancient monuments were always built for the living. Condor Amaya shows that architecture could serve another purpose, preserving relationships between generations. The builders were not only protecting human remains from decay, they were creating permanent places where ancestors could continue to exist within society. The dead were transformed into guardians of memory, connected to land, family, and community identity. Local traditions surrounding chulpas add another layer of mystery. Some indigenous legends describe ancient beings who lived before the arrival of the sun, existing under the light of the moon before a dramatic transformation of the world. These stories belong to cultural memory rather than archaeological evidence, but they reveal how deeply these structures remained connected to ideas about origins, ancestors, and forgotten ages. High in the Andes of Peru, near the modern city of Cusco, lies Piquilacta, a forgotten Wari city built more than 1,400 years ago. Discovered and studied through archaeological surveys in the 20th century, this massive settlement revealed something unexpected. A highly organized urban center, constructed in one of the driest highland environments of the Andes, where the greatest mystery was not how people built the city, but how they managed to keep it alive without an obvious natural water source. Piquilacta was created by the Wari civilization between approximately 600 and 900 AD, centuries before the rise of the Inca Empire. Unlike the famous stone cities of later Andean civilizations, Piquilacta was a planned administrative center built from stone and adobe, covering a vast area of the Lucra Valley at an altitude of around 3,200 meters above sea level. Archaeologists have identified more than 700 structures, including residential compounds, storage facilities, ceremonial spaces, plazas, and long corridors, arranged in a remarkably precise grid. The city was not a small mountain settlement, but a carefully designed urban complex, capable of supporting a large population. Yet the location of Piquilacta creates one of archaeology's most fascinating contradictions. A city of this scale should have required a constant and reliable water supply, but the immediate landscape provides surprisingly little surface water. There is no large river flowing through the settlement, no obvious natural spring capable of supporting thousands of inhabitants, and no simple explanation for how such a major urban center functioned in this environment. The Wari appeared to have built a city where water was scarce, then solved the problem through engineering rather than geography. The answer seems to have been a sophisticated hydraulic system integrated into the city's original design. Archaeological investigations around Piquilacta uncovered evidence of channels, reservoirs, agricultural terraces, and carefully planned water management features that connected the settlement with surrounding sources. Instead of depending only on nearby streams, the Wari controlled water movement across the valley, capturing seasonal supplies and distributing them through engineered routes. The system suggests that water was not an afterthought added after construction, but a fundamental part of the city's planning from the beginning. What makes this discovery even more remarkable is that this technology existed long before the Inca became famous for their hydraulic achievements. For centuries, the Inca were considered the masters of Andean water engineering, creating impressive canals, fountains, and agricultural terraces. However, Picolacta shows that many advanced ideas of water management were already developed by earlier civilizations. The Wari had already demonstrated the ability to transform difficult mountain landscapes into controlled environments hundreds of years before the Inca Empire expanded across the Andes. The engineering behind Picolacta reveals a level of organization that challenges older views of pre-Inca societies. Managing water at this scale required knowledge of terrain, elevation, seasonal rainfall patterns, and long-term maintenance. The builders had to understand how gravity could move water through uneven landscapes, how storage systems could protect against drought, and how distribution networks could support both urban life and agriculture. These were not isolated inventions but part of a complex system controlled by a powerful centralized society. One of the most intriguing aspects of Picolacta is that the city itself appears almost disconnected from the natural environment around it. Its straight walls, repeated building designs, and standardized layouts create the impression of a planned administrative machine rather than a village that grew naturally over time. The same level of organization appears in its water management, suggesting that the Wari viewed cities not simply as places to live, but as carefully engineered systems where architecture, agriculture, and water control worked together. Archaeologists have also found evidence that Picolacta was connected to a wider network of Wari infrastructure throughout the Andes. Similar approaches to terraces, canals, and resource management appear at other Wari sites, showing that water engineering was one of the foundations of their expansion. Their ability to control difficult landscapes may have helped them maintain influence across a large territory long before the Inca created their own empire. However, the final fate of Picolacta remains another unanswered question. Around the end of the Wari period, the city was abandoned, and researchers still debate the exact causes. Climate changes, political collapse, economic disruption, or shifts in regional power may all have contributed, but the disappearance of the people who created such an advanced hydraulic system remains mysterious. The canals, reservoirs, and carefully planned structures survived longer than the society that built them, leaving behind a silent record of engineering knowledge. Picolacta is not famous because of enormous monuments or giant stone blocks. Its mystery is more subtle and perhaps more impressive. A civilization built a large city in a place where water should have been a limitation, then overcame that challenge with technology centuries before the Inca became the symbol of Andean engineering. Hidden beneath the ruins is the story of a society that understood something fundamental, that controlling water meant controlling survival itself. And the greatest mystery remains: how much of the Wari's hydraulic knowledge disappeared when their cities fell silent? Hidden in the mountains of Kupwara, Kashmir, India, lies a mysterious cave system surrounded by legends of forgotten passages and unknown origins. Known as the Kalaruz Caves, this remote site has become one of Kashmir's most intriguing underground mysteries, where natural geology, local mythology, and unanswered archaeological questions meet. For generations, people living around the region have spoken about these caves as something more than simple rock formations, describing them as a possible gateway to distant lands and a forgotten chapter of Himalayan history. The Kalaruz Caves were brought to wider attention through local exploration rather than a major archaeological excavation. Unlike famous Indian cave complexes such as Ajanta or Ellora, which contain inscriptions, sculptures, and clear historical timelines, Kalaruz remains largely unexplained. The site sits in the rugged Himalayan landscape of Kupwara, an area that historically connected Kashmir with Central Asia through mountain routes used for trade, migration, and cultural exchange. Its isolated location and unusual underground formations have made determining its true purpose extremely difficult. The greatest mystery surrounding Kalaruz is the legend that these caves were not merely shelters, but entrances to another world beyond the mountains. Local traditions have long associated the name Kalarus with stories of hidden routes leading toward distant lands, with some versions claiming that ancient tunnels once connected Kashmir with regions far beyond the Himalayan barriers. These stories have transformed the caves into a place surrounded by mystery, where generations have wondered whether the underground passages were created for protection, spiritual purposes, or something much older that has been forgotten. There is no archaeological evidence proving that Kalarus contains a tunnel network stretching across the Himalayas, but the persistence of these legends reveals something important. The caves have always occupied a special place in local memory. In mountainous regions, where natural landscapes often become connected with myths, caves frequently become symbols of hidden knowledge, lost civilizations, and unexplored worlds. Kalarus is unusual because the physical appearance of the site appears to reinforce these stories. The combination of deep chambers, narrow passages, and enclosed rock spaces creates an atmosphere unlike ordinary caves. Researchers and visitors who have examined the site have noted that parts of the cave system appear different from untouched natural formations. Some sections contain shapes and surfaces that suggest possible human modification, although the exact extent and age of these alterations remain uncertain. The central question is whether ancient inhabitants simply used an existing cave network, or whether they deliberately reshaped parts of the mountain into a more organized underground space. This uncertainty makes Kalarus especially fascinating from an archaeological perspective. Many ancient underground sites around the world can be dated because they contain pottery, tools, inscriptions, or burial remains. Kalarus lacks these clear markers. Without inscriptions or securely dated artifacts, scientists cannot confidently determine whether human activity at the site began hundreds, thousands, or even longer ago. The absence of direct evidence has allowed speculation to continue, but it has also made scientific interpretation extremely challenging. The surrounding region provides clues about why such a place may have been important. Kashmir has been inhabited for thousands of years and has served as a meeting point between different civilizations. Archaeological discoveries across the Kashmir Valley have revealed evidence of prehistoric human activity dating back tens of thousands of years, while later periods saw the movement of Buddhist, Hindu, and Central Asian cultures through the region. A hidden cave system located along these ancient routes naturally raises questions about whether it played a role in this long history. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Kalarus may represent a forgotten form of Himalayan adaptation. Living in this environment required advanced knowledge of the landscape. Communities had to understand rock stability, seasonal weather changes, water movement, and protection from extreme cold. If parts of Kalarus were intentionally modified, even on a small scale, it would demonstrate how ancient people used natural geology as a foundation for survival, rather than building entirely separate structures. The underground environment itself adds another layer of mystery. Caves preserve traces of human activity differently from open landscapes, because they protect surfaces from erosion, weather, and environmental damage. In many archaeological discoveries around the world, caves have preserved evidence that disappeared everywhere else. A hidden chamber, a forgotten tool, or even a small fragment of ancient material could completely change the understanding of Kalarus and reveal a much older history beneath the mountains. Near Varna, Bulgaria, hundreds of giant stone pillars rise from the barren landscape, like the ruins of a forgotten civilization. They stand upright in the sand, some reaching more than 10 meters high, with hollow interiors and shapes that resemble the remains of an ancient temple. But nobody built them. Known as Pobiti Kamani, or the Stone Forest, this strange landscape is one of the most unusual geological formations in Europe, a place where nature created something that looks almost impossible, a forest of stone columns that appears engineered by human hands. First documented scientifically in the 19th century, Pobiti Kamani remained one of Europe's strangest geological mysteries for generations. Located near Varna, on Bulgaria's Black Sea coast, the site covers an area of roughly 7 square kilometers, containing hundreds of stone pillars scattered across what appears to be a desert-like plain. Unlike ordinary rock formations created by erosion, these structures seem to emerge vertically from the ground, standing alone without visible foundations. Their cylindrical shapes, regular surfaces, and unusual arrangement made early observers question whether they were natural formations or the remains of a lost human construction. The greatest mystery of Pobiti Kamani is not only that these pillars exist, but that they were created by forces invisible to the human eye. Modern geological studies suggest that the story began around 50 million years ago, when this region was not dry land, but a shallow marine environment. Beneath the ancient seabed, gases including methane escaped through cracks in the sediment. These underground gas emissions created a unique chemical environment where microorganisms consumed methane and triggered mineral reactions. Over time, calcium carbonate accumulated around these gas pathways, gradually forming hard stone tubes inside the softer marine sediments. As millions of years passed, the surrounding sediments eroded away, exposing the hardened carbonate structures and leaving behind the pillars visible today. In this interpretation, Pobiti Kamani is not a forest of carved stones, but a fossilized record of ancient geological activity, a landscape shaped by the interaction between underground gases, microbes, minerals, and the vanished sea that once covered the region. The pillars are essentially the stone remains of ancient natural processes that happened long before humans existed. Yet the appearance of these formations remains the reason Pobiti Kamani continues to fascinate researchers and visitors. Many columns look unnervingly artificial, with vertical walls, rounded edges, and positions that resemble carefully placed architectural elements. Some pillars are hollow, creating tube-like structures that add to their mysterious appearance. The question that once confused scientists was simple: how could nature create objects that look so similar to human-made columns? The answer lies in the unusual way they formed. Unlike ordinary rocks that slowly develop through pressure and sediment accumulation, these structures grew around ancient gas channels beneath the seabed. Their hollow interiors are evidence of the pathways where gases once moved upward through the sediment. Instead of being built from the outside inward like a human structure, they formed from the inside outward, growing around invisible streams of gas that escaped from the depths of the earth. This process makes Pobiti Kamani one of the rare examples of geological structures created through ancient methane seep activity. Similar formations exist in other parts of the world, but the Bulgarian stone forest is among the most extensive and visually dramatic examples known. The combination of hundreds of standing columns, their unusual shapes, and their survival for millions of years makes the site a unique natural archive of Earth's distant past. However, the mystery of Pobiti Kamani is not limited to geology. The strange landscape also attracted prehistoric humans who lived around the area thousands of years later. Archaeological investigations have revealed traces of human activity from prehistoric periods, showing that ancient communities encountered this landscape long before modern science understood its origin. For people living thousands of years ago, a field of giant stone pillars rising from the earth must have appeared just as mysterious as it does today. These early inhabitants left behind evidence of occupation, suggesting that the stone forest was not simply an abandoned geological curiosity, but part of a landscape used by humans. Archaeologists continue to study why prehistoric communities chose to settle near such an unusual environment. Was it because the stone formations provided shelter, landmarks, or a place with symbolic importance? The exact meaning these pillars held for ancient people remains uncertain. The contrast between human history and geological history is what makes Pobiti Kamani extraordinary. Human civilizations have risen and disappeared within a tiny fraction of the time these stones have existed. The pillars were already ancient monuments of nature millions of years before the first cities, writing systems, or kingdoms appeared. When prehistoric humans walked among them, they were already standing before a landscape older than any civilization they could imagine. Today, Pobiti Kamani challenges one of humanity's oldest assumptions, that extraordinary structures must have extraordinary builders. These stone pillars look like the ruins of a forgotten civilization, yet their creator was not a king, architect, or unknown society. Their builder was a combination of ancient oceans, invisible gases, microscopic organisms, and geological forces operating over unimaginable periods of time. The stone forest near Varna is therefore not a lost city, but something perhaps even more remarkable. A natural monument created by processes hidden beneath an ancient sea, preserved for millions of years, and discovered by humans who struggled to explain how such a place could exist. Standing among these silent stone columns, the greatest mystery is not who built them, but how the earth itself created a landscape that looks as if it was designed. Hidden on the slopes of a valley in Cyprus lies Kyrokitia, a 9,000-year-old settlement that challenges the traditional story of how civilization began. Long before writing, metal tools, cities, and kings appeared in human history, a community of Stone Age people built a carefully organized stone settlement with hundreds of circular houses, defensive walls, and a level of social cooperation that seems far beyond what is usually associated with prehistoric villages. The site was first identified in the early 20th century, but major archaeological excavations began in the 1930s under the direction of Porphyrios Dikaios. Later investigations revealed that Kyrokitia was not simply a collection of primitive shelters, but one of the most important Neolithic settlements ever discovered in the Eastern Mediterranean. Dating methods place its occupation mainly between around 7000 and 4200 BC, during the Aceramic Neolithic period, a time when the inhabitants had no pottery production, no metal technology, and no known writing system. Yet what they left behind looks surprisingly close to an early planned town. The most unusual feature of Kyrokitia is the organization of the settlement itself. Instead of scattered temporary huts, the inhabitants created a dense community built around hundreds of circular structures known as tholoi. These buildings were constructed with stone foundations and walls made from mud brick or earth-based materials, often arranged closely together along the natural landscape. Some houses reached around 10 meters or more in diameter, containing multiple activity areas, storage spaces, hearths, and raised platforms for daily life. The mystery is not simply that these people built stone houses. Humans had been constructing shelters for thousands of years before Kyrokitia. The remarkable discovery is that a society with no cities, no rulers, and no written administration created a settlement that required collective planning on a large scale. The layout suggests that construction was not carried out randomly by individual families. The repeated design of the houses, the consistent building methods, and the arrangement of structures indicate that the community shared architectural knowledge and followed common rules. Every generation appears to have inherited the same construction tradition, creating a settlement where hundreds of people lived according to an organized system. This creates one of Kyrokitia's greatest archaeological puzzles. Who coordinated this enormous effort? Unlike later urban civilizations in Mesopotamia or Egypt, Kyrokitia provides no evidence of palaces, temples, royal monuments, or a powerful ruling class. There are no inscriptions celebrating kings, no administrative records, and no signs of a centralized government. Instead, archaeologists see evidence of a cooperative society where organization emerged without the institutions usually associated with civilization. The settlement was also protected by a large stone enclosure. Excavations revealed sections of defensive walls surrounding the village, with some parts reaching several meters in thickness. Whether these structures were built for protection, symbolic separation, or social control remains debated, but their existence demonstrates that the inhabitants were investing enormous labor into shaping and controlling their environment. For a community living nearly 9,000 years ago, this raises a surprising possibility. Complex social organization may have appeared long before the first official cities recorded by history, but perhaps the most haunting discovery at Kirokitia was not found in the walls or houses, but beneath them. The people of this ancient settlement buried their dead directly underneath the floors of their homes. Archaeologists uncovered numerous human burials hidden below living spaces, showing that the boundary between the world of the living and the dead was completely different from modern concepts. A house was not only a place where a family cooked, slept, and stored food, it was also a place where ancestors remained physically connected to everyday life. These burials reveal a society with complex beliefs about family, memory, and identity. Some graves contained objects placed with the deceased, suggesting that death involved rituals rather than simple disposal of bodies. The decision to place the dead beneath household floors may indicate that ancestors were considered part of the community even after death, remaining close to the people who continued living above them. This practice also changes how archaeologists understand the settlement. Kirokitia was not merely an early village focused on survival. The inhabitants created spaces where architecture, family relationships, and spiritual beliefs were deeply connected. The same walls that protected the living also preserved the remains of previous generations beneath the ground. The technology behind these structures adds another layer of mystery. The people of Kirokitia had no copper tools, no iron, and no advanced machinery. Everything was built using stone tools, human labor, and knowledge passed from generation to generation. Yet they successfully produced thousands of tons of construction material, shaped stones into stable foundations, and maintained a consistent architectural style across the entire settlement. Modern experiments have shown that ancient methods using local stone, clay, and organic materials can reproduce some aspects of Neolithic construction, but the true scale of coordination remains difficult to explain. Moving materials, organizing workers, selecting locations, and maintaining a shared building tradition would have required social systems far more sophisticated than the image of isolated prehistoric families often suggests. Even more mysterious is the disappearance of Kirokitia itself. Around 6000 BC, the settlement was abandoned. Archaeologists have found no clear evidence of a catastrophic attack, massive destruction, or a single event that explains why the inhabitants suddenly left. After centuries of development, a community capable of creating one of the most advanced settlements of its age simply vanished from the archaeological record. The reasons remain uncertain. Environmental changes, resource pressures, social transformation, or migration may have played a role, but no explanation fully answers why such a carefully organized society disappeared after investing generations into building its home. Kirokitia remains one of the earliest examples of humans creating something that looks like a city before cities officially existed. It was a stone settlement built before writing, metal, and kings, yet it already contained the foundations of urban life: planned construction, shared technology, organized communities, and a deep connection between architecture and human memory. Rocca di Minerva, Lake Garda, Italy, a towering rock overlooking the water that was repeatedly chosen by humans for nearly 10,000 years. Archaeologists did not uncover a forgotten city or a lost empire here, but something far stranger, evidence that completely different cultures returned to the same isolated cliff again and again, turning it into a place of settlement, ritual, defense, and perhaps sacred meaning. Rising above the southwestern shore of Lake Garda in northern Italy, Rocca di Minerva appears at first like a natural fortress shaped only by geology. The limestone cliff dominates the surrounding landscape, offering a wide view over the lake and the valleys beyond. But beneath the ruins of its medieval fortress lies a much older story, one that begins thousands of years before castles, kingdoms, and written history. Archaeological discoveries revealed that humans occupied this location from the Mesolithic period, more than 8,000 years ago, and continued returning through the Neolithic, Copper Age, Bronze Age, Roman period, and Middle Ages. Few archaeological sites in Europe preserve such a long sequence of human activity concentrated around a single piece of landscape. The mystery of Rocca di Minerva is not simply that people lived there. Many prehistoric settlements existed across Europe. The real question is, why generation after generation kept choosing this exact rock? The communities that arrived thousands of years apart had completely different technologies, beliefs, and ways of life, yet they all recognized the same advantages of this place. From the summit, the landscape could be controlled visually for kilometers, the lake provided resources and transportation, and the steep cliffs created a natural defensive position. But beyond practical reasons, archaeological evidence suggests that Rocca di Minerva may have been more than a strategic location. It may have been a place considered special long before anyone built walls upon it. The strongest evidence comes from discoveries connected to prehistoric ritual activity. Archaeologists found traces of a Bronze Age ceremonial area known as a Brandopferplatz, a type of ritual site where offerings were burned. Among the discoveries were fragments of bronze objects, animal remains, and layers showing intense burning activity. These were not simply remains of everyday life. They suggest deliberate acts of offering, possibly connected to beliefs about gods, ancestors, nature, or the forces controlling the lake and surrounding landscape. The people who stood on this rock thousands of years ago were not only defending themselves or observing the territory below, they may have believed they were standing on a place where humans and the supernatural world could meet. This idea becomes even more fascinating because Rocca di Minerva was not an isolated sacred place. Around the same period, communities were also building settlements along the shores of Lake Garda, using advanced techniques that challenge the traditional image of prehistoric people as simple farmers. At San Savino Gabbiano, near Minerva, archaeologists identified a Bronze Age pile-dwelling settlement built on wooden supports over the water. These lake villages, dating mainly to the 2nd millennium BCE, required careful planning, knowledge of materials, and adaptation to a difficult environment. Wooden piles were driven into the lakebed to support structures, creating stable living spaces above shallow waters. The preservation of these remains was possible because waterlogged conditions slowed the decay of organic materials, revealing details of prehistoric engineering that would normally disappear completely. The existence of these lake settlements adds another layer to the mystery of Rocca di Minerva. The communities around the lake were not simply surviving in a harsh environment. They were organizing their world around specific places. The rock above them may have represented something beyond physical protection. While the houses existed near the water, the highest point of the landscape became associated with visibility, ceremony, and perhaps communication with forces they could not explain. Centuries later, the Romans arrived and continued the tradition of transforming this location. The area became connected with Roman influence, and local tradition links Minerva with the goddess Minerva, although the exact location and nature of any sanctuary remain uncertain. What is intriguing is not whether a Roman temple existed exactly on the summit, but the possibility that Roman religious practices were placed on a landscape that had already carried symbolic importance for thousands of years. Across the ancient world, Romans often adopted or reshaped existing sacred landscapes rather than creating completely new ones. Rocca di Minerva may represent another example of a place whose meaning survived even as cultures changed. The final transformation came during the Middle Ages, when the strategic value of the rock became impossible to ignore. A fortress was constructed on the summit, using the natural cliffs as part of its defensive system. The medieval walls that remain today are only the latest layer of human modification. Beneath them are traces of earlier communities who looked from the same height across the same lake, but for entirely different reasons. A prehistoric hunter, a Bronze Age ritual specialist, a Roman observer, and a medieval soldier would have all stood on the same rock, separated by thousands of years, but connected by the same landscape. Excavations at Rocca di Minerva have therefore revealed something unusual, not a lost civilization, but a lost continuity. The site does not tell the story of one powerful kingdom or one forgotten invention. Instead, it reveals a pattern repeated over millennia, humans repeatedly returning to the same location because it held a combination of practical advantages and deeper symbolic importance. The rock itself became the constant while civilizations changed around it. The greatest mystery of Rocca di Minerva remains unanswered. Was this place chosen only because it offered the perfect view over Lake Garda, or did ancient communities recognize something about this landscape that modern archaeology cannot measure? The fires burned in prehistoric rituals are long gone. The wooden villages have disappeared beneath the waters, and the medieval fortress stands abandoned. Yet the same question remains carved into the landscape. Why did humans, separated by thousands of years, continue to return to the same sacred rock? Deep in the Sahara Desert, near the oasis region of Timimun in southern Algeria, stands a forgotten fortress unlike almost any other structure in North Africa. Known as Ksar Dra, this enormous circular earth-built complex rises from the empty desert landscape like the remains of a lost civilization. Surrounded by endless sand, with no nearby city, river, or obvious strategic landmark, the structure appears completely out of place. For centuries, travelers crossing the Sahara have passed through one of the harshest environments on Earth, yet hidden among the dunes was a massive fortified settlement whose original purpose and builders remain uncertain. Unlike the traditional Qasars of the Sahara, which were usually compact villages built around family compounds, storage areas, and agricultural communities, Ksar Dra has a strange and unusual design. Its most striking feature is its almost perfect circular shape, a form rarely seen in Saharan architecture. The entire complex is enclosed by a massive outer wall constructed from traditional earthen materials, including mud brick, clay, and organic fibers. The walls reach approximately 10 meters in height in some sections and are estimated to be around 2 meters thick, creating a structure that feels more like a fortress than a village. From above, Ksar Dra appears as a giant ring carved into the desert, with layers of walls forming concentric circles around the interior space. The design immediately raises questions because most desert fortifications were built with straight walls and angular towers, shapes that were easier to construct and defend. A circular fortress required different planning, different construction techniques, and a clear reason behind its unusual geometry. The builders were not simply creating shelter, they were creating a controlled space designed to survive the extreme conditions of the Sahara. The environment surrounding Ksar Dra makes the achievement even more remarkable. Temperatures in the region can exceed 45 degrees Celsius during summer days, while the dry desert climate constantly exposes buildings to powerful winds. carrying sand particles that slowly destroy exposed surfaces. Yet this structure survived for centuries, despite being made primarily from earth, one of the most vulnerable construction materials. The survival of its walls suggests that the builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of local materials, climate adaptation, and defensive architecture. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Qasr Dra is that its history is almost completely absent from written records. Archaeologists and historians have not found a clear inscription identifying the ruler, kingdom, or community responsible for its construction. There is no surviving foundation tablet, royal decree, or historical document explaining why such a large fortified structure was built in such an isolated location. For a monument requiring enormous labor, planning, and resources, the silence surrounding its origin is one of its most fascinating aspects. The lack of information has led to several theories about its purpose. Some researchers suggest that Qasr Dra may have been connected to the ancient trans-Saharan trade routes that linked North Africa with regions south of the desert. Caravans carrying gold, salt, textiles, and other valuable goods crossed these dangerous routes for thousands of years, and isolated fortified settlements were often built to provide protection, storage, or temporary shelter. A heavily defended circular structure in the middle of the desert would have been perfectly suited for controlling movement and protecting valuable resources. However, Qasr Dra does not completely match the typical design of a caravan station. Many known Saharan trading settlements were built around open courtyards, markets, wells, and residential districts, while Qasr Dra gives the impression of a more restricted and defensive space. The single entrance, thick surrounding walls, and enclosed interior suggest that security may have been one of its primary functions. Whoever built it appears to have valued protection over openness. Inside the walls, traces of rooms and internal divisions reveal that the structure was not simply a military barrier. The remains indicate organized spaces where people could live and work. Some interpretations suggest the presence of communal areas, storage rooms, and possibly religious spaces, showing that the site may have supported a permanent population rather than only temporary visitors. Yet the exact organization of life inside Qasr Dra remains unclear because the site has never been extensively excavated compared with more famous ancient settlements. The circular design creates another layer of mystery. In desert architecture, the shape of a building often reflects environmental challenges. Curved walls can reduce the impact of strong winds because they allow air currents to flow around the structure rather than strike a flat surface directly. A circular design may also reduce weak points in defense, eliminating corners where attackers could concentrate their force. Whether this was intentional military engineering or simply a regional architectural tradition remains unknown, but the result was a structure uniquely adapted to its environment. The construction itself represents a major engineering achievement. Building walls several meters thick across a large circular complex would have required thousands of cubic meters of earth material, careful preparation of mud mixtures, and coordinated labor. Unlike stone monuments that leave behind obvious evidence of quarrying and transportation, earthen architecture disappears slowly back into the landscape. The fact that Qasr Dra remains visible after centuries demonstrates the effectiveness of ancient desert building techniques that relied on local resources rather than imported materials. Hidden beneath the shadow of modern Kano in northern Nigeria stands one of Africa's greatest forgotten megastructures. It was not carved from mountains, built with massive stone blocks, or created by one of the famous empires of the ancient world. Instead, an entire city was surrounded by a colossal defensive system made mostly from earth. Stretching for approximately 14 kilometers, rising in some areas between 9 and 15 meters high, and supported by foundations that could reach around 12 meters wide, The ancient Kano city wall was a medieval engineering achievement that challenges the idea of what ancient African civilizations were capable of building. For centuries, historians focused on the monumental architecture of Egypt, Rome, Greece, and Mesopotamia, while enormous constructions in sub-Saharan Africa remained overlooked. Yet the walls of Kano reveal something extraordinary. A powerful urban civilization developed a defensive structure comparable in scale to some of the most famous fortified cities in history, using a material that many would consider too fragile for such an ambitious project. This was not simply a wall protecting a palace or a royal residence. It was a 14-kilometer barrier protecting one of the most important commercial cities in medieval West Africa. The origins of Kano's defensive walls are traditionally linked to the reign of Saki Gijimus, who ruled around the late 11th and early 12th centuries, with later rulers expanding and strengthening the system over generations. According to the Kano Chronicle, one of the oldest historical records from the region, the construction transformed Kano from a settlement into a major fortified urban center. Archaeological evidence and historical research suggest that the walls developed gradually, reflecting the growth of a city that became a key hub between the Sahara trade routes and the regions south of the desert. The most surprising aspect of Kano's walls is not only their size, but the material used to create them. Unlike European castles built from stone or Asian fortifications constructed from brick and rock, Kano's builders relied primarily on compacted earth, mud, and local materials. To modern observers, this raises a difficult question. How could a civilization create a defensive structure stretching across more than 14 kilometers using earth? And why did it survive for centuries despite heavy rainfall, erosion, and a harsh tropical climate? The answer lies in a sophisticated understanding of traditional earth engineering. The builders carefully selected local soils, compressed layers of material to increase strength, and continuously maintained damaged sections. The walls were not created as a single construction project, but as a living structure that required constant repair and reinforcement. This reveals a level of engineering knowledge that was not recorded in technical documents, but preserved through generations of craftsmanship. The people of Kano understood properties of soil, moisture control, and structural stability long before modern engineering principles described these concepts scientifically. Behind these massive walls existed an organized city with its own economic and industrial systems. Kano became famous as a center of trade, craftsmanship, and manufacturing, connecting merchants from North Africa, the Sahara, and the wider Islamic world. Within the fortified area were markets, workshops, residential districts, royal buildings, and specialized production zones where craftsmen created textiles, leather goods, metal objects, and other valuable products. The wall, therefore, represented more than military defense. It marked the boundary of a complex urban civilization. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Kano is the scale of organization required to build such a structure. A wall stretching 14 kilometers would have required enormous quantities of earth, thousands of workers, and a sophisticated system of planning and coordination. Ancient records rarely explain how labor was organized, how materials were transported, or how construction was managed across such a large area. The absence of detailed engineering records makes the surviving walls even more remarkable, because the knowledge behind their construction appears to have existed mainly through practical experience rather than written theory. The defensive design also reveals careful planning. The city wall contained multiple major gates, traditionally counted as around 15 entrances, controlling movement between Kano and the surrounding landscape. These gates were not simply openings in the barrier, they acted as points of security, taxation, and commercial control. Every person, animal, and shipment entering the city passed through a controlled system that helped protect both the population and the wealth flowing through Kano's markets. The existence of such a massive defensive network also changes the way historians view medieval African cities. Kano was not an isolated settlement surrounded by simple villages. It was a planned urban center with infrastructure, specialized industries, political authority, and long-distance economic connections. The wall demonstrates that African kingdoms developed their own forms of monumental architecture, adapted to their environment, rather than copying construction methods from other continents. Modern archaeological research has focused on studying the surviving sections of the wall, analyzing construction techniques, mapping remaining structures, and documenting how urban expansion has affected the ancient defenses. Unlike stone monuments that can remain visually impressive for thousands of years, earth architecture is much more vulnerable, and many parts of Kano's original walls have been damaged or altered by time, development, and environmental changes. This makes the surviving sections valuable evidence of a lost engineering tradition. Çayönü, Turkey. Hidden beneath the hills of southeastern Anatolia, archaeologists uncovered one of the earliest engineered settlements ever found, a place where humans were building complex structures thousands of years before cities, kings, writing, or metal tools existed. Discovered in the 1960s during archaeological surveys near the upper Tigris River, Çayönü revealed a shocking possibility. The foundations of civilization did not begin with the first cities of Mesopotamia, but with small communities that were already experimenting with architecture, planning, and technology more than 10,000 years ago. Dating back to approximately 9,600 to 7,500 BCE, Çayönü belonged to the pre-pottery Neolithic period, a time when humans are often imagined as simple hunter-gatherers living in temporary shelters. Yet beneath the soil was something completely different. Archaeologists uncovered a settlement containing stone-built structures, carefully prepared floors, organized activity areas, and buildings that changed through multiple architectural phases over thousands of years. These were not random huts placed wherever space was available. They represented a community that understood construction, adapted designs, improved techniques, and passed architectural knowledge from one generation to the next. The greatest mystery of Çayönü is not simply that people built houses so early. It is that they developed an entire building system before the existence of traditional civilization. The settlement contains several distinct architectural phases, including the famous round building phase, followed by the grill plan, channeled building, and cell building phases. Instead of remaining unchanged, the settlement shows continuous experimentation. Builders redesigned foundations, modified floor systems, and created different layouts for different purposes. This suggests that these people were not merely surviving in their environment, they were actively engineering it. Among the earliest structures were circular and semicircular buildings, constructed with stone foundations. Their appearance challenges the traditional timeline of human architecture because they emerged long before monumental temples, royal palaces, or urban centers. The builders had no written instructions, no advanced surveying equipment, and no metal construction tools, yet they created structures that required planning and cooperation. The existence of repeated architectural improvements raises a fundamental question. How did a society without writing preserve and transfer such complex technical knowledge? One of the most remarkable discoveries at Çayönü was the presence of carefully designed floors and foundation systems. Some buildings contained layers of stone arranged beneath living surfaces, while others included channels beneath the floors that may have helped control moisture or drainage. These details reveal an understanding of practical engineering principles. The inhabitants recognized that buildings needed protection from water, weight, and environmental damage. Thousands of years before formal architecture appeared in historical records, Çayönü's builders were already solving problems that every later civilization would face. The settlement also challenges the idea that early human communities were purely domestic spaces. Several structures discovered at Chayonu do not appear to have been ordinary houses. Some contained unusual concentrations of tools, specialized surfaces, and carefully organized areas that may have been used for production, storage, or communal activities. Their exact purpose remains uncertain, but their design suggests that the settlement had spaces dedicated to specific functions. This indicates a level of social organization far more advanced than the image of isolated prehistoric families living independently. Perhaps the most surprising discovery connected to Chayonu is its relationship with some of the earliest known metal use. Archaeologists found small copper objects and traces of early copper working dating to around the 8th millennium BCE, among the oldest evidence of humans experimenting with native copper. These discoveries do not represent full metallurgy like later Bronze Age civilizations, but they demonstrate something extraordinary. People were already exploring new materials long before metal became a foundation of human technology. Chayonu was not only a place of early architecture, it was also a place where humans began testing the possibilities of transforming the natural world. The environment around Chayonu also places it at the center of one of humanity's greatest transformations, the transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture. Located within the Fertile Crescent, the region where early farming emerged, Chayonu provides evidence of communities beginning to manage plants and animals while maintaining complex settlement patterns. The site shows that the development of agriculture and architecture were not separate events. They were connected parts of a much larger change in human society, where people slowly moved from temporary survival strategies toward permanent communities. What makes Chayonu truly mysterious is the gap between its technological achievements and the society that created them. There were no kings ordering construction, no written records explaining methods, and no known architectural manuals. Everything these builders knew was stored in experience, observation, and tradition. Yet they created a settlement where structures evolved over centuries, where materials were carefully selected, and where space was deliberately organized. For a long time, history focused on Egypt's pyramids, Mesopotamia's cities, and the great monuments of later civilizations as the beginning of human achievement. Chayonu tells a different story. It reveals that the roots of engineering appeared much earlier, when anonymous prehistoric communities were already designing, testing, and improving their world. Long before cities rose from the deserts, and long before civilizations recorded their names, the first engineers were already building. Chayonu remains a silent reminder that human innovation did not begin with writing or kingdoms. It began with people who looked at stone, earth, and their surroundings and imagined something that had never existed before. A 10,000-year-old settlement hidden beneath Anatolia has forced archaeologists to reconsider when architecture truly began, because the first steps toward civilization may have been taken not by rulers and empires, but by forgotten builders whose achievements survived only in the foundations they left behind. Tazamal is the largest known ancient pyramid complex ever discovered in modern El Salvador, yet for centuries it sat hidden beneath layers of earth, vegetation, and abandoned masonry while entire civilizations rose and disappeared around it. Located in the Chalchuapa archaeological zone, approximately 80 kilometers west of present-day San Salvador, Tazamal was not a single building but a ceremonial center that evolved over nearly 1,000 years. Archaeological evidence indicates major construction began around AD 100 and continued until approximately AD 1200. What makes Tazamal remarkable is not merely its size, but the fact that every excavation seemed to reveal another structure buried inside an older one, creating a complex archaeological puzzle that still raises questions about who built the city, why it became so influential, and why it was ultimately abandoned. The most fascinating mystery at Tazamal lies beneath the pyramid itself. Unlike a modern building constructed once and expanded occasionally, Tazamal grew through a repeated cycle of destruction and rebuilding. Archaeologists discovered that the visible pyramid represents only the latest stage of construction. Hidden underneath are earlier platforms, temples, stairways, and ceremonial spaces built by previous generations. This practice was common in parts of Mesoamerica, but at Tazamal the scale is extraordinary. Imagine constructing a large stone temple, using it for generations, then deliberately burying it beneath thousands of tons of fill before building an even larger temple directly on top, then repeating the process again and again over centuries. The result is a monument that functions almost like an archaeological time capsule, preserving multiple historical periods within a single structure. Each layer represents a different chapter of the city's history, yet many of those chapters remain only partially understood because some sections remain inaccessible without damaging the later constructions above them. The mystery deepens when examining who actually controlled Tazamal. The site is frequently described as Maya, but archaeological discoveries suggest a far more complicated story. Excavations uncovered evidence linking Tazamal to distant regions hundreds of kilometers away. Certain architectural features resemble traditions found in central Mexico rather than the southern Maya lowlands. Ceramic styles discovered at the site indicate connections extending beyond local populations. During the early Classic period, between approximately AD 250 and AD 600, Tazamal appears to have participated in a network that connected communities across much of Mesoamerica. Some researchers have proposed that influences from the powerful city of Teotihuacan, located more than 1,000 kilometers away in central Mexico, may have reached this region. That distance is roughly equivalent to traveling from Paris to Rome. The existence of such long-distance cultural connections raises an important question. Was Tazamal merely a provincial Maya center, or was it part of a much larger international system of trade, religion, and political influence that stretched across ancient Mesoamerica? One of the most important discoveries at Tazamal was a sophisticated drainage system hidden beneath parts of the ceremonial complex. Ancient engineers designed channels capable of directing water away from critical structures during heavy rainfall. Modern visitors often focus on the pyramid itself, but from an archaeological perspective, these hidden engineering features are equally significant. El Salvador experiences intense seasonal rains, and without proper drainage, large ceremonial platforms could gradually collapse. The fact that Tazamal remained functional for centuries suggests its builders possessed an advanced understanding of hydrology and construction techniques. Similar engineering principles can be observed at larger sites such as Tikal and Copan, yet Tazamal demonstrates that sophisticated urban planning was not limited to the most famous cities of the Maya world. The modern archaeological story of Tazamal began in earnest during the 20th century. Although travelers and local residents had long known about the ruins, systematic investigations were limited until the work of American archaeologist Stanley Boggs. Beginning in the 1940s, Boggs launched extensive excavation campaigns that transformed understanding of the site. Over multiple decades, he documented structures, recovered artifacts, and attempted to reconstruct portions of the ceremonial center. His work revealed that much of what appeared to be a simple mound actually concealed an enormous architectural complex. Archaeologists uncovered staircases, platforms, tombs, ritual spaces, and residential areas surrounding the main pyramid. The excavations also demonstrated that Tazamal was only one component of a much larger settlement extending throughout Chalchuapa. In effect, what appeared to be a single monument was actually the visible core of an ancient urban landscape. Among the most intriguing discoveries were burials and ritual offerings found within the complex. These finds provided evidence for ceremonial activities that occurred over many centuries. Objects recovered from excavations included ceramic vessels, jade ornaments, obsidian artifacts, and ritual materials associated with elite individuals. Obsidian is particularly important because it allows archaeologists to trace trade routes. Chemical analysis can identify the volcanic source from which obsidian originated. Some of the obsidian found at Tazamal came from sources located far beyond the immediate region, demonstrating that the city participated in exchange networks extending across Mesoamerica. In practical terms, this would be similar to discovering imported luxury goods from multiple foreign countries within a single ancient city today. Another mystery concerns the scale of Tazimal's influence compared with the size of modern El Salvador. Today, El Salvador is the smallest country in mainland Central America, covering roughly 21,000 square kilometers. Yet during the height of Tazimal's occupation, the site appears to have functioned as one of the most significant ceremonial and political centers in the region. Archaeologists believe Chalchuapa contained multiple monumental complexes connected through a shared cultural landscape. The concentration of monumental architecture within such a relatively small area suggests a level of regional organization that remains only partially understood. Unlike famous sites such as Tikal, where hieroglyphic inscriptions provide extensive historical information, Tazimal offers far fewer written records. As a result, archaeologists must reconstruct its history primarily through architecture, artifacts, and stratigraphy rather than detailed texts. The decline of Tazimal presents another unresolved archaeological question. Evidence indicates that major occupation continued into the Terminal Classic and early Post-Classic periods before eventually diminishing around AD 120. Unlike cities destroyed by known invasions or catastrophic natural disasters, Tazimal appears to have experienced a more gradual transformation. Archaeologists have proposed multiple explanations, including political fragmentation, changing trade routes, environmental pressures, and broader regional instability affecting Mesoamerica during the centuries following the classic Maya collapse. However, no single theory fully explains the site's abandonment. The city that had spent centuries expanding its monuments, maintaining ceremonial traditions, and participating in long-distance trade networks slowly lost its central role. The reasons remain debated because the archaeological evidence does not point to a single dramatic event. Ancient architecture was not always temples, pyramids, and stone walls built in familiar forms. Some civilizations created structures that seem to break every expectation of how an ancient building should look. Inverted monuments, buildings cut from single masses of rock, towers with unexplained layouts, structures raised above empty space, and enormous complexes shaped around designs rarely seen anywhere else. Some were practical, others ceremonial, and a few still have no certain purpose. But all of them reveal the same overlooked side of the ancient world. Its builders were willing to experiment with architecture in ways that could be surprisingly radical. The 108 stupas at Qingtongsha form one of the most unusual surviving monuments associated with the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled from 1038 to 1227. Built on a hillside above the Yellow River in Ningxia, the stupas were not scattered individually across a monastery. All 108 were organized into a single geometric formation, rising through 12 artificial terraces. The structure climbs more than 31 meters from its lowest platform to its summit and reaches roughly 59 meters across. The lowest terrace alone is about 54 meters long. At the top stands one dominant stupa, while 107 smaller structures spread beneath it in widening rows, turning the entire mountainside into a massive triangular field of Buddhist monuments. The numbers reveal how deliberate the design was. From the summit downward, the 12 levels contain 1, 3, 3, 5, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, and 19 stupas. Together, they total exactly 108. The terraces had to be cut and leveled into the rocky slope to accommodate this arrangement, then reinforced with retaining walls and paved surfaces. Bricks recovered from the construction measure around 34 centimeters long, 17 centimeters wide, and 6 centimeters thick. The builders were not simply placing religious structures wherever space was available. They reshaped the hillside so a specific number of monuments could occupy a specific geometric pattern. 108 is deeply connected with Buddhist ritual traditions. Buddhist malas commonly contain 108 beads used for counting prayers or mantras, while Buddhist traditions also associate the number with sets of worldly afflictions and sacred concepts. Qingtongsha appears to have transformed that numerical symbolism into architecture. Instead of 108 beads carried in the hand, worshippers faced 108 sacred structures covering a hillside. Yet, this explains the number more easily than the design. No surviving Tangut document found at the complex states why the monuments had to form 12 levels, why the rows widen in this exact sequence, or why a single enlarged stupa dominates the summit. The individual stupas also reveal a carefully controlled hierarchy. When recorded in the late 1980s, the principal stupa survived to approximately 5.04 meters high, with a base around 3.08 meters across. It contains a small internal chamber, entered from the eastern side. The other 107 structures are essentially solid and generally survived at heights of around 2 to 2.5 meters, with bases close to 2 meters across. 88 have octagonal bases, while the summit stupa and the 19 structures of the lowest row use a different projecting base design. Their upper bodies also vary between rounded, octagonal, gourd-like, and vase-shaped forms. The formation was unified by number and geometry, without making every structure identical. Much of what appears ancient on the surface is also the result of later rebuilding. Investigation in the years 1987 and 1988 revealed older cores beneath the visible masonry. Early stupas had largely been constructed from sun-dried mud brick around wooden supports and covered with white plaster. Surviving sections preserved lotus decoration and Sanskrit characters painted in red. Repairs continued under later dynasties. Foundations were strengthened, damaged bodies were rebuilt, and new plaster was applied. By the Qing period, aging mud brick structures were enclosed inside protective brick shells. The visible monument therefore contains multiple construction periods layered around earlier Western Shah material. This creates a major problem when attempting to reconstruct the original complex. By the late 1980s, none of the 108 stupas retained a complete upper section. Finials and other upper architectural elements had disappeared, and some structures survived mainly as damaged bases. Their positions remained clear enough to preserve the overall geometric system, but their original Western Shah appearance had already been heavily altered. The first complex may have presented rows of white-plastered stupas, decorated with red details, rather than the brick-covered structures familiar from modern photographs. Objects sealed inside several stupas provide stronger evidence of their religious use. The large summit structure contained 4 painted clay Buddhist figures and more than 100 miniature clay stupas, measuring only about 5 to 12.5 centimeters high. 7 small stamped devotional objects, known as cha-cha, were recovered from 2 other stupas. A separate monument contained a painted Buddhist figure, while 3 pottery stupa finials, measuring around 13 to 17.5 centimeters, were found in another. The same architectural form was therefore repeated at radically different scales. Monumental towers covered the hillside, while miniature versions were deposited inside them as sacred objects. The greatest clue to the original appearance of Qing Tongsha came from outside the famous triangular arrangement. A Buddhist temple once stood directly in front of the 108 stupas, accompanied by additional small stupas. 2 of these were dismantled in 1058 during work connected with the Qing Tongsha Dam. Their interiors produced 2 Buddhist paintings on silk, attributed to the Western Shah period. Around the former temple area, researchers also recovered miniature terracotta stupas, clay devotional objects, and fragments of Buddhist scriptures written in Tangut, the distinctive script used by the Western Shah state. More evidence survives north of the main formation. An octagonal brick platform has been identified as the foundation of a lost stupa. Investigation there in 1987 uncovered fragments of Buddhist sutras written in Tangut, together with roughly a dozen miniature clay stupas. This means the famous 108 were not every stupa in the sanctuary. They formed a deliberately numbered architectural centerpiece inside a larger Buddhist landscape containing extra stupas a temple, religious images, devotional objects, and written texts. That lost architecture completely changes how the site should be understood. The modern view makes the triangular formation appear almost isolated above the Yellow River. During the Western Shah period, visitors would have encountered a much denser religious environment. A temple occupied the ground below the terraces. Additional stupas stood beyond the numbered formation. Buddhist paintings and Tangut scriptures were present within the sanctuary. Above them rose 12 engineered levels carrying the 108 monuments, with the largest stupa controlling the summit. Modern dam construction and centuries of rebuilding removed or transformed much of this foreground. Mount Kangyan Bridge is a structure that becomes more difficult to understand once its measurements are considered. High in the Taihang Mountains of Hebei, China, two nearly vertical cliffs close around a narrow gorge. Ancient builders used this gap as the foundation for Qiaolo Hall. A stone arch approximately 15 meters across and 9 meters wide was constructed directly between the rock walls. Its arch rises only about 2 meters, and local historical records describe it as being assembled from 365 squared stone blocks. Above the bridge stands an entire temple hall. Beneath it, the ravine drops more than 50 meters. The result is not simply a temple beside a cliff. The bridge itself is the temple's foundation. The dimensions reveal why this structure presents such an unusual engineering problem. Jingxing County's official description gives the bridge a span of 15 meters, a width of 9 meters, and an arch rise of only 2 meters. Engineering assessments cited in local records indicate that a bridge with these proportions would normally be expected to have an arch rise greater than 2.5 meters. Qiaolu Bridge is considerably flatter. A shallow stone arch generates strong outward thrust, forcing its load toward the supports at both ends. Here, those supports are the mountain itself. The builders had to select sections of rock capable of absorbing those forces while controlling the geometry closely enough to keep hundreds of stones compressed together. The 365 stone blocks add a second unusual feature. Official descriptions state that the squared stones appear in remarkably regular horizontal rows and vertical lines. No steel reinforcement holds them together, and no modern concrete core carries the bridge. The structure depends on compression. Gravity pushes the masonry downward. The curvature redirects the force outward, and the opposing cliffs resist that pressure. This explains how the completed bridge can remain stable. It does not explain the most difficult part, how the arch was constructed before it could support itself. An unfinished stone arch cannot simply hang in space. Before the final stones close the curve, individual blocks require temporary support. Traditional masonry builders solved this with wooden centering, a timber framework shaped like the underside of the future arch. Stones were positioned over it from both sides until the arch was closed. Once compression passed continuously through the masonry, the temporary wooden frame could be removed. At Mount Kangyan, that temporary frame would have been suspended above a void more than 50 meters deep. Building scaffolding upward from the bottom of the ravine would have required an enormous timber structure simply to construct an arch whose rise is only about 2 meters. Workers also needed platforms capable of carrying tools, timber, and heavy dressed stone while maintaining the curvature across a span of approximately 15 meters. Before any of the 365 blocks could function as a permanent bridge, some temporary engineering system had to hold them in precise positions between the cliffs. No surviving construction plan securely explains how this was accomplished. One possible method would have been to anchor timber beams into the opposing rock walls, supporting the centering from the cliffs rather than from the ravine floor. This would reduce the height of the temporary structure dramatically, but those anchors would still need to carry workers, equipment, and tons of masonry before the arch became self-supporting. The exact arrangement of those supports, the lifting equipment, and the sequence used to close the bridge have not survived in a detailed construction record. Moving the material created its own challenge. 365 dressed blocks had to reach a restricted construction zone inside steep, mountainous terrain. They needed to be cut accurately, transported to the gorge, and moved onto temporary supports without disturbing stones already positioned. Errors accumulating across the curve could prevent the two sides from meeting correctly. When the final section was completed, hundreds of separate pieces became a single compression structure, transferring enormous forces into the cliffs. Then the builders added the feature that makes Mount Kangyan extraordinary. They constructed a temple directly on top of it. Qiaolu Hall is traditionally described as a two-story pavilion. Architectural descriptions identify a structure 5 bays wide and 3 bays deep, surrounded by galleries and covered by double eaves and a complex roof. Published measurements place the hall at roughly 15 meters long and 8 meters wide. Timber columns, roof framing, walls, glazed tiles, statues, occupants, and centuries of repairs all add permanent weight to a stone bridge already suspended above the gorge. Some published estimates place the combined load of the hall and a full group of visitors at around 35 metric tons, although this figure is less firmly documented than the official dimensions of the bridge. This was therefore never just a narrow crossing for pedestrians. At approximately 9 meters wide, the bridge created a substantial stone platform capable of functioning as an architectural foundation. Every load from the temple ultimately passes downward into the masonry, through the shallow arch and outward into the two cliff faces. The builders effectively transformed the mountain walls into structural components of the building. The setting reinforces how deliberate this design was. Mount Kangyan rises to approximately 983 meters above sea level. Fuqing Temple lies around 40 kilometers south of Jingxing County, with its buildings distributed through cliffs, slopes, and narrow passages instead of a flat conventional temple compound. Qiaolu Hall occupies the point where two rock faces approach closely enough to be joined by masonry. The gorge was not an obstacle surrounding the architecture. It became part of the architecture. Evidence from the surrounding complex shows that this was not the only bridge inserted into the gorge. 3 single-arch stone bridges are reported in this section. The central bridge carries Qiaolu Hall and is the largest. A western bridge supports the smaller Tianwang Hall, while the eastern Xiaotian Bridge carries no comparable building. Ancient and later builders repeatedly exploited the same geological setting by locking masonry arches between opposing rock walls. The age of Qiaolu Hall is more complicated than popular descriptions often suggest. Fuqing Temple is traditionally connected with the Sui dynasty, placing its origins around the late 6th or early 7th century. Some accounts also assign the bridge to this early period, but surviving historical evidence does not establish every phase of the structure with equal certainty. The earliest surviving inscription at the temple dates to the year 1022. Jingxing County's official account states that the inscription records something remarkable. By the Xianping era, between the years 998 and 1003, people could no longer verify exactly who originally founded the temple or when it had first been established. The same historical record describes a major rebuilding initiated by the monk Kuan Yue in the year 1002. Emperor Zhenzong officially granted the complex the name Fuqing Temple in the year 1014. Lachish was one of the most powerful fortified cities in the Kingdom of Judah, standing on a high mound southwest of Jerusalem, where important routes from the coastal plain entered the interior. By the late 8th century BCE, its massive defenses, fortified gate and palace fort, made it a strategic stronghold, second only to Jerusalem in importance. That position placed Lachish directly in the path of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, when King Sennacherib invaded Judah in 701 BCE. His royal records claim that 46 fortified cities belonging to King Hezekiah were captured during the campaign. Lachish became one of the most important targets, and the remains of its destruction preserve something extremely rare. The physical structure used to attack the city can still be compared with ancient images showing the attack itself. The most extraordinary feature lies against the southwestern side of the mound. Here the Assyrian army constructed a huge artificial siege ramp from stones gathered around Lachish. The surviving structure is roughly 70 meters wide at its base, narrowing toward the summit, and originally contained thousands of tons of material. Instead of forcing soldiers and heavy equipment directly up the steep natural slope, Assyrian engineers effectively rebuilt part of the terrain. Layer after layer of stone created an ascending surface capable of bringing siege engines close enough to strike the fortifications. This was a massive operation carried out while defenders were still occupying the walls above. Research into the ramp has estimated that its construction required millions of individual stones. One study proposed that Assyrian forces could have organized human chains working continuously, potentially moving around 160,000 stones per day. Under such a system, the main body of the ramp may have been completed in only a few weeks. The speed mattered because an army surrounding Lachish needed enormous quantities of food and water, while every additional day gave Judah more time to